Test, test. Hello. What did I miss in the last 4 hours? Inferno, thank you for the 6 months. Wait, 3 months. Resubscription. 6 months. Fart Sack, thank you for the 5 months. And Frog Girl, thank you for the 20. Not much, just the world exploding. I knew I'd missed something.
Froggle just subscribed.
The boys are liars. The boys are liars. Say your goodbye. He doesn't see it. You're not looking at me, boy.
Your camera looks so good. My camera always looks like this. It's literally the same exact camera. It's the same camera. You just gotta use the hotel setup. I mean, you got used to your hotel setup. True. Well, it was like this yesterday. Same camera and everything. I am tired though. Um, Have you found water once more? I have water. It's Kirkland's signature water. Hopefully that's not owned by Coke. And if it is, I don't have any water. First time to catch you live after all the drama started. Which drama? You have to be specific nowadays. You have to be very specific nowadays. There's like 17 going on right now. Yeah, the big drama. Okay, Miss Kid receding hairline. Never trust on white streamers. Honestly, I've seen a lot of critique about like even more critique than I've seen about like Cutie before. Like I literally opened up Twitter this morning to see what's going on, and I still see more people yelling, you know? And I think that's kind of indicative of like, because to be fair, I do think a lot of people remove Cutie's agency from having her own positions, right? If Cutie has a good take, it's because she's friends with Hassan and Hassan told her that take. If Cutie has a bad take, then it's because she's Ludwig's girlfriend and Ludwig told her that take or whatever. Like, and Ludwig is like influencing her, and it can never be that Cutie just believes something and has a position that like that we can disagree with, you know? But like she's a human being and a person who has her own belief system that could be incorrect or it could be correct. I was thinking a lot of him on some community is way too defensive of him. Oh, 100%. I was saying that literally yesterday. 100%. That's, yeah. 100%. Her thoughts can't only be fed from the men in her life. Yep, yeah. Like it's like and this is why I was yelling at people. This is exactly why I was yelling at people when we were talking about the Ludwig thing a few days ago, who were like, man, Cutie deserves better. Why is Ludwig doing this to Cutie? How dare he? He's such a bad boyfriend. And, you know, like he put Cutie in such a weird position. I'm just like, dog, you don't know these people. Like, for all intents and purposes, Cutie can just be okay with it. You know what I mean? Cutie can just agree with him. They could have talked about it, and Cutie could have been like, I'm not gonna say what you can and can't say. Like that's all valid because she's a person who can have her own belief system and can make decisions for herself. You know what I mean? Like she doesn't have to be like she's not a damsel in distress. You know what I mean? She on as a woman, yeah. Like just like judge her on her like own merits. No, Cutie didn't say a slur. Stop it, Jatters. She didn't say a slur. Honestly, like the extent of like how like wrong Cutie is in this situation, it's honestly not even that large. It's pretty minuscule. You feel me? Like it's not like she came out and was like, you know, being like or like, like dropping slurs or like cheering on Trump's deportations of families. Right? It's just a reaction to the criticism. Yeah. And like again, the reason why I think people got so amped up to her reaction, right, is because is because of their material conditions. I said it yesterday. If I have time, I'll probably edit it into a video. Right? But it's just their material conditions have gotten so bad. They see any slight as like, or any like out of touch streamer as like not the root issue, but like part of the problem. I think people just enjoy being mad at large creators. I mean, sure, but like this is different. You know what I mean? Like this is like her fan base being mad. You know what I mean? So I do think people enjoy being mad at large creators. I think that like the way that anger manifests itself is different this time. Right? At least maybe that's just because of how my For You page is crafted on Twitter. I think that she should have gone offline for a few days. The reaction was so pronounced for so many days. I don't think she realized how her reaction was being perceived, right? I think she said something that she meant as like a slight against the people that all of us dislike. And then she felt that she was being taken out of context, right? And misrepresented by the people who were supposed to like understand where she was coming from with her tweet, right? And she got upset about that. You know what I mean? And I understand that. She was like, y'all, I was defending y'all, right? I was like dunking on Asmongold and Aiden Ross. Don't y'all want me to dunk on Asmongold and Aiden Ross? And so she felt like she was being misrepresented, and she tried to like correct that, and then she felt like she was being taken in bad faith, so she got angry at that, and then her anger at that was like validating of people's anger at her to begin with, and it became like a cyclical cycle of like the audience getting angry, and then she's getting angry, and the audience getting angry, and then she's getting angry, and it gets worse and worse and worse and worse and worse. It's literally the exact same thing that happens to Hassan. You know what I mean? The camera does look extra good today. I literally changed nothing. I changed not a single thing. So many people went instantly to you talk to them so you condone them, which is nuts. She gave a PR answer about something she was hassled about, and obviously poked fun at them. I mean, sure, right? I think that's true, right? And that's my take on it as well. But like, you have to understand that like people don't want a PR answer when you're dealing with Nazis. You know, people don't want like a PR, like a snarky answer when you're dealing with like white supremacists. They want you to, you know, viscerally condemn them. And I can understand that too. You know? Like I get that. I get that like it feels weird for like a millionaire streamer that you like to not acknowledge the fact that these people are directly harmful to you and your communities. Right? But instead it's like, you know, snarky about it. Like I get that. I understand where that anger comes from. This is my own personal grievance, but I feel like a lot of creators don't know that we're about to enter a real civil unrest in our country, and if they do, they act like they don't act like it. That's how I view the cutie one. Yeah, I think that's my analysis of the situation as well. They just are not aware that the tides have shifted, and it's just deeper than just cutie. You're like, right, like the fan stuff we talked about yesterday. Ludwig as a entity, as a person. You know what I mean? You're here wilding, thank you. I'm not wilding. I'm just saying it like it is, you know. This is about the cutie tweet regarding Asmon doing some bizarre streamer award show. Yeah, because everything else that happened with Cutie started with that. Or talking about Lud. What happened? Oh, nothing. I was just poking a little bit of fun. I was just saying that like streamers as a whole don't really realize the state that this country is in, right? And how angry people are. Yeah, 42 million Americans are going to lose their food stamps. Like, I just don't think that streamers as a whole understand that. New cam, new light set up. I literally didn't change anything. I didn't change my lighting or my camera. I moved my camera closer. That's what I did. Can't be apolitical at this insane time. Yeah. Especially those streamers, they overstepped. And that's how a lot of people feel. You know what I mean? I'm not even talking about the her reaction to that reaction, right? I haven't even gotten to that. Also, I don't even necessarily know if I want to. So I think it wouldn't necessarily add much to my point. I don't know, is this what happens when you try to be a brand friendly and end up becoming out of touch brat of a streamer? Not really. It's not even just the brand friendliness of it. It's happening with and this is the problem, right? Is that I think them being brand friendly is a part of the issue because they are less reactive when it comes to the shifting narratives in this country, right? Take like FaZe for example. Like you have like FaZe members being homophobic, being ableist, being racist, but like they have no qualms because they are already kind of like, you know, because they're already edgy. They have no qualms about dropping a free Palestine. You know what I mean? They have no qualms with saying fuck ICE. And people see that and they see that as them meeting the moment. However, for streamers who are more like brand friendly or who are more wary to tackle political issues on their broadcast, on their streams, they are more wary to say free Palestine, right? They are more wary to say fuck ICE. And it makes them come across as though they are out of touch because they're not engaging with those issues. But like Lacey can, you know what I mean? You feel me? And so it makes them appear as though they are out of touch. They're behind the times. You know? Because he don't care about anyone but himself. I don't even disagree with that. Right? But like he at least knows how to move to the moment, right? He knows that like, yo, everybody's talking about Palestine and saying free Palestine right now. I'll say free Palestine. Why not? Right? Because he's not like, you know what I mean? He's not beholden to the way that the sponsors are moving. The very cutie has said both those things on stream before, but guys in free Palestine, and has had no problem keeping sponsors. I mean, sure, but like that's not necessarily the only point, right? The point is that, right, that this is what I was saying. The point is that you will see these streamers like be more wary to speak about these issues or move in the way that they do on their streams, right? In general, whether it's talking about like deportations as a whole, or talking about like the genocide or calling it a genocide or whatever, because it's like, how do I explain this? Like, I'm not saying that they won't do it, or I'm not saying that Cutie hasn't covered it in the same way that like Ludwig has raised money for the PCRF now, right? The point is that like there is a more of a wariness when dealing with these issues, not necessarily because of sponsors, but because, right, of the way that politics is viewed by a lot of the legacy streamers on the platform. You know, and we're talking about like Ludwig and Cutie right now, but it's also, so like, is Cutie Cinderella canceled now? Cheddar, kill that mindset in your brain, please. This is not about like canceling Cutie or whatever. This is not about like taking people down, right? This is about how people can be better. You know what I mean? Like I'm like, y'all are coming here with mindset to be like, oh, you're talking about this person. Oh, it's time to throw this person out and cancel them and dance on their grave or whatever. And you're just like that's just not productive. Right? But the point that I was making was that it feels like, right? Here's the thing as well. Okay, I think this is also part of it, right? I think a part of it is, oh, so I'm turning this music off. I think a part of it is proximity to Hassan and low expectations. That's it. I think it's proximity to Hassan and low expectations, right? The Phase Boys are not in proximity with Hassan, outside of maybe Jason, right? They're not in proximity to Hassan, and they don't have a high expectation of being good people. You know what I mean? And so when they say "fuck guys, free Palestine," right, it appears as if it's like radical. It's like people pay attention to that. People were like, okay, I didn't expect that of you. Yeah, all right, respect. You feel me? However, when it comes to somebody like Ludwig, who is closer in proximity to Hassan just by like the space that he's in, and having a progressive audience, like you had Ludwig like holding up the trans flag in like 2019, in 2020. You know? Like you have like streamers who have a higher expectation for being good people because they're not young, because they're not like edgy, and who are in proximity to Hassan, who talks about these issues. right? There is a expectation for them to be better than the phase guys, right? There's an expectation to be better than the phase boys. Like, they're expected to say fuck ICE free Palestine before the phase boys do. You feel me? And so if you're saying fuck ICE free Palestine alongside Lacey, right? It comes across differently because you were supposed to say it 2 months ago. You were supposed to say it 6 months ago. You were supposed to say it a year ago, right? I expect Lacey to come around after 2 years of genocide and the entirety of the ecosystem, the entirety of society has decided the genocide is bad. But I have a higher expectation of like Fludwig because he's aware of this, because he knows this, because he's been outwardly progressive before, right? And is that unfair? Maybe, maybe a little bit, like, right? But that's what I mean. It's about proximity to Hassan and low expectations, right? When you have an audience, a community that is progressive, they have that expectation of you, right? Like they do. And if you fail to meet that expectation, people will just get upset. And that's literally what we're seeing here now. And so, yeah, I genuinely think that it's a little bit unfair. You feel me? Like a little bit unfair to be like, you should be 6 months ahead of whatever the phase guys are saying. You know, I think that is unfair, unfair position to have, but that's just what the audience expects. You know? That's just like the audience is expecting you to be better than that. Right? Especially, and this is the take as well, especially when the position is that you're in these spaces and in community with people like the Phase Boys in order to change their minds, right? It is something that Cutie said that I don't even disagree with either, right? That you're in community with these people to change their minds. You're in community with these people to teach them, right? And I think it's hard for the audience to trust you that you will do that effectively when you're like on the same like level of advocacy as the Phase Boys. You feel me? Does that make sense? People is unproductive to yell at progressives in this space, though. Not really, right? It depends what you mean by yell at. I think that all critique can get to a level of unproductivity. You know what I mean? Like, I think that, like, yeah, at a certain point, all critique can get to that point. Read my message. I mean, I can, but like that's just my take so far. Any marginalized chatters are doing it because they think they'll listen more than the people who clearly just don't give a fuck. I get correcting people, but sometimes they feel like it turns into dogpiling. No, these people are millionaires. I do think that there is a level that it becomes less productive, but these people are millionaires. You know what I mean? Like, you feel me? These people, like you have chatters and viewers who are literally whose parents are being kicked off of Snap. You know, whose families are being deported. I don't necessarily like I have less leeway for like, you know, things turning into dogpiling when like that anger that I see that I know people are experiencing comes from a very real place. If I don't think it's real, if I think that it's legitimately like like harassment like level, you know, astroturf to take people down behavior, then yeah, I'll call it out. You know what I mean? Yeah, I'll say that's bad. You know what I mean? I feel at a certain point it feels like streamers who got are essentially having a fuck you money, so they should just be real and speak the truth to power. I feel that, yes, exactly, right. They are at a position where like they're there. Oh, chat, they gave me a discount on gifted subs, 5 gifted or more. So if you want to give 5 gifted subs, it's 35% off right now apparently. Nothing beats a Jet 2 holiday. Snapcrackle, thank you for the 3 month in advance. Frosty, thank you for the 4 months. T Metal, thank you for the Prime. And Yogurt Fan, thank you for the 2 months. Yeah, also I missed the message that I wanted to read too. Where's it at? There's a lot of messages. How many people are in here? Yeah, that makes sense. There's 1,000 people in here. Which I want you to know that you becoming a vector, a tool or vector really hit me. I'm sorry we did this to you. No, you're good, chatter. Jeez Louise! Oh my goodness graciousness. Bro, okay, Chad, if I hit, no. I was gonna say if I hit 2.5K subs, I would do something. And I was just like, I don't know if I want to do that, right? I feel like I would hurt myself if I tried. My entire thoughts about the Q situation is that if she can't remotely articulate her positions around two people who support the same ideals as her, are expecting her that she can do the same thing in front of a group of young men rabid for clips. At what point does she does her advocacy in the face of the men outweigh her benefits of being friends with multimillionaires? That's something that that's a line that you would have to make, chatter. You know what I mean? But I do understand that perspective, but like I can't draw that line because like I don't know. Like I'm not gonna like throw out, you know, because again, I think people can make mistakes, including Cutie. I think Cutie could also make mistakes. You know, I think she can misstep and get angry, and not fully express her position perfectly every time. Right? I don't expect that of Hassan, and so I won't expect that of Cutie, who doesn't do that for like a living. You know what I mean? Jeez Louise. Okay, hold on. Let me thank these subs real quick. Natalie, thank you for the 5 gifted. Fen, thank you for the 5 gifted. Viking Eating, thank you for the 5 gifted. Corso, thank you for the 5 gifted. Black Thereof, thank you for the 5 gifted. Snap Crackle, thank you for the 20 gifted. Level 7 Treasure Train. Honestly, look, let me give Twitch a little bit of an idea that I think will work. I think they should have a treasure train that ups the discount every time you reach a new level, or every like 5 levels, like to the max of like 50% off or something. So you start at like 35%. At level 10, it gets to 40%. At level 20, it gets to 45%. And at level, I don't know, 50, it gets to 50% off. So it's like incremental discounts on subs once you hit like a higher level. You know? But thank you for the Prime. Also, if I miss your sub, literally just at me in chat and say, hey, I subbed. Because I you know, there's a lot of people in here. Neurochaotic, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. Much appreciated. I really, I just have to say, I really love your messaging and bringing back to marginalized groups, including trans folks. Sorry, that. Because even if we're not directly attacked, we still get ignored and pushed down. Transphobia is really a big thing on the internet, and I appreciate you seeing us. Of course, chatter. I will try my best to focus on all marginalized communities, right? Because the trans struggle and the black struggle is like intertwined. Like there's black trans people. You feel me? The overarching system of transphobia is very similar to the overarching system of white supremacy. And there are also unique struggles, and it's not like exactly the same, but right? When I say I fight for all oppressed people, I fight for all oppressed people. Digsy, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Calming the Host, thank you for the 5 gifted. Doofus, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. And level 9 has been achieved. We're almost at level 10, chat. Our partner's trans, and we were just targeted by the police because she was trans. I'm sorry to hear that. I just came in. What did you take on the Emeru and stuff? We'll talk about that next. That's the next thing we're talking about. Black Girl, thank you for the 5 gifted as well. That's crazy. I appreciate that. Couchpunk, thank you for the 2 months resubscription. Yeah, everything looks sick, homie. What is it called? I don't want to use the wrong word, but it's fired. It's called a turban. Also, I appreciate you not wanting to be insensitive, but it's like this isn't even something for like our community. Like black people didn't make turbans. We are culturally appropriating them. Thank you very much. Chachki, thank you for the 18 months. What's up, Chachki? I hope you're doing well. I see you whenever you have to like leave and dip, but I appreciate you being in here. Takedown Pair, thank you for the 10 months as well. With Prime. Chat, you know Primes are free. If you have an Amazon Prime account, if you could just connect it to your Twitch account, you get a free Prime subscription every month. And you can use it on me, or you can use it to other on other streamers. That's fine as well. Yeah, what is try to say? I'll be honest, Cutie wasn't even on the level of basic Facebook white mom allyship in that rant. I don't expect her to be like Al Hassan, or I think she's elected by association, but her attitude about it didn't help. I didn't even watch the full rant, so I don't even know. Doo hoodoo who. Thank you for the Prime. And John Brown, thank you for the gifted sub. And Spiro Gal, thank you for the Prime. 5-month resubscription. And Faxo Bob, thank you for the 2-month resubscription. Much appreciated. You played any games lately? I played Valorant. And I won the game that I played yesterday. We were literally down. Okay, I actually want to show this to you. Hold on. Close. Open up my chat right now. Tracker.gg. Valorant. Sean the Black. Don't talk about my performance though, but like, I want to show you how we brought this freaking back, dog. We brought this back. I've literally not played Valorant in months, so like getting back into it hurts my soul a little bit. But like, we were literally down at the 12th round. It was 2-10. We had lost like 6 rounds in a row. It was like 2-10. Actually, this is 7 rounds in a row. And then they were just like, FF, give up. And my team tried to FF. That you were training Path? No, Path doesn't need my training anymore. They are popping off. They are better than I am at this game. So, right. The student has become the master. You started out offense.
I did everything right and they indicted me.
Offense. We started out as offense. It was split. And like they were just like FF, and my team tried to FF. Right, 2 people tried to FF, and we were just like, no, we're playing it out, and then we won. And they were just like, wait. Enemy team was like, y'all can't actually come back from this. Then we won, and 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 we won. Right? And we brought it back. And it was 10-10. And it was quiet in the chat. Ain't no back talk. And then they got around, right? It was actually 11-10 here. And then they got around, and it was 11-11. And then we got around, and then we won the game. So, yeah. Exactly. I didn't even sleep. This is crazy. To be fair, this game was played before I went live.
Go get the Henny.
Lex explained? Oh my goodness, sorry. There's a lot of subs I'm missing. I'm sorry, chat. Hold on. Lex explained, thank you for the tier 1 continued sub and for the 5 gifted subs. Track Moonchild, thank you for the 10 gifted subs. Goth Bimbo next door, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. We're at a level 12. We're at a level 12. We are at a level 12 treasure train, I think, or level 11. Yeah. So, hey, all gifted subs, 5 or more, are 35% off, chat.
Sean the Black says,
And
"She's my
primes are
African
free if you have an
princess."
Amazon Prime account.
Yester just
So,
subscribed.
King Jester, thank you for the 8-month resubscription. They're called hype trains anymore. They are called hype trains. Still, but this is a separate thing from a hype train. It's like a special hype train. Why are you bronze? Are you getting old? I literally just don't play. You know what I mean? Like, look, I played 2 games this act. And I lost this one. Don't talk about this one. And then I won this one just barely. I just don't play anymore. I need to play more. I used to play a bunch. My peak rank was gold 2. I used to play a bunch. But I just don't anymore. I'm washed. Was silver one the highest in silver? I forgot. No, silver 3 is. It goes 1, 2, 3 in Valorant, and it goes 4, 3, 2, 1 in League of Legends. I don't know why it's like that. Pick a brother for the 100 bits.
I did everything right and they
Much appreciated.
indicted me.
Hello, hope you're well. Also, chat, I was already on it. That's why I had it open. Chat, before we fully move on to talking about you know, actual like craziness in the space and disgustingness, I want to remind you that the Streamer Wars nomination is open, and for 30 out of 35, there's a Rising Star Award. Streamers who begin the year with under 1,000 average viewers and has shown rapid growth and huge potential for the future. If you want to just put my name in there, just slide my name in there. You know what I mean? And then hit submit that. So I voted for you, W. Link.
Detrius
Is there a link to the nomination
25 just
page?
subscribed. SDABL SDABL SDABL.
Detrius 25, thank you for the 2-month resubscription. Much appreciated. Also, King Jester, thank you for the 8 months. I don't know if I said that. Thank you for the 8-month resubscription. I put Caroline in for a few of them too. I haven't decided who I'm putting in everywhere else. I have some ideas. When are you gonna start your own TikTok
I
industrial
did
complex?
everything
I mean,
right
you
and they
are
indicted
within
me.
your right to do that on my behalf. I just don't have the time to edit videos. I got 4 hours of sleep last night just to be back here on my normal time. I think he's seen a strong chance of winning. Honestly, you know what? I won't say anything. I won't be negative. Royal Rob, with 1,000 bits. That's insanity. Yeah. It's not. I'm gonna attack it. This streamer is dope. I hope there are others. What about the app you made? It's not remotely done. Soundtrack gonna make sure that you don't win. I don't think they'll do that to me, right? Right? I can still consider Rising Star, no shade. I only watch like 3 people. Yeah, I fit the qualifications. I started the year with under 1,000 average viewers, and I still don't have like I don't average 1,000 viewers a stream. You know what I mean? So I still meet the qualifications. I will say there was some like drama surrounding this category last year, because you had like Mr. Arthur, who started with less than 1,000 viewers, but they was averaging like 14K or something crazy like that. People were like, "What? That's craziness! How dare he be?" You know what I mean? Something like that. I don't freaking know. Some people were very mad about that. And so if I'm up against heavy hitters who also started with less than 1,000 viewers and are now at like 10K, yeah, I'm cooked a little bit. But that is what it is. You feel me? And that's okay. Guys, that deal is probably botting. No, don't say that, Chad.
I live like a capitalist every single day, Shank.
Mr. Arthur gonna get a big boost from collabing with NMP.
Mai Tai Vegas just
And
subscribed.
NMP, like, you know, just like shouted him out and supported him and stuff like that. Like that's just how it is. You feel me? Like going against Senna. No, I think Senna's not a great example or analogy because Senna started before 1,000 viewers. I'm only doing this because of what you're wearing on your head. Thank you. Or how dare you? I think you're going against Vanilla Mace here. That's entirely possible. I don't know what Vanilla Mace is running for. Probably KDB or Vanilla. I don't think KDB has streamed enough. I may be wrong though. I know KDB started streaming in the last like few months, and you need 200 hours to qualify. And so I think Vanilla Mace does qualify. But I don't know if Katie does. I wasn't like I'm not metrics watching. Vanilla's gonna sleep whatever she's qualified for. I think her fans are very easily mobilized. That's true. Or Arky and Yugi knew. Arky doesn't qualify because he qualified last year, and now he started the year with above 1,000. Yugi maybe. I don't know what Yugi's numbers are currently. You know what I mean? I don't know, but it is a very I know Sandwich is going forward as well, and Sam's cool. I have no beef with Sam, right? But it is I think Rising Star is the second most competitive category out of the entirety of the Streamer Awards. That is as well. Does KDB's camera quality pass the minimum requirements? That's so funny. What should I write you in for? Rising Star. I would appreciate that. My Thai Vegas, thank you for the 2 months, by the way. Right? And in case you're wondering, Sean, what is the most competitive category? If Rising Star is the first most competitive, it's Hidden Gem. Legitimately, I think Hidden Gem is the most competitive category, and it's gotten more competitive because last year QT raised the viewership threshold to 200 viewers. Is there a pause category? Come on, let's be serious. I would assume Just Chatting is the most competitive. No. It's Hidden Gem. Right? There are just more streamers who qualify for this one than literally any other category. You know what I mean? No, it's the same for Just Chatting. No, it's not, Chatter. No, it's not. Because when it says best Just Chatting streamer, it's not talking about a streamer who streamed in the Just Chatting category. It's talking about the large streamer who talks to the camera. They're not talking about you with 12 viewers who streams in the Just Chatting category. They're talking about Hassan. They're talking about like XQC. They're talking about Asmongold. Like it's not a category for the normal people like us. You feel me? It's for huge streamers. Is it that's how it worked last year? You nominate and then vote for top 4 to 5 option? Yes, the top 4 options. Right? This is the only category that like honestly the only category that small streamers qualify for. Because there's like if you're like a niche streamer, like if you do like cooking streams or music streams, you have a decent chance. But it's just not as competitive as like all small streamers or all streamers with less than 200 viewers are vying for this specific award. Right? Because even if you are like a music streamer, you might think it better to roll the dice going against other people. If you're a music streamer who gets 200 viewers, you might think it's better for you to roll the dice going against other streamers. Right? You know what I mean? You might think it's better to roll the dice going against other small streamers than going up against Black Boy Max. You know what I mean? And Ari at home. Does that make sense? If I'm a music streamer who has 200 viewers, I'm like, dog, I'm not going for the music category. I'm fighting against heavy hitters there. I'm gonna fight in my own weight class in Hidden Gem. You're Rising Star, not Hidden, right? Yes. I was nominated for Hidden Gem like 2 years ago. I categorically don't qualify anymore. Right? Which is honestly, it's a good thing, right? It means that I've grown, right? It means that I've grown. It means that I've I've graduated. I didn't win, but like, to be a Hidden Gem category, to be honest. Of course you would say that, Hidden Gem. Isn't it easily brigaded if you wanted to send that huge just chatting audience, for example? What do you mean? I was watching Miskiff new VOD and you won't guess who's in the chat the moment he started on stream. We'll get to it. It's not brigading, it's mobilizing. It's not brigading, that's how it's supposed to work. I just don't understand what he means by like brigading. Like, to a certain extent, the Hidden Gem Award is basically like, and the Rising Star Award to a lesser extent, how closely are you adhered to the streaming ecosystem to have the connections to mobilize other people, right? Because if it was just like your community, if you have a viewer cap, it's just the 200 viewer streamers would be battling it out with each other, right? You know what I mean? It would be like every 200 viewer streamer has 200 submissions in the pool, and like you're at an impasse then. But if you are a Hidden Gem and you're in what's it called? You're in community with somebody who has 1,000 viewers. If you're in a community with somebody who has 12,000 viewers, right? Then you get the boost because it's your 200 viewers plus their 1,000 viewers, and that puts you ahead. You know what I mean? But yeah, maybe later on after we get past everything else I want to talk about, we'll go through the nominations and who I would pick. But I want to be very clear, right? I want to be very clear. Just because I pick somebody does not mean that you cannot pick somebody else or that you shouldn't pick somebody else. You feel me? Like, because if everybody picks who I pick, then like that's cool for that person. But like there are 4 slots. And so if I pick somebody that I like, and then you pick somebody else that I like, and then we all do that, we can get both of them there. You know? So think about that. Except for Rising Star. You have to pick me for that one. I don't make the rules. The rest of them are negotiable.
There is validity.
But there are 2 things that I want to talk about today. I want to talk about the foreign video, which I think he broke his like thing for 4G auto blow. His like his pattern, because he uploaded this on an off cycle. Right? It's called Foreign Fridays, and he usually uploads these on the next Friday after recording them. You know?
Colgate has been the Obama-tan suit of streaming.
Right? So this is something that I want to talk about. But I also want to talk about the Emaru situation. I don't know if anybody has a link to like Emaru's VOD or if it's uploaded on YouTube or something. I want to talk about Emaru's VOD from yesterday, and then Miskiff's can't spell. It's on our channel.
So, I mean, you guys can probably tell, but
I want to talk about this as well. And I don't know what I should start with. Foreign makes good videos. I just hate his soundboard. That's a little bit funny. Get Hassan out of the way. You know what? It's fair. It's 30 minutes, right? And I think that once we start the Emerald situation, like the abuse, I don't think we're gonna talk about anything else today. You know, I think we're gonna start this, and I think we're gonna do this until we're done with it. So we'll start with this.
Scandals, but it has revealed a reality that we desperately need to address.
Sweetie, you don't understand black people. Shut the f up.
I'm also not even friends with the son. I wouldn't go to their funeral. We would never speak again.
God, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. Ultimately,
The funny thing is that I say almost all of these same things.
We tackle in the mid of the century.
Yeah, but you're like a white supremacist and a Nazi apologist. So like, who cheers on like the violent, you know, the violence against protesters and violent deportations and are pro-genocide. So like, that's not necessarily the same thing, but neither here nor there.
Today's Foreign Friday.
it's a foreign man in a foreign land.
Full disclosure, chat. I'm cool with Hassan. I think it's important that we talk about this, not only as a black creator,
Oh
but
god,
also
no. A black creator who's cool with Hassan? No, he must be the enemy. Chat, call him a slur right now. I'm sorry. See, that was a test. And you all passed. Wow. You all passed. That was a test and you passed. Great job. Finally, permission. Stop. Because honestly, I don't have much faith in the community to not do that.
one that isn't simply looking for reasons to pile up on him.
Clown take. Can you shut up when it comes to black folks? You really don't want to talk about us unless it comes from voting. When is the last time you spoke about Sudan? I'm going to ether you.
So first off, right?
That's a Nas reference.
Very niche reference for folks that don't listen to Nas Illmatic.
For folks with sun allergies, yeah. It's like how TikTok speak is like AAVE, but reappropriated, and then half the time it's used for anti-black purposes.
Once TikTok started to implement dropping
Don't what I'm not even gonna address that. You know what? Not even going to address it.
pictures in the comment section, you realize just how specifically black culture, a lot of these GIFs, I don't know how you pronounce it, the fact that you have pictorial evidence of just how much black culture is essential to the zeitgeist in general, but also how comfortable non-black people are to use these faces. I've seen the funny Mike, that meme a million times. It is digital black.
Dang it. I should have paused it earlier. I was going to say digital blackface like 2 seconds ago.
Face. You will have people saying it's not that deep. And it's to this
And
point.
I honestly, because digital blackface gets people very up in arms about like what it is and like its utilization. And, oh, actually, I wrote down something about this too. I have a lot of notes about these things, chat. Hold on. Let me see if I can find where I wrote it down. I said I have one that says record is used as a slur. I have a whole thing about that here. Is it here? Yes. I literally wrote down digital blackface. Hold on, I'm gonna show you. So you can actually see it. You probably can't read my handwriting because it's terrible, but like, see right there? Digital, i.e. digital blackface. It's literally something that I wrote down. And I said, it's funny that for white leftists, the smallest, most accessible aspects around white supremacy are completely pointless to tackle and are innocuous, but the more overt forms of white supremacy are too big to tackle, which leads to a situation where we see a backslide from the left to paralysis as opposed to genuine opposition to white supremacy. You know what I mean? So like, you will have white people be like, oh, you can't tackle the small, accessible portions of white supremacy. Stuff like digital blackface, stuff like cultural appropriation. You know what I mean? You can't tackle that stuff because white people will tell you that's not a big deal. Why are you not talking about the real issues? And you can't talk about the systemic aspects of white supremacy, like over policing, like redlining, like systemic homelessness, like systemic lack of access to resources. You can't talk about that stuff because it's too big to tackle, right? It's too big to tackle, and it's like, oh, that's like too far outside of the realm of what we're doing here now. We have to focus on like the small stuff, but not like the small stuff that affects black people, the small stuff that affects white people, right? And that leads to paralysis. So black people can't tackle the digital blackface, the things that like, you know, we can actually affect. We can affect how culture shifts and how culture utilizes blackness because it's not like directly systemic. We can address individual instances of like commodification of the black identity, individual instances of digital blackface, right? But we can't do that for white people because they're like, it's not a big deal. Focus on the real issues. But you can't talk about the real issues because they're like, oh, it's too big to tackle, right? Like policing, which is why they abandoned BLM, right? Like a prison abolition, which is why they abandoned BLM. You feel me? So you simultaneously can't talk about the systemic aspects of white supremacy, and you simultaneously can't talk about the individual aspects of white supremacy, which means it kind of feels like you're telling black people that you don't want to talk about white supremacy at all, right? It's almost like you don't want to tackle white supremacy literally at all. Because you can't talk about the low-level stuff, and you can't talk about the high-level stuff. So when are we supposed to talk about white supremacy? When are we supposed to address white supremacy? They co-opted, corrupted, and then abandoned BLM. Exactly. I wrote down a lot of notes when I was at my conference. So, yeah, there's a few more in here. But I had thoughts. I was sitting there and I was like, I was thinking about this like conversation, and I obviously couldn't like stream in the middle of the conference. So I was like, let me just write some of this stuff down. And I'm gonna start doing that actually. I think I have a lot of thoughts that I lose because I don't write it down. Right? And the reason why it looks so disgusting when I write it is because one, I have bad handwriting, but two, that I'm trying to get my thoughts out before I forget it. So yeah, write it on Notes app. I write faster than I type. Right? I can at least write down my thoughts faster than I can type on my phone or on a computer. But yeah.
Right now, I will say we need to recognize it's not that deep.
What's the best software for to download videos? I would tell you Cobalt tools, but they it's not a thing anymore. So I don't know what to tell you anymore.
Dog whistle.
You're gonna become a voice note person. I couldn't do a voice note in the conference anyway, though. So no war but class war is a bastardized from the anti-war slogan as a way to silence anyone who wants to talk about something other than white people being poor. True. Right? And I would genuinely agree with it. Right? I would agree, and I do agree with class struggle. But I say that, but there has not been a situation historically that white people have ever gotten what they fought for and then also continued fighting for marginalized people. Not a single one. Genuinely, not a single one. When there is a like rainbow movement a colorblind movement that is focused on class struggle, there is not a single instance where white people have fought for class struggle, and then once like that fight was achieved, they continue fighting against racism. It just has not happened. And if like people demonstrate to me that it would be different nowadays, I would go with you. I'd be like, yeah, let's go for sure. But it just hasn't. Think about like the union movement, or like the worker movement in like the 20s, right? And 30s. You know what I mean? There was a rainbow coalition worker-led movement for like massive unionization and upheaval and overhaul of the working class struggle in this country. And white people literally abandoned black people to join with the ruling class to get, you know, what they thought they were owed. You know what I mean? Cuba? Well, I'm talking about in America. Being entirely fair. What's the line between using a ration gift versus digital blackface? Is it a specific context or the person's overall behavior? Or are there more specific ways where people use the gifts genuine? It's not even about specifically like, oh, you are a white person using reaction gift, you're racist or whatever. But it's more talking about like the trends generally about the way that black people are seen as like cultural symbols and signifiers. And oftentimes are reduced down to that by being utilized as a face for somebody online. You know what I mean? Because black people are seen as like cool and trendy, right? When you are engaging with the like, you know, content online, defaulting to like portraying yourself as a black face, right, is what the concept of digital blackness is supposed to be addressing. Cultural commodity, yes. Right? A good example of this is like the white people in like Kai Cenat's chat. The white people in Kai Cenat's chat will have like a Travis Scott profile picture on their Twitch page, and they'll be saying the N-word because, you know, Kai lets people say the N-word in his chat. You know what I mean? But like that's like the same concept of like digital blackface. Jesus, really? Yes. Yeah. This is why I don't let people say the N-word in my chat, because like I know which one of you are black, some of you, but like I can't tell about for the other ones of you. And I'm not giving that allowance. Post arm? I love post arm. It's so funny. It's my favorite. It's my favorite. Am I black? I would know if you were black. Honey Bunches of Ghosts. How would you classify or categorize people like contrast? Is that the rapper dude on TikTok? Or am I thinking about a different person? Yeah? What an insane pull, chat. What an insane pull from my mind bank, from my mindscape. What a crazy pull. He does like anime rap. Bro, you just lost a childhood memory for that? That's true. I talked about this with the new Taylor album. People like Ariana, Post Malone, and Miley Cyrus, etc., using blackness to commodify. True, 100%. You have a great mind. Thank you. Sorry, what was the question? I got confused. But for a bit, did you watch the 4-man video? Okay. I thought for a singular second that it was still on my screen and I was about to get irrationally angry. But it wasn't. I was on my full camera. So you're watching it now. You come in at the perfect time, chatter. You have come in at the perfect time. I definitely was not about to yell at you. My mistake? No, it's not even your fault. We are watching the foreign video right now. I feel so dumb asking this, but it's using GIFs which contain black folks' digital blackface. Digital blackface is more about an overarching trend online, right? As opposed to like, posting a GIF of a black person a single time. Feel me? Here's Lord on Hassan's friendship 7 days ago. Stop. Okay, I almost clicked that because I didn't remember it was a copy pasta, but I remembered. As soon as I read it, I was like, please. Let's continue.
If you have someone that is constantly, it's not that deep, you will have a person that will, it's not that deep, you into fascism. I'm telling you.
We just saw that happen. That's been the past 10 years of American history.
I'm gonna ether you. Any other black folk want to engage in?
It's the head for me, man.
Any other black?
Like this right here? Oh, God. I don't know, man. That's trademarked. It's giving Gwen Stefani Hollaback girl. For the Hasanabi heads that are coming, I see y'all niggas. Howdy. I see y'all. I like Hassan though. Look at this. I got the Hasanabi heads in the chat right now, proving my point by being yam heads. I also gonna end up getting some shade from my own community when things like this happen, regardless of the context. Because there is no context that can make these things okay. So putting me in a liminal space as a black man, because you literally have the Caped Cracker Crusade, behaving like the very people that Hassan would fight against, mind you, which...
What is that? Is that black person number 3 who said the literal exact same thing? Is that black person number 3 who said the literal exact same thing? Again, I didn't talk to Foreign about this. I didn't talk to Christian Divine about this. But completely separately, we've all come to these same conclusions about the way that the chat operates sometimes. Do we get it? You're the CEO of black people? Would tryhard be considered a digital blackface then? Yes. Oh, yes, 100%. I will say that. Right? The usage of tryhard is simultaneously digital blackface, but also a racial dog whistle. It's both.
Proves a further point that I hope to drive home about this platform as a whole, because...
Come on, bro. Emote as well. Exactly.
This video ain't about Hassan. It's about the fact that, spoiler, all of the man them have the same communities. Hassan, Ludwig, etc. The same people watching them also watching Joe Rogan. Believe it or not, the ideological differences don't necessarily make it a deal breaker. It's the same bigoted chat with different fonts and different colors. They're all spamming Pepe the Frog and flicking Pog, but I can get into that in a second. Stay tuned.
Folk want to engage in radical activist language in this chat? Suck my okay? You stupid radlib. Get the out of here. Get the out of my chat. Stupid, moronic, radlib nonsense. Suck my you. You think you have a pass in here to speak like this?
I'm not gonna lie. No, he's right. He's correct. Right? And it's by proxy of what Hassan tries to do. Hassan wants to get people who watch Joe Rogan into his stream to convert them into leftism, right? So like, they very categorically do watch Hassan and Joe Rogan, right? That's the part of the Big Ten. You know what I mean? I wouldn't say try watching Joe Rogan, but the point still stands. I think Joe Rogan's a stand-in for like somebody who is reactionary. And I think that is true, right? You do have some like overlap of people who watch Asmongold and Hassan. You feel me? People who watch the Nuck Boys and Hassan. That's why Hassan does the collaborations with the Nuck Boys in the first place. Is to make that overlap. Outside of loop is tryhard an emote. I've seen it used in other streamers in sweaty video games. Yes, tryhard is an emote of Trihex, who is a black man, and it's utilized by whenever a black person comes on some people's streams, the chat will just spam tryhard by being like, black person, black person on screen right now, black person, black person. There's a black person on screen. Right? It actually happened to me when Cutie was announcing the nominees for the 2023 Streamer Awards. Right? I was the last nominee for Hidden Gem to be announced, and when I was announced, you had a few people spamming tryhard. You feel me? It's just a thing. For tries, it was, what is this? Brain sludge. It was so bad Twitch changed the emote. I don't like the try emote just because what they made it out to be, sadly. Yeah.
Get the f out of here.
Why is he doing the Italian? Lots of thoughts in here. Lots of thoughts, no prayers in here. But in order to understand why Hassan turned the term black folk.
A sports podcast on YouTube, the entire chat was saying random black people to the black co-hosts. Yeah.
Into a slur just now. In order to understand this clip, we have to get into the situation. This is a situation that ought not have gotten this far.
Okay, it's TNT that Hassan does when trying to get the Joe Rogan audience into his tent. I mean, I don't disagree, right? I don't know if it's like lib DNC shit. I think it can be leftist and still bad, right? But it is similar to what liberals in the DNC do, right? To appeal to like that demographic. It's the same kind of thing. As I said 2 streams ago, it's a battle for the white men, and everybody participates in the battle. Liberals, leftists, every single day, conservatives, Nazis.
I live when I believe. Nucleons_RS just subscribed. Good morning, laughing face.
Nucleons, thank you for the 3 months. But appreciate it. I keep looking at the chat here. There's also a huge chat here. I don't know why I put it here. Maybe I should switch these. Phew. No, it wouldn't change anything. I literally have an entire 34-inch monitor all with chat, and I just don't look at it. Yeah.
Shot my dog, I can't stop. Yeah. Shot my dog until she drops.
He looked like Shamar in a Diary of a Mad Black Woman. That's a deep cut.
The guy I'm looking like Riff Raff.
He looked like Post Malone. This is wild. Oh God. This is definitely AI. This probably malused so much water in Michigan right now. This is in reference to Colgate. Hassan was streaming with the dog in the background, and she got up and he told her to sit down, and then she yelled,
Kaya, please just go. That's part of the reason why so many trainers have come out and been like, you guys are wrong. Like, shock collars are not like tasing the dog. It's like a tens machine. I have literally shocked myself in the past. People are just like...
A dog is a sensitive thing for folks in the West. And a lot of people will prioritize...
A dog is a sensitive thing for white folks in the West specifically. White people care more about dogs and animals than they do about people. Y'all remember we talked about that one girl? I don't remember what her name was. But there was one like white lady on TikTok who was like, dog, I saw a homeless guy and I was walking by him and I was like, yo, here's some money. You can use it on yourself too, but please, I beg of you, get your cat some food. Please, I'm giving you this money so you can please get your cat some food. Get yourself something too, I guess. But please get your cat some food. Y'all remember that? Okay, now I have to show it to you. Yes, I found it. You're gonna love this, chat. You are going to love this, let me tell you. Just get ready for it.
I lack empathy if you call me a devil, say I lack empathy if you want. But if there's a choice between helping a human and helping an animal, 110% of the time I'm helping that animal. Unless it's like there's children involved or like a very old person. It's a gray area over there. But like a middle-aged adult that can fend for themselves, let them fend for themselves. I'm going to help the animal. So anyway, there are a bunch of homeless people where I live. So it's not uncommon to see them. However, there is this one man that I saw a couple months ago with a cat. And when I see people with animals that don't have houses, I immediately go into panic mode, like, are you taking good care of them? So there's this man with a cat, and I borderline stalk this man to make sure he's taking good care of his cat. So I know where he sleeps. I know where he goes every day. I know this man's pretty much every move. Anyway, I bring him cat food all the time because I want to make sure this cat's having a good life. Do I believe that this man is taking good care of his cat? Yeah, I actually do, because I was very panicked about it and I was gonna like steal his cat if not. But he's taking really good care of his cat. He's got a great carrier for it, everything, but it keeps me up at night because every time I see this man and I talk to him and I give him cat food or things for his cats, he's progressively getting worse and worse with his, I don't know what he does, but you can tell he's on some sort of something. So my biggest fear is something will happen to this man and no one's going to be there to take care of his cat. So anyway, it's been raining. This is what goes on in my head. I'm panicked over some man and his cat out there. So anyway, it's been raining freaking cats and dogs out there. It's freezing. And all I can think of is, how is this man's cat? How is this man's cat? Well, guess what? I saw him today because he wasn't in his usual spots because he had to be protected from his elements. Anyway, I found him. I saw him today. I give him cat food. I bring him this nice big warm blanket. I'm like, please use this for your cat. You can use it for yourself too. That's fine. Please use it for the cat. You don't even let me hold you, but you don't know how lucky you have it. You could be out there fending in the rain, Mr. Saya. Oh.
Did I exaggerate, chat? Did I exaggerate? Are you undersold it? I did. It was undersold. Now let's look at her apology. Let's look at her apology.
Will happen to this man and no one's going to be there to take care of his cat. So anyway, it's been raining. This is what goes on in my head. I'm panicked over some man and his cat out there. So anyway, it's been raining freaking cats and dogs out there. It's freezing. And all I can think of is, how is this man's cat? How is this man's cat?
Wait, that's not the apology. What was I lied to? Oh. Okay, the account was gone. I think the apology's gone. Sad face. There was an apology, but I can't find it. I guess we have to, it's lost to time. But anyway, yeah. So that's what I was saying. Like, man, like white people love animals more than people. As she said if there's a choice between taking care of an animal and taking care of a person, I will choose the animal. So I wanted to show that to y'all. I thought it was funny.
Is the potential of an animal suffering, sometimes over human life, but also just like as a great like rage bait topic. I'm very big on animal rights, but everybody with eyes can tell that this is not in good faith. A lot of this plays into the performative male trend as well. The idea of just anything a person with left-wing beliefs doing being wrong, it's always like headline news for them because it's a way to abdicate themselves of responsibility. It's like, oh, well, you guys were saying all this stuff about genocide and all this stuff about human rights and all this stuff about healthcare, but listen, you did this thing bad with your dog. So obviously you're just lying and then we're all the same and I don't have to pay attention to you.
This might be hyperbolic, but I think Collargate is the new rubber match of purity politics to an extent. I don't think a lot of people actually care about the dog. They just want to dunk on Hassan. This is the new Palestine for folks who never knew nor cared about Palestinian genocide in the first place. Collargate isn't about loving no damn dogs. It's about hating Hassan. Osman reacts to Hassan.
From Ethan Klein fan 69. Account created today, following since today. Dang. You couldn't have thought of a funnier first message? You had one opportunity. A single opportunity to say something funny. What a shame. What a shame. That's so sad. I didn't even ban you. Somebody banned you. Guess we'll never know who it was. I was gonna let you stay, but you know.
Crashing out on
Doodleburb quoting Eminem is craziness. Crazy work.
stream? Why is this man pinker than a white man's clock?
Because he doesn't eat fruits.
I can't stand any of you dumb in this goddamn chat. Oh my God, I hate the left. I hate liberalism. I hate everything that's going on every single day of the goddamn week. I hate my life. I hate streaming. I hate socialism. I hate every single person who thinks that the peak of activism is just being the most annoying, holier than thou, the most ultimately.
The funny thing is that I say almost all of these same things.
Woke leftist.
Yeah,
So
true.
every time I
You did it.
hear
You unlocked the nihilism within me, okay?
Yes!
This is what happens
I've
when
actually never
leftists don't
heard
take
the rant or whatever.
care of themselves. It's got to be more than just like weightlifting and playing basketball. Like, the reality is that if you are in this process, especially as a white person, where you have to be deprogramming yourself, I need to put myself in a position where I'm not triggering myself to return to those behaviors. A lot of folks are liberated logically, but they're colonizers spiritually.
If you're streaming every day for 8 hours almost, you will be triggered because it is your content. Your means of making means is also the mechanism that kills you, that regresses you. I have to break down anti-blackness as a job sometimes. There's a level of burnout that we don't interact with by not only just being a creator, but being this type of creator. By being the type of creator that creates creations from looking at the ugliness of the world and then translating it into something that has value.
It just makes me sad, you know, when I see somebody like Hassan going through this, because I've seen him when he's locked in.
I'm getting ahead of myself because I should have been talking about the roach roommate, Asmongold. Asmongold is unfortunately going to be a reoccurring character today as he represents another side of the political aisle.
Do I think Hassan shot his dog? I have no clue. I think he lied about having a shock collar. I think he 100% had a shock collar based off what's on my For You page. Maybe I'm getting psyoped.
This clip is so funny every time I see it. It's so funny.
He's adamant that he hasn't shocked her. But that 100% is a shock collar.
Ludwig is one of the top streamers in the game. He's definitely got some PR training. He's not going to say anything that is nuclear as it pertains to his bottom line, right? He's just saying enough. He's saying that 100% was a shock collar, but he doesn't necessarily say that Hassan is shocking his dog. For the folks who don't know, this is Ludwig, who you may remember from his iconic subathon where he cried at the end. Probably one of the most inspiring moments on Twitch. But you also may remember him from, of course, enabling his friend Mango to abuse not only himself, but everyone else in his vicinity with his alcohol addiction, as well as humping female streamers like a dog in heat. But Ludwig is a shrewd businessman. He's made one of the most successful creator empires. And the way he achieved this was by having no opinions whatsoever on anything. He doesn't make any explicit political statements as he wants to allow the largest amount of people to project their beliefs onto him. The only time when Ludwig gives his political opinion is when it's popular to do so.
That's a safety valve. You don't have to.
I mean, like, and the funniest part is that Ludwig will say this himself. You know what I mean? Like, he will say, I mean, he said it last year. We're talking about like raising money for Creators for Palestine. I watched it yesterday. It's a bit cathartic to see a video about fence riding. Yeah. What's up, iDubbbz? You know, he said that, like, yo, this will make my audience mad. I don't want to fracture my audience by doing something that some of them don't like. So if there's like audience consensus or his, you know, it's something that his brand won't be affected by, you feel me? He'll do it then. Which on the left, but silent and aggressive harassment, right? Yeah. Like, it's because, again, it's not popular to defend, like, the left. Right. Ludwig also acknowledged that as well. He said it in his stream, acknowledging that it wasn't a shock collar, right? He said, you're delusional if you think that it's popular to defend Hassan. It's not popular to defend Hassan, right? It's popular to be anti-Hassan and attack Hassan. You feel me? He said that very, very open,
every single day,
right? That's true. Yeah, that's correct.
Okay, I live when I believe.
Devodaman 2 just subscribed.
Devo the Man 2, thank you for the 9-month resubscription.
I was about to go get the
Yo,
Henny.
Open Present, thank you for the 25 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Hold on, wait, I have an idea. Because we're getting to the end of the year, and I have like 30 hours of sub discount left. I want to figure out how to do a sub discount real quick. If you want to give me some subscriptions, I would appreciate that. Oh, I have 70 hours remaining. All right, what if I do it for the next? Seven hours. And they expire in like 2 months. 30-hour stream still on docket? Yes. And I will be doing a sub discount for the entire 30-hour stream. So I need to keep at least 30 hours or 30 hours of this remaining. You know, I'll just do 6 hours. Start discount. There we go. Did it work? Did you not turn on Halloween emotes? I don't know how to do that.
I was about to go get the Henny.
Did it work? It won't change during stream?
Get the Henny.
That doesn't make sense. Hold on, let me check. Yes, on desktop. Oh, W. It worked. W. NB Shark, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. And Chatter Juju, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. All subs, I think, are 35% off. I think. I didn't read it. I just did it. All gifted subs of 5 or more are 35% off. That's what it is. Yeah. John hates Halloween enjoyers. I don't know how to turn them on, Chatter. I'm so sorry. Slade 2 Rest, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Much appreciated. W. Chat, we are on our way to 2K. At 2K, I do a backflip. I lied. I will not be doing a backflip. Let's continue.
Politics, because the politics are for you. For somebody who's a white guy, all of this stuff can be peripheral. That's like a business strategy, but like in the Twitch sphere, the content creator sphere, it's really hard. Your whole business is parasocial. Your whole thing is your marketing authenticity. Eventually that kind of collapses because at some point you are forced to pick a side.
Ludwig will only talk about things that there's already a consensus made about.
I'll just play it, but like seriously, be chill about it, okay?
Did I really just forget that Epstein's a pedophile?
Be off the track. Meat on the beat.
You notice that Ludwig is making light yet again of Epstein, which despite being political, it's a publicly popular belief to hold. Even the Palestinian genocide, you began to see an influx of celebrities begin to stand publicly with Palestine once it became relatively popular to do so.
I use those people usually as a barometer for the success.
True. Right. And that's the issue. Also, Mofo Pod, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Crazy. And sort of thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Right. But I think that there's a difference in talking about like Palestine when it's safe to do so and talking about Palestine when it's popular to do so. I have more leeway for people who are marginalized, who wait until Palestine is safer to talk about. Still not a lot, but I have a little bit more in that situation. You know what I mean? Because, you know, like I understand that like how insane like Zionists can get and how humanizing Palestinians, especially in like November 2023, would like, could you fire from your job? Right? So I have a little bit more leeway in for people who are waiting for it's safer to speak up than I have for people who are waiting for it's popular to speak up. You know, because that's a branding decision. You know what I mean? It's, hey, it actually, not saying anything makes me look bad. So now I'm going to say something. Now I'm going to stand for something. Right. And I still think it's cowardly. I still think I think it's a gross way to like use and weaponize like genocide or struggles in general, not just the genocide. Right. But I wanted to call a distinction between waiting for something to be safer to talk about and waiting for something to be popular to talk about. Especially when we don't have millions to fall back on. Exactly. Sort of like when Logan Paul was pro BLM in 2020. Yes, exactly like that. Right? Most celebrities in 2020, it became unpopular not to say anything. So they have to say something. They didn't talk about it because they cared. They talked about it because it was popular. And that they would be on the wrong side of the issue if they didn't say anything.
Of a movement. You're at a point where Jennifer Lawrence, who was like buddy with
the commodification of BLM, yeah.
Amy Schumer, raging Zionists, now it's just like it's absolutely a genocide, like 2 years later, right? What that indicates to me, though, is that Palestinian activists have shifted the barometer in terms of where society stands on that. Sure. Aside from my optimism, I have a big beef with the way that a white guy who is nice and says reasonable things sometimes becomes Jesus Christ on the internet. It's Hank Green.
Speak to my soul, Elliot. Speak to my soul. I rally against this so much. I do. The way that like white people are lauded for like the bare minimum is absolute insanity. And it hurts my soul. Right? Because again, it's about like the perception of growth as opposed to actually holding, decent belief systems. Right? Because the bar is so low for like, straight cis white men, that when they say something, it's like, wow, look at that man. He's so woke. He doesn't need to be woke, but he is. But when a black person says it, it's like, oh, that's expected. Right? When a trans person says it, it's like, oh, that's expected. Right? When a woman says it, it's like, oh, that's expected. But when a straight white man says it, it's like, oh yeah, that's you better speak on that. You didn't have to say or humanize Palestinian people, but you did anyway. Look at you go. You're invited to the cookout or whatever. Look at that white boy go. Yeah. The way white people who are a little bit woke get a bajillion reposts and leftist POCs have been saying for decades has gotten ignored each time. Yeah. But if you are a leftist person of color, right? If you're a black person on the left, if you talk about that, like Aslam was saying yesterday, if you talk about that, or 2 days ago, if you talk about that, it's identity politics, right? Addressing that is identity politics. People will scream at you for even acknowledging the fact that that's the case by being like, identity politics, identity politics, though. Identity politics, Class consciousness. You're actually, I thought Elliot was Asian. I'm not calling Elliot white. Chatter, I don't know where you got that from. It's talking about marginalization, if a marginalized person, yeah. We saw someone today on Reddit how seeing how abusive Miss Kiv is gave them more respect for Ludwig is reporting cutie success. The bar isn't hell for white guys. Stop. Don't stop. Stop. You get called too woke or spoiling or liberal. Not gonna lie, it's low key racist. Low key, but like yeah. I don't think it's done in malicious intent. It just doesn't erase the impact of it. Yeah.
It's John Green. It's Ludwig.
It's Hank Green. Ooh, Hank Green is being drugged through the mud right now on TikTok. Let me tell you. Hank Green is being drugged through the mud right now on TikTok. Again, yes. Yes, fill me in. Honestly, he just said something that was just out of touch. It is exactly what I've been talking about yesterday and today, right? It's a multi-millionaire white person online, right? Saying something out of touch and then people exploding with anger. What did he say? It started with the Taylor Swift thing or whatever, where he defended Taylor Swift, but like that didn't get him as much hate as him just saying, yo, invest 5% of your net worth into your dreams. Even if they fail, shoot for the moon and you'll land amongst the stars. And people are just like, with what net worth, Hank Green? Stop, I have to show you the videos now. I have to show you the videos now. They're so funny. They're so funny. Where's it at? Let me see. Hank Green. Does somebody have the video or know the video I'm talking about? Wasn't the quote fake anyway? I don't freaking know. I don't know. I just saw the reaction to it. Right, but I think that perfectly illustrates that people are just mad. People are angry. Where is it at? Hank Green. Net worth. Oh, here it is. I found it. I found it. Hold on. It's loading.
Hank Green telling young people.
I'm sorry. That was freaking loud.
To invest 5. Hank Green telling young people to invest 5% of their net worth into new ideas, even if they fail. Hank Green, I can't afford groceries, Hank Green. Hank Green, I can't afford rent, Hank Green. What the fuck is this guy talking about, bruh? He said, aim for the moon, so even if you miss, you hit a star. Am I tweaking? Who is he talking to? What net worth is he appertaining to? He seems like a very nice young man. Genuinely, he seems like a very nice young man. But what net worth is he talking about? What young people is he talking to? What's going on? Hank Green telling young people to invest 5% of their net worth into new.
Yeah, this has 90,000 likes. And the comments are all calling him an out-of-touch white man. You know, Hank Green is peak 2012 liberalism. Hank Green should do a video dismantling and deconstructing his own worldviews. Hank Green really just said, gamble, it's your only chance in this economy. Hank Green, for all of his claims otherwise, doesn't think critically about his output. He recently did a sideshow episode about knitting that was hugely misogynistic in its implications. He's not like a bad person, but he really just regurgitates things that other people figured out, but inaccurately, and often adding his own personal biases, right? Like, yeah, YouTubers try not to be out of touch challenge. Or sorry, YouTubers try to be in touch challenge. Same difference, right? So like, the point is, like, this is exactly why people were yelling at like Ludwig and Cutie or whatever. It's because they're angry. This video describes it like perfectly. You feel me? They're angry. They're upset. Their material conditions have worsened. The job market sucks. They can't afford groceries. And they look at a YouTuber, right, who they perceive as being out of touch. And they're like, you're going to be my vector of anger, right? You are a multi-millionaire and you are trying to tell me how to live my life. They're frustrated. They're angry. What did Hank actually say? I don't know. I don't know. I just saw this TikTok and I was just like, LOL. Let's see. Here, wait. I think I passed one. Here. Let's see what he had to say.
People are mad at me for 3 different reasons right now. And the first, and I think by far most important one, is that I have not often enough said. And I think that it bears saying specifically right now, when hostages have been released and there's a ceasefire that will hopefully hold, the only conscionable future.
Stop. No. Immediately. Immediately no. Hank, this video came out 3 days ago. You can't sit here and say, like, I think it's important for me to say this now when the hostages have been released and there's a ceasefire that may be hold. Israel has violated the ceasefire hundreds of times. By the time this video has released, Israel has violated the ceasefire and killed dozens upon dozens upon dozens of Palestinians. You're already behind. This video was supposed to be from 2 years ago. I'm sorry. That just made me mad.
When there's a ceasefire that will hopefully hold, the only conscionable future is a free Palestine. The only conscionable future is no genocide, no occupation, no illegal settlements in the West Bank, a full Palestinian statehood, Palestinian right to self-governance. And I haven't said that a lot. I just don't think I've made that stance clear enough, and it now feels like...
Okay, is he going to address why he hasn't said that a lot? I think what he's saying is good, besides what I called out being kind of gross, right? Two-state? No, I think actually, he didn't say two-state, chat. He actually didn't mention the Israeli state, right? I think the implication is that it's there, right? I think he is a two-stater, right? But I think he's being a little bit cowardly by not, not saying there needs to be a singular secular state that is not like built on oppression and occupation and apartheid. But I'm not gonna start litigating like why is he not saying one state versus two state? Oh yeah, maybe he's saying two Palestines. That's but like regardless, I think the words that he's saying, it's fine. Cool. But like you have to address why you haven't spoken up until now. Like you don't get to just say the correct things and then be applauded for it, because like that's just kind of what, like, I mean, I guess you can as a white man, like as a cishet white man, like you can just say the correct things without interrogating why you were never there in the first place. And people were like, I'm so glad you're with us now, Hank Green. You know what I mean?
A good time to do it both. Full Palestinian statehood, Palestinian right to self-governance. And I haven't said that a lot. I just don't think I've made that stance clear enough, and it now feels like a good time to do it both because we're talking about it and also...
I'm sorry. I can't. You can't say now feels like a good time to do it. Are we serious? Are we serious? Well, now it feels like a good time to do it. Right? It feels like the perfect time to say free Palestine now that, like, it's popular to do so. Right? And I'm being outflanked by Marjorie freaking Green. I don't like that. I don't like that insinuation. I don't. Also, you can't say this, chatter. Twitch will ban you for saying this. Sure. Sorry.
Because hopefully there is a moment now where like some things can happen. Thing number 2, I waded into the Taylor Swift discourse by virtue of thinking I was wading into coalition building discourse.
I'm sorry. Oh my goodness, this is such a bad video. He thinks he's coalition building with a millionaire Taylor Swift? Does the tent really need to be so wide? Sorry, billionaire. I misspoke. Billionaire Taylor Swift. He's doing like why is the left eating itself? We need to build space for Taylor Swift and the coalition.
made has been seen through a lot of different eyes, so I must have not done it well. And I think that I also I was over here in one corner of a conversation that was much bigger, and I was stepping on toes and talking about stuff I don't know anything about, having a lot of unnecessary confidence. So I've taken that video down. And will I ever wade into Taylor Swift's discourse again? Probably
You
not.
also notice that he hasn't said the magical words that like get people to forgive you. It's 2 words. It's very simple. I don't know why people are so scared of it. It's I'm sorry. Right? He's just contextualizing why he had the bad take that he had. Right? He's not saying like I'm sorry for what I said in this video. I disagree with it and I will rectify my belief system and change my mind. You know what I mean? He's saying, yeah, people were mad at me about this and I was stepping on some toes, so I took the video down. Like, that's not an apology. Technically, it's 3 words. It's 1 word in a contraction. Technically speaking, chatter.
Why would I? And then number 3, I did a Fortune interview. This is wild. This is completely unrelated. I did an interview with Fortune a while ago, and in it, like, they asked me for, like, you know, it's Fortune, so like businessy type advice for young people, and like I stand by the advice generally, which is we spend a lot of money on formal education. I think that people should, like, as individuals, we do this, not just as a society. Like, I paid a lot for school, you may have paid a lot for school. We should also feel better about spending some like fraction of that amount on
Hank Green. I am $70,000 in debt. I didn't spend my money on my formal education. I didn't have the money to spend, Hank Green. So please do tell how I was supposed to take that $70,000 that I got from a freaking private loan company for schooling and put it into my personal endeavors. He's only talking to millionaires. He said young people.
independent projects. And the way that I said this, because I was like trying to put a lid on like, don't spend all your money. So I said like 5% of your net worth. And then that got taken by Dextero and like just tweeted as Hank Green says youth should spend 5% of their net worth on projects, even if they might fail.
Well, like, okay, like Dextero sucks, obviously, but like from how he contextualized it, that's not like a mischaracterization. Am I wrong? Am I incorrect? Like, that's just what he said. Like, he just said, "Hey, this is what he just said. This is what I said in Fortune," and Dextero took it and said exactly what I just said, but again in Fortune. Like, it doesn't feel like it was like meaningfully different.
And then the youth responded, what net worth, which fair. I stand by the advice. I've learned so much doing, you know, and that doesn't have to cost money. But if it does cost money and you have money to spend, I think that money is like better out there helping you learn and helping other people. You know, if you're paying people to do things or you're paying money for things, like, that's in the economy rather than in your bank account. I think that that's good. I could have said it better, but like, ultimately, I don't think
this changes anything. Legitimately, I went into this video thinking that like he was actually taken out of context. I do not think this video changes a single thing. I don't. I genuinely don't. I think he still reads as an out-of-touch millionaire. That's even true though. Doesn't matter how true the statement is. He reads out of touch. right? He reads as out of touch.
Following incentives in this
I
one.
live like a capitalist though. I mean, there's very little logic when people don't have any money.
I live when I Derail Workbay just
You know what I mean?
subscribed. SDABLSDABLOVE.
Like knowledge is also about reading your reading the room, right? Reading the audience. And he failed to do that. It doesn't matter how good your advice is if you're going into a room of people, right, who it doesn't matter to. And it means nothing to. How can someone get that button in the underwear? Money. That's it. Did you cover Emery yet? We are 2 levels deep into something else. That's like the next thing we cover, chatter.
And I understand why people are angry. I don't really feel like they're angry at me. I think that they're angry at the situation. And then I guess also I should say
that's true.
People there's the SciShow knitting video. They did end up taking it down, and I think that their statement was really good. I especially like the part about how knitting and like fiber in general is like a foundational technology of civilization.
I'm sorry.
And like
sorry,
we don't like we can.
I'm sorry. If you have to address 4 separate controversies in one video, maybe it's time to take a step back. You know what I mean? Like if you have to address 4 separate controversies in a single video that all happened within the last like 2 weeks, maybe take a step back. Again, I do think, right? I do think that people are more angry than they normally would be because of their material conditions worsening, and they're taking that anger out on creators like Hank Green. Go over the nitty controversy in the forum video. Okay, well then we'll continue this. But I want to play this and then we'll finish it up.
Miss that because we have, as a society, a tendency to discount the work that is traditionally done by women, and I think that we missed that. And so I'm glad that they chose the path that they did. And now I return you to your regularly scheduled Hank Green, hopefully only talking confidently about things he actually knows about. People are mad at me for 3 different reasons.
He's memeing, but like maybe the problem is like the unearned confidence in general. Maybe, but I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong.
And then it's Penguins, or Charlie. Taylor Swift puts out this necklace that kind of looks like it has Nazi insignia on it, and people are going on there and being like, after all these microaggressions, you're not checking on how this symbolism works, how it looks in the middle of a fascist regime in the United States that you're cozy with. Then Hank Green goes on, and because y'all give him this green light to just have an opinion on anything, even though he's like not even a scientist, he's a science communicator who can't even figure out like how knitting is scientific, and got dragged by.
Bro, we literally just talked about this. Like, we came to this conclusion separately from the video. I didn't even know they brought up Hank Green in the video. I genuinely had no idea that they brought up Hank Green in the video. We just separately came to the same conclusion about like, this is like also what people do to Hank Green as well.
The skin of his teeth by white women, black women, and other women online who are like, how do you not realize the scientific process of knitting? Like, this guy is gonna tell me about solidarity. This guy's got a lot to tell me about how we have to build coalition.
Charlie is the face of fence sitting. Ludwig making an Epstein joke here and there, talking about Epstein, making a bunch of videos on Epstein. And then you have Moist Critical doing literally the same thing.
Letting people bet money on who will be on the Epstein list. I'm doing that right now. Wait, what?
Apart from him saying you have a betting site talking about who's going to be on the Epstein list, and then him saying that he's going to do that right now. Not only do I think like he genuinely does not care about this, but also he's contentifying large scale operation of kick enjoyers.
With someone like Charlie, it's this nice person thing. We harp so much on the inherent quality of a person's personality. good is not something you are, it's something you do. And we fixate a lot on like, well, this guy means well. You don't understand when he did this other nice thing. And we have to focus on criticizing the person's action.
True. Yes. The amount of time people bring up like, oh, well, Charlie is actually good on immigration. He's spoken out against the immigration system and how it's bad. So therefore, he's actually a good person. And this is just a misstep. You feel me? So anytime that a white man does something bad, it's a misstep and not actually indicative of their wider, personality. But when they do something good, it adds to their persona of being an actual good person deep down underneath the hardened exterior. You know? But again, that is never awarded to like black and brown people. It's not. Never awarded to black and brown people.
Essentializing like the purity of their personality. He said the thing about iDubbbz not having to apologize for having a racist past because he felt very comfortable speaking over black people on that.
You just made W. I've always liked Leftover Sub, but I've never spoken bad about them ever. And I will say, I think that's the choice that will make Ethan the most mad if I win. I don't even need to campaign. Apparently, I've already been endorsed. But genuinely, I think it would make Ethan very mad. And I think that would be funny. He's gonna tweak. I mean, he already has been, but like, yeah.
Edgy YouTube videos. You didn't ruin anybody's life. You didn't create.
Wrong. I think that Ian didn't invent racism, obviously, but he certainly fucking played a not insignificant role.
Man, when Hassan is on the money, he's on the money. Like when Hassan is on his game talking about like racism, like he's very good at it. But like, bro, when he missteps, it's not good. Right, but when he's on his game, he does it very well. I will give him credit. Like he does it very well.
And giving people the weapons to be racist as they want to for an entire generation, he was incredibly notable.
We build these buildings and then they shape us. You know what I mean? Like the environment that we foster with our words, with our actions, they do have meanings. It's always that deep. You can't even see yourself in just like an individualistic lens because you have to also consider the fact that if you are very much a fencer like Charlie or like Lud, you basically are upholding a whole institution. You are not just operating in your own capacity. Charlie built his whole brand off of being the both sides guy. And if there's an equator, he will walk that tightrope straight to success, which is a theme here. Both Ludwig and Charlie are some of the most successful creators on the entirety of social media. All of them got their start in gaming, interestingly enough, which we know to definitely be a very difficult place for anybody that isn't also in the same intersections of Charlie and Ludwig. Charlie, Ludwig, all the rest of them, they have the privilege to be quote unquote apolitical.
He's incentivized to do so. It's part of how the system works is getting a lot of nice white people to look away. They're collaborating in a certain way. And you can be unintentionally a collaborator. They're clever. It's the same way they do the black squares, right? It's the same way that they do the Epstein list. This is crazy that people do that, right? They watch what's safe to talk about, and then I'm gonna drop a little extra spice.
Given all of that, what we are talking about, it's interesting to see when he decides to get a little bit political, when he decides to give his opinion on things, which brings me to this clip what we were talking about before, saying that I am not friends with Hassan.
Now, coming clean politically, I don't know if you guys know much about me. I share probably a decent amount of politics with Hassan. Not everything. I'm not a socialist. I like making money. I'm a CEO here. But, some other maybe more social issues, sure. I'm also not even friends with Hassan. Legitimately, I'm not. He's not someone that I invite to like my birthday or things like that. He's someone I've done streams with, and I think they were fun. He's a streamer friend is the group I call. But we're not boys. My boys are Slime, Aiden, Nick, the people that I hang out with actually on a week-to-week basis. When I retire, I will never speak to 95% of the streamers I collab with again. Hassan is part of that group. That's a fact. This is just the reality of life. Okay? Connor, I'm an actual friend with. Connor, I would actually speak with after. But most streamers, I wouldn't. It's just true. They wouldn't go to my funeral. I wouldn't go to their funeral. We would never speak again. The same thing that you would experience if you ever worked.
Yeah, tweet. Me and Slime have no beef. We patch it up in the DMs. I hold no grudges. I have no enemies.
Like a job and then retired from said job or moved on to a different job.
Why did this have to be said? If Foreign was like,
if I just came out of nowhere, you going through it or something like that, and you say, you know what?
Right.
Fuck Ellie, I never liked that nigga anyway.
If Foreign was like, oh, I just went through some stuff, like we haven't talked or whatever, and I go online, I'm like, listen guys, I just want to let you know, like 95% of the people you see me collaborate with, I don't even really know them like that. Like they seem cool, but like I'm not friends with them. If they died, I probably wouldn't go to their funeral. With Ludwig, when you're a person that's continuously like avoiding the controversy, when your time comes, nobody comes in the chat and defends you. Why? Because they don't really believe in you. They don't believe, they don't know you, and they don't believe that you're doing anything other than what's good for your own interests.
The only thing that we could trust of Ludwig is that he's an opportunist. Enough time had passed in Colgate, and it would seem as though with Pokemon's team
Bigger Lucas, thank you for the tier 1. Much appreciated. Also, The Real Woke thank you for the 8 months. And Dabby, thank you for the tier 1. And chat, did you know? Also, Devil's Advocate Production, thank you for the raid. Thank you for that as well. Do you know 5 gifted subs and more for the next 4 hours are 35% off? Put that out there.
That they don't want to release the podcast episode with Hassan because of Colgate, which showed kind of like a level of trepidation on Hassan's mutuals and collaborators. It seemed as though a lot of people that were defending Hassan, like Vanilla Mace and them, also ended up getting a lot of backlash. Ludwig, they're seeing that and they're just like, you know, I ain't gonna fall on the sword for Hassan.
I've been getting canceled for abusing my dog, Kaya.
Yeah.
A clip went around very quickly, and to be fair,
it's a very convincing clip.
Yeah, it's not
like
good.
an insanely
it's not good.
The timing is horrible in that clip.
It's awful timing. I'm reaching. I should stop reaching for zinc canisters in general. Now, every time Kai actually walks,
he was reaching.
every time Kai caught, I literally just put my hands up. I'm like, I didn't do anything.
To the point of it being like really convincing. A lot of what people were saying that was convincing was the fact that the dog yelped. If you've ever had a dog, you know that does happen. Like for some more than others.
It's Social More Barbers, thank you for the 10 gifted subs.
Go get the Henny.
And Anonymous, thank you for the 5 gifted subs as well. Much appreciated.
That just tell me that a lot of the people that make this criticism are making it from a standpoint where they don't really give a fuck about dogs, right?
True.
Like they actually don't even care about animals either. What's interesting to them is how they can weaponize it against somebody that they see as an opponent for whatever reason that they don't like.
This is content for them. I want to examine how this works with Cutie. Cutie is Ludwig's girlfriend and also Hassan's podcast mate. And all of their respective audience applied a lot of pressure on everyone involved with this, but a brunt of the criticism and a lot of the misogyny of the criticism went on to Cutie. Like I was talking about this in regards to DDG and J Cinco and Lala Baptiste. The way that people attacked DDG and J Cinco, mostly J Cinco, is to
those names probably mean nothing to like 80% of you. Now that I think about it. Yeah, there's a foreign video. He did say J Cinco. There's a foreign video that he made about that entire situation. I watched enough foreign man to know, but that's the only reason. It's too black for this chat. Yeah, it's just a different space. What happened with J Cinco? J Cinco and DDG were beefing, and then like I don't know. They pulled in like Jay Cinco's partner, and it became a whole thing. You know. You covered it. Did I cover it?
Attack Lala Baptiste because she is.
Yes, I covered it when I was in the car. I think. Maybe. I'm pretty sure. Anyway, sorry, let's continue.
In this gender dynamic.
Oh, was it during the muted car stream? That would be funny if it was.
Be property of Jay Cinco because that's his girlfriend. The same way in which Cutie, to an extent, ends up bearing a lot of the brunt of this discussion because the women adjacent to the boys fighting end up being collateral damages.
That is part of why you don't see very many Black women streamers. And then that's how the situation reifies itself, because then you don't have Black women that are popular on Twitch. And when you want to see something about politics, you're seeing Hassan, you're seeing white guys on Twitch. And then you're tweeting Twitch as this neutral platform, right? You're not looking at Twitch as like, oh, this is a racist white platform. Maybe I should go on, the Black streaming service. That's all aside from the fact that white people won't make the effort themselves to go seek it out anyway.
That all came to a head just
Black women streamers. And then that's how the situation reifies itself, because then you don't have Black women that are popular on Twitch. And when you want to see something about politics, you're seeing Hassan, you're seeing white guys on Twitch. And then you're tweeting Twitch as this neutral platform, right? You're not looking at Twitch as like, oh, this is a racist white platform. Maybe I should go on, the Black streaming service. That's all aside from the fact that white people won't make the effort themselves to go seek it out anyway.
That all came to a head just this past.
And everybody yelled at me. Everybody yelled at me when I said it. Everybody yelled at me when I said it. I've been saying it. And I've been getting a lot of hate for it. And no one wants to listen to me. DDG is Halle Bailey's ex and baby daddy. Go to screen right now. This is brain rot. What do you mean? You got a list of streamers you can nominate for other categories, so I can submit this Shop Rising Star thing and close the tab. Chat, you can submit it and then come back when I do my list to fill out the rest of them. That's why I'm here, and I respect that. W. Say what? I missed it. That the audiences who are going to watch Hassan and like other white streamers are not going out of their way to listen to every single day, Jake. Listen to black women, listen to trans people, yeah, listen to queer people speak about their lived experiences. Denzel Glovington, thank you for the 6 months. Much appreciated. Yours are way louder than you. I can speak louder if I need to. Can you do an update on DDG? No. It's not even relevant or worth it. He's been rehabilitated fully. That's it. That's all it is.
Platform. Maybe I should go on, the Black streaming service. That's all aside from the fact that white people won't make the effort themselves to go seek it out anyway.
That all came to a head just this past week during the same controversies that we're talking about right now when Emiru got assaulted at TwitchCon.
After being sexually assaulted at TwitchCon, Emiru shared her experience on her latest stream, adding to fellow women streamers who expressed their safety concerns leading up to this year's TwitchCon. So let's talk about it. On day one of TwitchCon, October 17th, cosplay streamer Emily Beth Shunk, known online as Emiru, hosted a meet and greet, and a random man grabbed her and tried to forcibly kiss her. In Emmy's October 18th stream, she went into detail of how things unfolded from her perspective. She originally thought that the man that was approaching her was a part of TwitchCon staff. Emmy expressed that her personal security guard who was seen on video was the only one to step in, and that Twitch's security was, quote, nowhere near me, nowhere to be found. I can see them, but they don't do anything.
There's tangible consequences for the type of environment that has been cultivated by the figureheads of these platforms. All of these things are connected. Twitch is an aggregate of all of these communities centered around figures like Hassan, like Ludwig, like Asmongold, and spoiler, regardless of the political aisle they reside on, it's the same audience. A lot of the things that these men embody are not mutually exclusive. You can very easily transition from a Hassan chat to a Ludwig chat. In fact, that's the reason why they're often on stream. It's not as though like there's a deal breaker of which these cultures are just so vehemently different. The sad part is they're the same. And the reason why is because, yet again, there's nothing about these men that are so categorically different that it challenges the status quo. Folks like Tyler, the Creator, Childish Gambino, and probably Hobson are some of the most apparent white...
I'm sorry. That's so funny. I was not expecting a Hobson mention in 2025.
Whisperers. Tyler has made a career off of edgelord, white edgelord specifically, culture. Like, I was bumping Tyler back in the Bastard era. I remember the Earl debut, Hodgie Beats, all of them. Yep. Arguably, Odd Future, some of the most important rap posses since Wu-Tang, and one of the most important rap posses also before Brockhampton. But Tyler and his crew performed an edgy act that allowed him to be a vehicle for the angsty white online male culture that still exists now, but was rampant in the early 2010s. And not only was it anti-black, but it was specifically and categorically misogynoir. This is a great example.
Got all the black bitches mad cause my main bitch vanilla. She trying to get her groove back like Stella.
That was one of his most popular songs.
Someone like Earl Sweatshirt kind of diverged from the Tyler, the Creator path as a kind of example of the energy of what Tyler was doing and how it affected other people around him. Earl Sweatshirt, if people remember, was a member of Odd Future, had disappeared because his mom sent him to...
Tyler, delete! In 2024. Tyler, delete! His fans were trying. They was looking out.
Boarding school in Samoa to get him out of the limelight of this encroaching movement that was becoming so big it was going to swallow her kid whole. And Tyler had created this whole culture around Free Earl and essentially created free reign for really millions of young people, usually white, around the world to say all types of nasty stuff about Earl Sweatshirt's mom, who is, mind you, a critical race theorist. Earl Sweatshirt's dad was a South African poet. Mind you, Tyler, the Creator, did an interview in 2014 saying, I think everybody should be able to say the N-word.
You use the N-word? Yes. Now, that's an offensive word to some people, to many people. And in what terms do you use it? I don't know, man. See, like, people have to understand, I grew up in a different time, somewhere that word is just
He's
a
like
word.
28. He was born in 1991, exactly. He's like, listen, man, I grew up in a different time. It was just different back then. The 90s? I mean, okay, maybe.
It has no effect, but it is a double standard because there's certain people who will get offended if someone who doesn't have the skin tone of me says it, like, which is really weird, you know? Like, then they're keeping the original meaning of that a lot. I don't know how to explain it. Well, if a white person says, like, if a white person says it, isn't it derogatory? Like, it's derogatory because your skin isn't the same color as mine.
Why is Larry King, bro? Larry King is the woke one here. Larry King is the one making sense, dog. Telling a black man why he should actually be offended by a word that used to justify his death. Hold on, let me try to finish this.
But why it's just weird that a lot of people still get, you know, upset with that. And it's like, I don't know, I think you give certain words power. Are you saying it's just a word? Yeah, like, if you choose to be. Is there any word you could call me and I would not give a fuck.
Oh, God.
22 years old.
22 years old.
Now that we understand, you know, Tyler says these things that are, you know, pretty pro-black here and there, and like he's come out as queer, and but he's never addressed what he's done before when you were 22, 23 years old. The D'Angelo discourse, where D'Angelo, pioneer, god level R&B artist, passes away a few days ago, and Tyler the Creator is making a big tribute post to it.
Hot take: Tyler deserved to smoke for this, like genuinely. Like what? Like come on. You can't cultivate this audience and then be surprised. I can't. You come on.
He's trying to be a strong advocate for
Is that
black.
hot? No, I just like saying hot take before I say something, because it makes people on edge and it makes it feel like I'm actually being inflammatory, and then people will talk about it like it is inflammatory, thus giving me more attention, thus boosting my career.
The boys are liars. The boys are liars.
Let's continue.
Artists, he's getting this kind of nonchalant response from these non-black fans. That just speaks to also, like, even post your edgelord phase, quote unquote, you were still kind of not political. You were still not somebody who was drawing lines, who was setting boundaries with your audience on certain regards.
If you look at a Tyler concert, probably even to this day, you have a bunch of white people up inside there trying to say the word. Tyler gets asked if he dates black women. The circumcised SM7B right here. They took the pop filter off, and it's really hurting me because he just raw dogging the SM7B.
Sorry, I was not expecting that. Matt P. Lima, thank you for the tier 1. Mike McFly, thank you for the prime. And Canola, thank you for the 30 months. That's craziness. I'll tell you the only reason he doesn't get more hated because his race kind of exists for being dunked on. That's true.
I think Kay is mad at me and I don't like it.
No. She is. She definitely is.
She's very old. Now it's awkward. Now every time I look in your direction, I just sense this.
You like black girls. You want her to tighten up. Watch this.
What? Do you like black girls?
Yeah.
I don't believe you.
What?
He's lying.
He's definitely lying.
How do you think I'm lying?
So you don't date black girls? Or you just don't have sex with black girls?
Black girls are cool. They're cool.
Black girls don't like you?
I like mixed chicks.
Do black girls like you?
I like black and white chicks together. They're slowly starting to think I'm cool. At
Like,
first
what do you
they
mean?
thought I was weird.
You are a little weird.
Okay, see, exactly. That's
Wait,
that mind.
he's doing the like, yo, in middle school, the black girls were the ones that were bullying me. They thought I was a weird kid. I was only accepted by the white girls. And that's why I date the white girls. Because the white girls didn't think that I was weird. But the black girls were mean. They were mean and they were dumb and they were super mean to me and I didn't like it. Listen, we have a word for this in the black community that I'm not going to say on stream and you will not say in the chat. But all the black people know that we have a word for something like this.
State.
No, but weird can be fun.
Just like Childish Gambino, it's like this league of white whisperers is what I call it. Essentially, like black people that perform specifically for the white gaze. His brand of horrorcore music and everything was ostensibly anti-black. Most importantly, anti-black women. When he transitioned from this edgelord
There were the
era,
5 gifted
he tried
subs. Much appreciated. Also, when I say don't say it, that means don't use emojis to say it either. Chatters, it wasn't a license to try to get around my my rules.
Get rid of the white incel folks them. But they didn't leave him. Tyler bastardizing his blackness was the price he paid for a white edgelord audience to make him famous. And now he's reaping the seeds of bigotry he's sowing.
You do an initial harm, and then all the time that you spend...
Okay, not to be that guy, but you don't reap seeds. You reap the harvest that came from the seeds. You sow the seeds, you reap the harvest. Not to be not to be that person. Not to be that person. Shut up, bro. I'm saying you don't reap the seeds. If you're reaping seeds, you don't have a harvest. And so it's bad. You don't make any money. You have no food. I'm just saying.
Not addressing, not paying off that debt from that initial harm, it collects, maybe even a small interest rate, but it collects interest over time to where it becomes more.
Me? I am right. Thank you, Chatter.
more harmful. Why? Because especially as a public figure,
you reap seed pods. Well, then they're not seed; they're seed pods.
You are creating a culture around you of people who think that it is okay.
Someone with the name of I can't even say the name. Also, it was created 32 seconds ago and just followed. I'm watching you, Chatter. I'm watching you, Chatter. Your account was just made and you just followed? I'm watching you.
To have said those things.
This clip from Hassan, in now understanding the full lead up to this moment and the way also in which these audiences operate, this is a prison to an extent that Hassan is now in, even if he's trying to alleviate himself from that.
Clown take. Can you shut the fuck up when it comes to black folks? You really don't want to talk about us unless it comes from voting. When is the last time you spoke about Sudan? I'm going to ether you. Any other black folk want to engage in radical activist language in this chat? Suck my okay? You stupid radlib. Get the fuck out of here. Get the fuck out of my chat. Stupid, moronic, radlib nonsense. Suck my you. You think you have a pass in here to speak like this? Get the fuck out of here.
The radlib thing is an insult that is supposed to be used for folks that, radical liberal, right? Somebody who is essentially, espousing liberal politics, but couches that in radical aesthetic, makes it seem like they are the resistance when in fact they're just like saying, vote for Biden or whatever. When it comes to what's happening with the anti-black aspect of what we're talking about, there is, again, a degree to which black folks and their issues get double marginalized by the leftists, the white leftists that they're supposed to be in solidarity with, because there is a sense that they're emphasizing culture.
I will say, you don't have to unfollow Hassan. I just want to make that very clear. That's not my perspective. I'm not telling you to unfollow Hassan, right? I also will not litigate who you do and do not follow. Do what you want to do. Why'd you follow Hassan? No, they are allowed to do that. I'm not sitting here being you must follow Hassan. You do you. But I just want to make it clear that I'm not asking you to do that. Right? I'm not throwing Hassan away. And I'm not telling you to throw Hassan away. You can make your own decision on that. But I want to make that very clear.
Issues, or they're
entering. Nobody responds in such a negative way sometimes.
Certain types of purity politics. I'm not even saying this commenter that Hassan's reacting to was speaking in good faith. There are a lot of people who will weaponize genocide in Sudan and the Congo as a way to dismiss from
follow. That's what I'm saying, Debbie Charm. That's my perspective. I'm saying that you can follow who you want to follow. That's the entire perspective.
Palestinian genocide. It's a classic tactic. It's whataboutism, right? Regardless, the fact of using an insult like radlib for something like that, it's like a specific chip in the white leftist brain that happens whenever marginalized leftists, folks who are black, brown, leftists, whatever, are like, we should talk about XYZ. I don't care how left you think you are. As a white person, if you are ever in a position to start yelling at some black person because you think they're being distracting or you think they're acting up, you're losing the plot. All that's going to do is empower people around you to do that to black people who are correct, or to just dismiss the concerns of black people writ large.
He needed to get his ass offline, fondle some grass.
Dumb. You think I'm gonna baby you? Go ahead.
Did he just say fondle some grass? Did anybody else hear that? Did anybody else? I feel like nobody in chat addressed it. I let it sit for a second. And nobody in chat said something, and I was like,
dismiss the concerns of black people writ large.
He needed to get his ass offline, fondle some grass.
Dumb. You think I'm gonna baby you? Go ahead. Go post a clip about how much of a white supremacist I am. Suck my annoying, dumb. God damn, dude. This kind of attitude is so...
It's almost like representative government to an extent. Everybody's in a big town hall, and in this case, Hassan is receiving all of these special interests of which he's trying to advocate for. But the problem is he's then vituperating a person inside the town hall in front of everybody to see. And that person also happens to be a marginalized class of which the entire platform, as well as your base, is inculcated and conditioned to already see as not human in the first place. Black people already are seen online because of the way anti-blackness works. So if the person that is literally holding the town hall is vituperating that one black person that like you're putting a spotlight on, then they're gonna follow by example. They idolize you, they aspire you, they have parasocial bonds with you, and they're seeing you specifically target this black.
This is what Hassan mentioned yesterday and the day before as well. This is what Hassan acknowledged. Trying to taking notes. Oh no, I'm just drawing faces. Okay, I'll show you what I was doing. What was this? I drew a face here. I wrote as a white person what Elliot said as a white person. I drew these eyes because I was trying to remember what Deku's eyes were for My Hero. I couldn't remember it, so I just gave up. Yeah. So that's what I was doing.
Black person that has pissed you off inside your chat.
Repulsive. Like, what the do you think you're doing? We're talking about creating a larger, broad, people-back movement and creating solidarity, and you immediately got Root.com article regurgitators in here instantly being like, sweetie, you don't understand black people. Shut the up.
Him saying, sweetie, you don't understand black people, and in the way the dog is doing it, I ain't like that. Oh God.
What's extra frustrating about this is that what he's being asked to do here, collect your thoughts, don't say too much, don't get aggravated. That's the shit marginalized people do every single day.
That attitude left a long time ago. It doesn't work.
It is funny because Hassan also acknowledges that, because he was talking about that with the Zora Mamdani situation, and the chat was doing what he did to the black chatter to him. That's the craziest part, right? The chat was literally doing what he was doing here to him when he was talking about Islamophobia. Saying that he was doing identity politics, he was making it about himself, right? That he was alienating people. You feel me? Like we looked at that yesterday, and that's crazy.
Okay, keep advocating for your own demise then. Standpoint theory ass mother. Oh my God. Every time this shit pops off, there's like a million people in the chat being like, actually, we're not rocking with those folks because they're not rocking with us. Like, I get it, dude. Okay, yeah, you want to be selfish. Okay, fine. Who cares?
All of these audiences.
I will also say, like, I actually didn't see that part of the rant. I don't know how that refers to the chatter. Right? And it feels like it was more like Hassan's preconceived notions about like rad lib, like black people who are like, oh, you know, how was the 97 or what was it, 92% doing today? You know, I'm going back to Starbucks or whatever. It feels like he was like referring to those people and taking out his anger on those people on this chatter, even though that was not like inherent to like what the conversation was. So I was making a point about black people who said they are tired, which I understand that, Demi Charm, but like that's not relevant because that's not who we're talking about. He just brought up a completely separate group of black people that he's frustrated with, right? When talking about this black person. He put this black person in this box that he wants to attack, and then started to attack that chatter based upon those his notion of what their belief was. I think it's Eric Adams, but he lashed at the wrong person, and that's what I'm criticizing. I'm criticizing like the fact that he lashed at the wrong person. You can't do that. You know?
no matter if Lasan is the figurehead, a lot of them share.
I tried to keep it on the same notepad, but I guess I'll just take it off. All of my notes. I need a better notepad to write on. Staple them? I don't have staples.
Overlapping communities, because a lot of them don't see the delivery that Ludwig gives different than that Hassan could give. They could easily be in Ludwig's community in 1 second, then Ludwig wrapping up his stream, and then they go right to Hassan. Then from there, they're going to jump to someone else. Not because of the ideological differences, but simply because they don't present any real deal breakers by virtue of the fact that they are still benefiting from that system.
I think to say that in a different way is that they still feel comfortable in those streams, right? Which is why you'll have Hassan chatters who like go and like, you know, like hate watch Asmongold, right? You'll have Hassan chatters who like hate watch Ethan Klein, right? But would be very like unlikely to click on like a black or brown person stream. It's because it doesn't challenge who they are as a white person. You feel me? What's up, Nandre? Trying to like Nandre. Just not being a piece of shit. Honestly, that's apparently a high bar in the Twitch ecosystem nowadays. I don't know. I guess, yeah. Yeah. And it's funny how everybody wants to yell at people who talk about politics online or like political people on Twitch or whatever. We don't have about these same level of issues. I yell at you for free. I know.
Have almost
I guess.
rungs of marginalization in you. Son, white means spicy white, but white, male, straight, and rich. I can't get into those particular rooms. If he was going down the line, before they look at his name and it says Hassan, if he was going down the line of the TSA, they wasn't gonna pull him to the side. They just put me to the side, and a big man named Bob is frisk me down every time. Oh God. Okay? Like ultimately,
to be entirely fair, I will say this: they do look at your name first. They look at your name before they start to search you. So like, not the greatest analogy, right? Not the greatest analogy, but I do understand his perspective. I do understand what he's saying. You know what I mean? He's going to continue to pile on Hassan. He catches it off on all sides, even on this one incident for days now, and he addressed it. Fuck you. But I get what he's saying, right? But like, you know, they do, the first thing they do is they pull up your name and they're just like, you know, oh, this is who you are. So like, not the best analogy, but I understand it. His point is that Hassan presents as white, and he gets benefits from presenting as white in a way that like a black and brown person would not benefit from. That's what Foreign's point is.
There are people that cannot take off these rungs of marginalization. Don't matter how much money I could ever get in my life, at the end of the day, someone can still see me as, and only that. A lot of the white creators that you do follow are able to be covert, go stealth. Some people can't. Even myself.
This conversation just about Hassan, you aren't paying attention. I've stopped worrying about that. You know what I mean? Just like, they can go somewhere else. They can have fun watching Hassan. I don't care at this point.
I'm still a man at the end of the day.
One thing that white folks are not trained to think about is like, there's a lot of black folks that collaborate with Hassan, that have been on his stream, that champion him, that like him, that are his friends. And when you do something like this, you put those black friends and allies of yours in a really difficult position. Especially when they're trying to champion what you're championing. They're trying to see you as an ally as important. And folks within the black community are gonna be like, why are you collaborating with this guy? He's anti.
This is true. This is actually correct, by the way. Like, being a black person who is like, hey, I think Hassan is it's cool. I think he's good for the left. I think he does good things. I think he missteps, but all in all, I think that he's, you know, an ally to the black community. Bro, that is a target on your back, right? Because of his perception to like other black people, they will look at you like you just said that you're hanging out with freaking, I don't know, David Duke. You know what I mean? Like that is the case. I don't know what to say to them. Yeah, like what do you say? You're like, oh no, like you don't understand. He didn't mean it. Like you have to just believe me and trust me on this one. He's good. Don't look at the clips you see. Right? Like it shouldn't, like, as a black person, you shouldn't have to do the emotional labor of like explaining why Hassan isn't anti-black. Like Hassan should have, like, in my opinion, more content out there to combat that narrative. He has some, for sure. I'm not saying there's no content out there, but he should put out more content that combats that narrative, right? So when people look up Hassan Piker Black, Hassanabi Black, right, there should be dozens of videos that come up before the first drama video about him advocating for black people. You know? And it's not just about having more black people on the stream. It's not just about like watching more black content. It's about what Hassan covers on his stream and making sure that there's at least some amount of time dedicated to like speaking to that issue. Hassan's black SEO is stuff like, yeah, it's really bad. It's not good. But people also think that he's transphobic, sexist, and racist. Yeah, and he has to combat that as well. He just does, right? Being a cishet, straight, you know, white or white presenting male, right? A man, he has to combat that. He does. Maybe you may feel that that's unfair. Maybe you may feel as though like he's done it enough for you, but like that is just what somebody in Hassan's position has to do. Most of his racism related coverage is very general. And he only addresses anti-black racism during specific moments like this. This is exactly what the chatter was saying. That like, this is also very ironic because that, what you're saying here is what the chatter was saying, right? That got Hassan to yell at them. Right? That's the same take.
Black. What position am I putting the people who care about me in? What position am I putting my group, my organization, my coalition in?
Yeah. So that's the foreign video. Also, apparently, YouTube has a new like collaboration thing apparently, so that's interesting. Excuse me. From Foreign Fridays and Elliot saying again. Yeah. I mean, it's always all things we've talked about before.
The boys are liars.
Here's the video, yeah.
You're not looking at me, boy.
Yes, the pirate software guy is making a miscut video because he's cloud farming. You know what I mean? But I said all that to say, now it is time for me. Are there new misgive allegations? We're gonna get into Emaru's video on misgive. Trigger warning misgive. That's a funny thing. That she uploaded on her main channel. So like she's serious, right? This is a serious thing for her. Have you seen the FanFan stuff? We talked about the FanFan stuff earlier. It was the first thing we covered. Which is why I think it's funny the chatter came in here and was like, bro, why are you talking about the Hassan stuff again? You've been on it for 3 days. First message, by the way. So how would that chatter know how long have we been on this? No idea. But TLDR FanFan, no, just watch the VOD. There's no TLDR there. Gotta just watch the VOD. Give me the content warnings pin. Mods can pin the content warning, chatter. Just relax for a second. They're on it. Let the mods do their thing. I trust them to do it. We don't talk about these things without content warnings. But yeah. Pink Finite, thank you for the Prime. Also, number 75, thank you for the Prime.
Finite just subscribed.
And wait, this guy that I banned? No, okay. I don't remember who I banned. I have to make sure I'm not like thinking that guy, because F that guy. Mega Technic's for the 18 months, by the way, as well. Much appreciated.
I live like a
Band
capitalist
for the
every single
30
day,
months.
Shank. I live as a capitalist, okay? I live when I
Is the Critical Role content warning
Fish just
discourse?
subscribed.
No, I saw people getting mad at Critical Role being I saw people getting mad at Critical Role being anti-capitalist or something. That's all I saw. So I don't know what you're referring to. But let's start this, because it's an hour-long video, hour 30 minutes long, and I want to at least get through this, or some of it. What did Miz do? Well, take a seat and listen. First 20, 30 minutes are her discussing TwitchCon incident updates, and then she starts talking about Mizkiv. Well, we talked about the TwitchCon stuff. So where's the Mizkiv stuff? Where does it start? Soap Radio, thank you for the 5 months. Much appreciated.
Soap Radio just subscribed.
The new campaign is anti-capitalist. Well, I'm on campaign 2, so I can't talk about that. Also, someone sent me a link to Mizkiv's VOD as well. I want to put that on the docket. I think it's worth watching the whole thing. Yeah, I don't have time to watch the entire thing, though. That's the problem. He actually went live last night. Yes, like while while Emaru was live, like right as her stream was like ending. Ooh, that's a cool sub badge. That's a cool sub badge. I like it. I forgot I made it. Um, 2 months ago. Indeed. What was the video we were watching before? What was the title? Mods have the video somewhere. Right, it was a foreign. Wait, hold on, this video.
Sean the Black says she's my African princess.
Mini 5130 just subscribed.
Sorry, trigger warning from Miskip, by the way. Okay, let's just get started.
But today's not gonna be a normal stream. Not gonna, watch videos or play games or anything today. I kind of just have a bunch of stuff that I wanted to talk about.
They have given 7 gift subs in the channel.
But yeah,
Jen's waiting for the gifted sub.
it's I you guys know.
7:33 starts. Okay. And this is what I'll do. We'll cover the TwitchCon stuff separately, because I know Taylor has a video on it as well. So we'll cover that separately. I do want to get to the Mizkiv stuff, because
I was about to go get the Henny.
I mean, obviously, like that's like it's all important, but like that's like the new information that I want to make sure that everybody sees. Rick Machico, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Much appreciated. Ectozoology, thank you for the 4 months. Where's my getting in the way? If you're talking about a serious topic, I do agree. I don't know how to. Wait, hold on. Okay. I think that's it. Yeah, it's fixed. Things have just been bad for her. Yeah, it's not even just like a recent thing. Like it's been bad for Emeru like pretty consistently. Like this has been like a normal, like a thing for her on this platform. Stalkers, harassers, you know, like it's like by being one of the largest women on the platform, like that already draws a lot of ire, right? And you just add all this other stuff on top of it, and the fact that the platform does nothing to protect her, the fact that like these organizations, you know, allow this stuff to happen, right? And then like the space itself is hostile to women speaking out. It's just it's a terrible situation.
At the end of my last stream, I said that when I got home, I would be talking about some other things that I really, really did not want to talk about. But I feel like those things developing independently of their own from the TwitchCon incident have gone to a point where I kind of feel like I have no choice. So I've already seen a lot of people speculating about what I'm going to be talking about, and some people have been right, but even for the people who were right, they were only like 5 to 10% right. I don't think I've seen a single person online who knew or understood the severity of what I want to talk about today. And I want everyone to be aware that I've been handling the situation very seriously, and I've spent a lot of time thinking this over. And not only that, I've been in contact with a lawyer. I had them review everything that I'm planning to say today, because I wanted to make sure that if I was going to do this, I was going to do it right, because it's so serious. And
yeah. For the men in chat, you might not understand it, or not even just for the men, for like anybody who hasn't been like a victim of abuse or sexual harassment, assault, sexual violence, to get to the point where you are publicly speaking out about it, right? It's not an easy decision. It's not. There are numerous steps you have to go through, right? Before you get to the point where like you're going to talk about something like in public and directly address it. Yeah, most victims never speak out. Right? This is why like people oftentimes push back on the like, oh, why didn't you say anything when it happened, or why didn't you say anything this time or this time or this time, right? Because getting to that point, getting to that like the a lot of people assume like maybe it'll get better, maybe if I don't talk about it, it'll eventually go away, right? You know, if I say something, people won't believe me, right? And that is why it's our job to make sure the space is not hostile to people speaking out on abuse in all regards. You know? Also power dynamics, yeah, that's also a point of it. You know what I mean?
I feel like it's gonna change things forever. And so today, I'm finally going to be opening up about and telling everyone sorry, I swear I'm not trying to like make this dramatic or something. Like I said, I really wish I were not feeling like I had to do this. Just give me some time. I'm gonna be doing a lot of, I guess you could say, like, fourth wall breaking in a way, and talking about things that I thought would always be personal and just, you know, I would just carry them myself. Today, I'm finally going to be opening up about the psychological and domestic abuse, stalking and harassment, sexual assault, and threats of blackmail that Ms. Kiff has done towards me, and some of these issues which are still ongoing. For the entirety of this year, I have attempted to separate myself from him and not talk about him at all, and not talk about this issue, and just not make it a public thing. I always tried my best to keep this to myself, but like I said, I feel like it's gone to the point, which I'll explain later, that I feel like it just has to be done. And I have always believed in not condemning people or starting drama online. So I'm sure a lot of people are going to be asking, why am I doing this and why now? And I would like to explain that before I get started so that people understand what prompted me to do this today, and that it's not just on a whim or something like that. Okay, so like I said, I took a lot of notes, so forgive me if I just end up reading off my notes. The first and probably most severe reason is that one of the rules that I set for myself a long time ago about withholding this information was that if I ever felt like somebody else was in danger of being hurt, I would then make myself speak about it. And 2 weeks ago, actually 3 weeks ago now, I was informed by 3 separate people, one of whom was present for said incident, that he had done something similar to something that he had done to me, and to someone in LA at the end of September. And this person is not a streamer or content creator, but obviously that does not matter. And because of this, I cannot in good conscience sit here knowing that I know critical information about someone that almost no one else does and not say anything. I think that
one of the craziest things is that, like, he left Texas probably because he knew that he had, like, this, you feel me? Probably because he knew that he had this, like, hanging over him and that it may come out. And so he left, moved to Los Angeles from Texas, made a huge show of it, and then continued to do it again. Like, that's insanity. That is craziness. Like, he knows that this, and this is like why you can't necessarily get into the mind of, like, abusers and, like, make, like, rational thoughts, because, like, abuse is not, like, a rational thing, but, like, that's insane, right? That's insane. I didn't know he moved to LA. Yes, he moved from Texas to LA, made a huge show of it. Mango sauce, I think, for the prime. Like, it's crazy. Look, I know that because we covered it here on the stream. We covered it here about he, like, made a huge thing about, but, like, people noticed that, like, he was kind of isolated from, like, his space. Like, he wasn't a part of OTK really anymore. He didn't collaborate with OTK. He didn't engage with any other streamers. So, like, he was kind of a pariah, like, by and large, right? Like, because of, you know, just maybe he's just his vibes, not specifically because of his behavior. But then he gets to LA and he continues to do abuse onto other people, right? So I think it's more indicative of, like, you know, like, Ms. Kiff's character because of that. It's, like, not just one person, not just 2 people, but there have been multiple people who have come out and said they've had similar experiences with Ms. Kiff, right? This is a character, right? A character flaw for this guy.
that most issues and dramas should stay private and off the internet. And
DB's in LA, not a streamer. So like, I don't think Emery's gonna release their name. I don't know if she should, right? Not a streamer. Like, just take what she's saying at face value. It's just a person.
Still hold that belief to this day, and I will hold that belief going forward. However, there are certain things that cross the line, and I say that the line has been crossed too many times to be count. There's a point where I believe that people deserve to know. I think that at a certain point, if you know a lot of things about someone and you don't say anything to look out for others, it's wrong. It's wrong to keep it to yourself. I don't want what happened to me or what has happened to other people because of him to happen to other people. And I don't believe he will ever stop it.
That's a good point, Chatter. I'll turn the ads off. Hold on. Okay, I just put on the politics tag, so the ads shouldn't run. I should have done that earlier, but I didn't think about it.
Behaving the way he does. But regardless, yeah, like I said, one of the main reasons I decided to do this stream is to come out about all of this because I can't hold on to it any longer because it feels wrong to do so. And an honorable mention reason for why I'm doing this is that for a while, he has been indirectly threatening me through my friends and people that I work with. They've informed me that he said that if I ever talked about anything he did, he would try to create a smear campaign against me in retaliation. I was told that he even approached other streamers who were close with us back when we lived together, asking them if they would join with him, and they all refused.
Yeah, that makes sense as to why he that would make sense as to why he got isolated from literally everybody in his space, in his circle. If he's like, guys, join me on my smear campaign against the victim of my abuse. And everybody was just like, no, fuck off. And he was like, well, now I'm totally alone. Now I have to move to LA. That would explain why the isolation happened. When the last time you had a collab? Japan? I don't know. I don't watch Misgift. I genuinely have no idea.
He approached one of my employees, threatening them and saying if I ever talked about him, he would destroy me. Multiple people have told me that his plan was to claim that I kill animals and that I killed my own rabbits, since I had several of my rabbits pass away over the course of 3 years while I lived with him.
This is what I've seen said as well.
I'm sure he's probably listening.
That's the line that he's apparently running. I saw that on Twitter.
Now, and it's probably going to come as quite a shock to him that this information made its way back to me and that I've known for months. But if you try to threaten me to stay quiet, especially using my poor dead animals, I'm not going to stay quiet. Okay. So now that I've explained all the reasons why this took so long and why I made the decision to do this stream, I have a few more things I would like to get out of the way before I start talking about all of this. The way that I'm going to do this today is I'm going to run through everything from the beginning to the end to try to get across the story as accurately and fully as I can. And, hold on. Hold on. I'm also going to be showing a few screenshots validating what I'm saying. I have more things, but this is what I felt comfortable using today. And
also, I know this isn't the point, but like the fact that like the folder on for the screenshot is called UGG just kind of like shows the you know, just like how sad it is that she even has to like address this. That's like it's obviously not the most important thing, but like it's like I don't know how to explain it, but like I could imagine her mental state with having to like collect and upload all the screenshots, be like, I hate that I have to do this, you know? I don't know if that makes sense.
More things, but this is what I felt comfortable using today.
Yeah,
And,
exhaustion. That's the word I was looking for. Yeah, you can tell that she's exhausted.
I will be running through those later. Another thing that I'd like to mention before I start is that during my statement, I'm going to be mentioning directly the names of about half a dozen other creators who were present for certain things. And I want to say that none of these people did anything wrong. I'm just saying that they were there, and I've asked all of them permission. They all said that it was fine to include their names, but I know this won't stop everyone, but I ask people, for the streamers that I mentioned, please don't go bothering them or asking them for more information. If there's something else that they want to say, they'll say it themselves, so there's no point to go pester them and bother them about it. There are also streamers who gave me permission to share things that they relayed to me privately, but asked me to redact their names, which I, of course, did. And the last thing that I want to make clear is that not every person that I interact with or that I'm friends with knew the extent of all of these things. And in fact, most of them didn't. And some of them didn't even know anything at all. I tried to keep things private with my close friends, but if anyone during the past year ever approached me asking questions, I didn't lie and I told them the truth. But yeah, I don't want there to be some kind of witch hunt like, oh, you know, you knew and this, no, a lot of people, you know, didn't know everything or didn't know anything.
Yeah. It's also really telling that someone with her size and platform and reach is visibly terrified to speak and horrifying to think of what happened with people with much less social capital and how many just stay silent. Yeah. We already started, sadly. I mean, that's the internet. You know what I mean? I think Emeru's goal is just to try to limit as much of that as possible. Right. Maybe to like protect those streamers, but like, you know, I think that it works to like try to focus on the specific like details and the facts of the abuse themselves. The witch hunt takes away from that, you know, of like, oh, did you know? Oh, did you know? Oh, did you know? Feels like it feels like a distraction from the actual like meat of the you know of the abuse, of the thing that she wants to actually talk about, you know. So I can understand it like that as well.
Okay, I think that's all that I have to get out of the way to start. So, this is public information. I initially moved in, sorry, I'm still sick, like I said. Okay. This is all public, obviously this part. I moved in with him, I believe it was the end of 2021, because he offered. I was living alone at the time, and I was having stalker issues in Kansas, and I mean, you guys know like all the stuff that happened there. I ended up joining the org and everything.
Thank you for the raid. I'm sorry you joined at this this time. You know, glance at the trigger warning. Make sure you're comfortable with the topics today. But we're talking about something important.
We did a lot of streams together. And, I mean, a lot of people already know this, but I'm just gonna come out and say it. We, started dating. We were in a relationship starting January 2022, after I joined OTK. I'm not planning to go into too much detail about the start of the relationship because it honestly doesn't really matter at this point. It's irrelevant now. The only things that really matter that you guys need to know for the story are that it was, one, an extremely private relationship. It was even hidden from friends and people in the org, but I mean, obviously people all eventually figured it out. They're not fucking stupid. And second, it was an extremely codependent relationship, which it's not the issue, but that's just, you know, making that clear for details. He initially portrayed himself to me as someone who was very nice to girls and wanted to help me feel safe from stalkers and wanted me to succeed as a teammate. And we grew very close over time. And
That's so gross. That's so gross. Like, he knows her history with stalkers. He knows her history with like being a woman in the space, and like, you know, I'm gonna speak for herself, you know, because she's gonna say what I'm saying here, but in her own experience, I'm gonna let her speak. But it's gross. That's, yeah.
I was very dependent on him for feelings of safety, social life, like my stream, my job, everything. So yeah, besides it being a very codependent relationship, the start of it was fine. I saw a lot of people mentioning this. They thought this was what I was going to talk about. It's not a secret. I think everyone who paid attention knew that he was very controlling over what I wore, to a degree, who I was friends with, and even when I would stream. So
That's insane.
when it was definitely slow over time that bad things started happening. At the start, it would be things like, for example, he would throw bottles, like plastic bottles with liquid in it, not like glass bottles, at me, despite me telling him like I didn't like it and it scared me and I bruise very easily. He would throw his phone at me. I would tell him, you know, it scared me, I don't like it. And one time it even hit me in the eye, which caused me to get a black eye, but he always, you know, was like, oh, it's an accident. And I was like, oh yeah, it's an accident. Like, you know, of course I'm not gonna think that, you know, he's, yeah, I just, at the time, I just kind of was, you know, I just brushed it off. And looking back now, I feel like that was kind of the start of him testing my boundaries, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
So that was already kind of starting to show.
It genuinely sounds like he kind of like got off on like her being afraid because he liked the power. You know what I mean? And that's something that is not like unique to like, or just not, that's like normal with abusers, right? That's and it's unfortunate to say normal, but like that's just what they do. They're like, if you are afraid of me, then I feel powerful as a man. So even if it's like small things like, you know, playfully in his mind, like tossing plastic bottles at her or throwing his phone at her, right? It's done for the wider purpose of him feeling powerful. He knows that she doesn't like that, and he's going to keep doing it because, you know, one, you don't tell me what to do, I'm the man here. But two, you know, you feel small when I do this, so I'm going to keep doing this. You know? So like immediately, like bros cooked. Like doesn't have to be anything else. There doesn't have to be any more to the story. But there is, obviously. But like he immediately that's done. He's over. Right? There's no defense of that. There's no justification for that. That is physical abuse. That's done, right? He's cut from that immediately.
Signs within the first 6 months of me and him being close, and then again, a very public situation.
Also, chatter, don't do this. Don't do this. Right? She quite literally said that she doesn't want people to do this. She doesn't want people to like witch hunt other streamers on her behalf. Right? She said that. So don't do that. Right? Especially like at this moment. right? In the future, when it comes to like an interrogation of how it got to this point and how it got here, right? Maybe we can have that conversation, but like not at this moment. Right now is a moment for support for Emiru, right? As she tells her story, and we uplift that story.
The end of 2022, the cover-up allegations happened. I mean, yeah, like I said, all that's public. You can find all that, see like what I said during that, everything. After that happened, his behavior started getting a lot worse, which, I mean, I suppose it makes sense. You know, he was very stressed. A lot of stuff was happening, but the bad behavior was ramping up, and I feel like it's so apparent if, like, you know, you go back and watch anything from that time. I tried so hard to help him and be there for him because I really believed in him, and I wanted him to, you know, get better and get back on his feet and be the person that, you know, I always believed that he was. But that unfortunately did not really happen. For a long time, I think about 1.5 years from when that all happened, it was kind of like slow things getting worse. But I mean, honestly, I'm not even gonna bother going into the details of all of that because there's just too much to cover, and it's honestly kind of not really relevant to the rest of what I'm saying because the rest of what I want to say is a lot worse. There was a point where things really took a turn for the worst. Like, it felt like, you know, like a very delicate branch just kind of snapped. So, and again, a lot of people are like vaguely aware of this, but I'll explain it for people who aren't, you know, chronically tapped into all that stuff. So for a long time after the like cover-up allegations happened and he was like starting to kind of struggle on his stream, he never wanted to stream at the same time as me. Like, we really avoided it. And to me at the time, it made sense because, you know, I was like, well, of course, like, you know, we share a lot of community members. If we're live at separate times, we're both going to perform better. You know, it makes sense. But, yeah, we were never really live doing the same thing at the same time for a long time, with the exception of, like, things like events or sponsors or, like, you know, just special things. For a very long time. And a lot of you guys probably noticed that I would only usually stream on Tuesdays, Thursdays, and Saturdays. That was because of him. And now I stream whenever I want. But the first time that we ever streamed at the same time was for the 2024 Rust Kingdoms event on Twitch. We were sharing drops.
That's crazy. That's like 2 years. That's like that's insanity. Even like being for a short period of time would be crazy, but like him having so much dedicated control over like essentially our funds. So this is like also like financial abuse as well, right? Because he's controlling and dictating how she makes money, when she makes money, how much money she makes, and she's like he's touting that, or he's couching that in like a, oh, this would be beneficial for both of us, right? It would help both of us if you just didn't stream during my stream time, by the way. You know what I mean? Because she shows the messages is ridiculous, pathetic, and petty. We'll get there. Like, that's insane.
So it was the first time in a very long time that we were both going to be live at the same time doing the same thing, basically. I know you're probably like, what the fuck does that have to do with anything? But it'll make sense in a bit. So I'm live. He's live. We're both streaming, and like I said, you can go find all of this. This is public. There are clips of this. We're both streaming the Rust event, and I thought it was going really well. I thought everyone was having fun. I was like, oh, this is great. Everyone's, you know, doing the same thing at the same time. We're all hanging out. You know, we're gonna have fun. Like, I was really, really excited. And then I start seeing in my chat people start saying unofficial Ms. Raid, and I'm like, what does that mean? And then I check my Discord messages, and he's messaging me. He's saying like, Emmy, you know, I'm gonna kill myself. I waited, or I'm gonna KMS. I waited so long for this, etc. Basically he was upset because I had higher viewership than him. That's literally it. I had higher viewership than him. And like I said, this is during an event, so there were drops. Like, everyone knows when there's drops, like, it's not even fucking real, but yeah, he starts
it's completely superficial. Like, at this point for Mizkiff, he's already a multi-millionaire, and legitimately, like, it feels like it's like it's a power thing, right? He feels that Emery is not deserving of the audience that he thinks that he deserves, and he's like, how dare she be more popular than me? You know, how dare she be more popular than me? I deserve it more than she does, and he crashes out because of it. Is it Mizkiff like 5 to 8K Andy? No, Mizkiff is like you know, the bot conversations is a thing around. So it's hard to tell exactly how many viewers he has. But he's not smaller than her. Like, it's not like he's not like he's pulling in 12 viewers and she's pulling in like 30,000. They're pulling the same amount of viewers. It's like a 2 to 3 viewer difference, or 2 to 3K viewer difference. He has an established base. He has an audience. Like, here.
Today is the Rust server. Chat, I'm excited. We got some stuff, dude. We're gonna start talking to people again. We're gonna hang out a little bit.
Got raw pork.
I'll fucking take it.
Would you like some raw pork?
Yeah, I'll fucking take raw pork. Hell yeah.
Enjoy.
So I thought, why not build a house up here?
Yes. I can pay rent in your house.
Okay, let's do it. Yep. Oh, wait. Shit.
Like, he's sitting there with his viewership number open and her viewership number open. I'm assuming, because, like, how else would he know?
Check this out. Come here.
Ooh.
Not bad, huh?
Wait, our houses literally look exactly the same.
Yep.
Hello?
Yeah.
I want to see Emmy. I can't believe you guys made separate houses.
The biggest sweats, you retard.
They will come after you guys.
They're the biggest sweats.
We can stop them early.
Yeah, let's go. Let's do it, dude. We'll join the resistance. You're spelling it wrong. Yeah, my bad. No, I hardly slept last night. That's why I seem tired today. Because I'm honestly fucking tired, chat. I'll be honest. I'm pretty tired. I'm just tired. Alright, chat. I'll see you guys later. I will see you guys probably tonight, if not tomorrow. I just need a nap. I'm fucking zooted out of my mind.
What does unofficial Ms. Raid mean?
Guys,
Oh, he did?
Listen, why are we all acting like we haven't murdered? Like we haven't pillaged? Like we haven't had to do what we had to do to make it here where we... She had a one-hit advantage. She was coming after...
That's crazy. He's just like slamming doors because he's angry that his girlfriend, who is literally in the next room, has like 4,000 more viewers than he does. And she's like scared. It's a desk pound. I don't know exactly what's happening. People are saying door slam. Like, it doesn't necessarily matter if it's a door slam or he's punching walls or it's a desk pound. He's being violent. He's violently acting out his anger, right? In a way that scares her, right? For like essentially no reason. I can't. That's insane. Whether there are sound effects you're too edited for me. No, they're not sound effects. So she speaks to it.
We haven't had to do what we had to do to make it here where we
I do agree. I do agree that, like, you know, I don't think like the editing of the music in the video does the video a service. Like I think I can understand that perspective. Like it does feel like it's not taking it as seriously as it probably should. But these are real things that he's doing.
I had a one-hit advantage. She was coming after me.
But she jumps. She jumps.
What the fuck is this? What are you? Was that a test?
You said.
Well, I have some cloth in my house.
Let me check my body real quick.
Like he's just. That's insane. He knows she's live. Right? And he's just walking around in the background, like slamming doors and stuff. Over like 3K viewers. A 3K viewer difference. Right? To make her uncomfortable. Yeah, like he wants her to end the stream so that they can be equal again, you know? He wants to ruin whatever she got going on just so that she ends stream so they can both be at no viewers and he can feel better about himself. No, I think it was 10K because she got a raid. Yeah, but it started that started at 3K, chat. Right? The emotional switch started when it was like 20K versus like 25K. Right? It was like 3 to 5K difference. And he was like, that's too much for me. And then it got worse as she got raids and it went up to a 10 to 15K difference. And he was like, that is unacceptable. I'm going to be violent now. It literally drove him to violence. It drove him to violence. Like, that's insanity. Insanity.
Yeah. Go to the restroom real quick. I'll be right back.
There you go.
Yeah, she's trapped now.
Bonnie, look what I did.
Sick. Okay. Sick. Okay. I'm stuck in here. Okay. Sick.
I'm gonna make some steps.
Hello, sorry. It's like 20 minutes. Oh. Hello. Abaragi, thanks for the sub. But alright, yeah, I'm gonna log out for now, but I'll probably come back later. And if not today, then tomorrow my normal time, so.
That's insane. That sucks, bro. That sucks. I hate that for her. Is being awful to Maya about her view count? Has Maya said anything? I don't know, and I want you to kill that part inside of you that asks those questions. right? Because even if she didn't, like, that's fine. She doesn't have to speak on the situation. You feel me? If she wants to say something, if she has her own perspective, then she should be allowed to speak on that. But like, I don't like the like expectation that like Maya now has to say something or speak to her own experience or whatever. Does that make sense? I know you probably didn't mean it by that question, but like, I just want to make sure that we don't have an expectation of for people to be like, okay, well, this person's coming out now. You must speak. Speak now about your experience. It's also not our business. I can understand the chatter like wanting to be supportive. You know, that's how I took it. I took it as the chatter wanting to be supportive of Maya, if she did speak out. And so I'm not like I'm not imagining or taking like malice out of that commenter. But that's just the way that I view it. I mean, in the past, sorry, I should have worded it better. No, you're good. I don't have an answer for you. Yeah, I want to make sure tensions are kind of high right now in chat. I just want to make sure that we're coming at each other with a little bit of grace, right? And that we're not like immediately assuming malintent from other people in the chat. But I do understand that this is a situation that like people are very upset about, rightfully so. Does that make sense?
Doing sponsors at my desktop.
You had 7,000 viewers when you were playing the crane game.
I had 14,000 this morning IRLing at the nonprofit.
Okay, I didn't need to hear that.
He gets upset when I succeed.
No, okay. I used no. I used to get upset. I'm not kidding you, chat. I used to legitimately get fucking pissed because I'm like, are you fucking serious? I brought this bitch into the world, and now all of a sudden she's fucking growing faster than I was. Because I was going like this. And she was going like this. And I'm like, what the hell?
Like, he's like joking about it, but like, especially with the added context of what Emery was talking about here, this is something that gets him violently upset. Right? So it's not really a joke when you consider that like, it gets him violently upset when like other people are succeeding off of what he assumes are his laurels, right? He's definitely not joking. Yeah, he's telling it like it is a joke, right? And chat's like omega lolling at it, like the chat's laughing at it, like it is a joke. But like it is the truth. Stuff like this about Extra Emily too. It's just like separate from like everything else. It's just a bad way to view your friends, right? The whole I made you shit is just a bad way to view your friends, just full stop. Right? Even if you're not like partners with them, even if you're not like romantically involved with them, like you should not view your friends as like I made you, therefore you being more successful than me makes me mad. You know what I mean? Like I get fucking hyped when I see like Brett popping off with viewers. I didn't make Brett or whatever, but like, you know what I mean? When I see a room got a whole bunch of viewers. You feel me? I shout out my friends when they hit partner because like their success is not like getting in the way of my success. You feel me? When they win, we all win. But when you are like miskiff, I guess, like, oh, if you are succeeding, you are taking away from me because those viewers are going to you and they're not going to me, and it makes me mad. And it gets him violently upset when that's the case. And like just genuinely outside of all of this, he's just a bad person. You know? He's a bad person. False scarcity mindset, yeah. He's a bad person.
What is this crap? What is going on here? It's the fucking Babsity effect. So I was pissed. I'm like,
The fact
you were such a pussy.
the fact that you can say that and feel like it's okay that you felt that way and just be like, yeah, I was like that is crazy. That's bad.
Is it bad?
Yes.
And guess what? I don't care anymore.
That's bad.
But I don't care anymore. And I stopped caring.
He's okay as long as I never have more viewers than him. If I ever surpassed him in viewership, which will never happen.
Oh, she'd be done.
he would
I'd
be
pull the plug.
He could not take it. He could not.
I'd pull the plug.
Which I kind of understand.
Chat, it's like if she beats me in Mario 64. That's literally what it'd be like if she has more viewers. It would feel like she 2-0.
Okay, this is also like, this is not like the most relevant thing, but it's also a terrible clip because Emeru literally beat Mizkif. It's one of the most popular clips from Emeru and Mizkif is Emeru literally beating him at Mario 64. Like quite literally. What event was that? Like, I don't have the clip specifically, but like, it's just, it's crazy. Cause like this is what his mindset is. Right? This is what his mindset is. His mindset is literally like, this is about me. It's all about me. And your success is directly taking away from me. And I hate you for it.
Owed me, and I would just not have that.
Right? And we know that he gets violent because of it. Like, this is what this clip is him getting violent because of it. Yeah, I want to get back to Emeru's experience because there's still so much more. We're literally at the beginning of this topic of discussion, right? This is the first thing she's bringing up, and it's immediately disqualified. Like, it's gross. It's disgusting, and there's so much more left. You know what I mean?
Me, he's really upset.
Here, yeah, this is, and I'm only showing this because it's like, it's in hindsight, it's ironic that is what he brought up, right? This is 18 million likes. One of the most viral clips.
Why are your settings like this? These aren't even the default settings.
That hurt his ego so bad. Yeah, and so in theory, it's supposed to be a funny thing, right? It's supposed to be a funny thing, like, haha, she immediately picked up and dogged on Mizkif, right? But in the wider context, with this, alongside this clip, right, alongside the abuse that she has endured, like, this, he's very clear and upfront about, like, yeah, I will get viscerally angry if you have demonstrated that you are more skilled than me, or have more viewers than me, or are better than me at something, right? Like, it's just, that's insane. That's insane. You have new context. I'm scared to know what happened in private. Yeah. Which, like, this is what Emery was talking about here. Someone wants you to watch the other Maya clip. I don't know which one. If you mean like this one, or if you mean this one. Here, we'll just watch this one then.
I was terrified. I couldn't understand what was happening. My viewers were dropping, Maya's were only going up. And there was a part of me that thought that I was going to be smaller than her, and I don't know if it was my ego or what, but I couldn't take it. I felt like shit. And I was on the phone with Austin, and then XQC, I somehow got on a call with him, and he talked to me for hours, making me feel better about it. And he did. And I genuinely, after talking to him, felt a lot better. And I don't think he even realizes what he did for me in that call, but he really did help me a lot. I was nonstop. It's all I could think about is that she was beating me as a streamer and I was going to die. But then he reminded me that women have a cap and men just grow as streamers, and that's pretty much just fucking it. So felt a lot better after that. I really did. So thank you to XQC. And also I admire him a lot as a streamer, you know? Again,
all of these things are supposed to read as like him joking, But again, with the added context of what he was actually doing, this is not a joke to him. This is how he legitimately feels. Right? This is how he legitimately feels. It's not like it, and obviously we understand, chat, that misogyny is not a joke. We get that it's not a joke and it's disgusting regardless. But like, it's even worse than that because he doesn't even think it's a joke. He genuinely feels this way. This is how he gets up in the morning. He gets up in the morning and he tells himself that like, I'm not a failure because I'm better than the women around me. That's his affirmations. That's how he affirms himself. I'm not a failure. I'm better than my partners. I'm not a failure. I'm better than the women around me. And when the women around him, because they're not like, Miskiff, start to succeed, right? He can't be like, hey, I'm happy for you, right? I'm happy for you. I'm glad that you are succeeding. He's like, what am I doing wrong that these women are beating me? Right? Maybe I should just quit. Maybe I should just get up. Like, removed from like the abuse that he was doing, like you need therapy. Like genuinely, if you have that mindset, you need therapy. Like you need to go to therapy and you need to talk to somebody because that is unhealthy. That is an unhealthy thing to believe. Right? But he's isolated from the consequences of his actions. Because he's a multimillionaire and he's still at like 19,000 viewers, right? That isolates him from the consequences of his actions. Little Bear, thank you for the raid. Welcome in, Raiders. Hello. Make sure you look at the pinned comment. Make sure you are aware of the trigger warning that is, we're talking about abuse and assault and domestic violence, violent behavior, and things of that nature. Topics will get a little bit heavy. Make sure that you're okay with that if you want to continue watching the stream. If not, welcome in. I hope you had a good stream with Little Bear. We're talking about it there as well. We're all prepped. Okay. But yeah, so we are talking about it, but I just want you to be aware. I hope you had a good stream covering it. I'm sure Little Bear had very very good thoughts on this. Speaking to in a way that I can as well. So, chat, if you don't follow Little Bear, make sure you follow Little Bear, who again, also, Little Bear is a perfect example of what we're talking about, right? Me and Little Bear were growing up, or growing as streamers at the same time. We didn't view it as a zero-sum game either. I was looking at Little Bear succeeding, being like, oh no, I need to quit. I need to jump off a cliff. I'm a failure or whatever. In the same way that, no, we didn't grow up together. We started, like, we were streaming, and growing as streamers, at the same time as well. Right? We supported each other. You feel me? As we should do. Right? As being a part of the same communities, as being like streamers. Like that's what you do. You support each other. But Miskiff is just like, no, if you are doing better than me, I hate you, and I am going to, violently react to that hatred. It's disgusting. It's gross. It's gross. Ow, sorry. I pulled my earbuds. It's nasty. I think a chatter wanted me to see this video as well. Well, I want to finish this one off first.
Definitely sets the bar when it comes to the amount of hours you're willing to put into streaming and the amount of time that you're willing to put into streaming. No one else does. I was terrified. I couldn't understand what was happening. My viewers were dropping. My eyes were only...
Oh, yeah, okay, that's it. Here. I don't know what this is. An old video has resurfaced of Miskiff showing Miskiff getting angry and throwing objects at his ex Baihiga, who discussed it on her podcast. Jeez.
No, I'm not talking to him today.
Well, nobody asked you to, so.
I'm not doing anything.
Okay.
Look at her face. She's so uninterested.
She said no.
Maya unimpressed. That's what that was.
2 Starbucks bags of Starbucks I got you over the past few days.
Oh my god.
Skip, that was
Throw it back.
Stop.
Throw it back.
Better be.
Stop. This is what he's doing live? This is what he's doing live. Live. That is insane. I don't think he knew that they were live. Chat, she's sitting in front of a camera talking into a microphone. Like, he's a streamer. He knows that it's live. He's comfortable with doing this. He's fine with this. Right? Because he knows that there's going to be no repercussions for this. And honestly, they weren't. He continued streaming like normal.
Face. She's so uninterested.
She said no.
Maya unimpressed. That's what that was.
2 Starbucks bags of Starbucks I got you over the past 2 days.
Oh
That's
my
disgusting.
God.
That's so gross.
Throw it back. Throw it
Yeah, there
back.
better be.
Right? I think oftentimes people like to be like, oh, well, they were just bags. You know, they didn't hurt her, so like it's fine. But when you are comfortable throwing like small objects at your partner, right? You're going to be more comfortable throwing larger objects at your partner, right? It doesn't always stop with like throwing pens or throwing plastic bottles, right? Or throwing your phone. You feel me? Like it like there's an escalation there. And regardless of what you're throwing, it's still abuse. Right? But also like Onismoni is correct. It's literally like the goal is to embarrass her. The goal is to embarrass her in front of people. Right? That is another thing that he's doing. It's control. It's power. I mean, this makes him feel powerful. Right? He's literally talking about like, I've bought you all this Starbucks. I have power over you. I give you all these things. You must not perform like I expect you to perform. It's abuse. Textbook. Right? But the part that's so scummy is that like the streaming space will see stuff like this and be like, oh, they're just bags. You know? If you brought this up literally 2 days ago, I can guarantee you there would be like thousands of people in your comment section being like, there's a fly. Hold on, wait. Did I get it? No, I didn't. Dang it. Moved. Killing a fly. It wasn't even a fly. It was like a gnat. Anyway, sorry. The point I was making is that there will be people who would like minimize this by being like, oh, they're just bags. It's not even that big of a deal. Right? Until you realize that this is indicative of a wider behavior coming from Miskiv.
Oh my god, I would beat the shit out of him.
We're live.
What the fuck?
We're live, she says.
Anyway, there's something about being trapped in a car with an angry aggro man that is like the absolute most helpless thing. Dude, I did a guy that would go like 100 miles an hour on the, like we would fight in the car, which was never my decision. Like it just always like happened. Like we just would like fight in the car and then he'd go like 100. And I would like literally like beg him to slow down. I'd be so scared and I'd cry, and then he would not slow down until I apologized.
And we shared a similar story to this later.
Whoa. So then I started driving only. Like I wouldn't let him drive me anywhere. But then if we'd get in a fight while I was driving, he would like pound my ceiling in my glove box.
Ooh,
he would like
that's scary.
scream and like hit the ceiling and like hit the glove box and just like scream profanity. And scream like he would like just call me terrible things while he was doing it.
Sorry. I can hear it perfectly fine, chat. So like if the volume is low, you have to tell me. Cause I don't know what's happening on the stream. Do I need to replay it? Yeah, okay, I'll replay it.
Anyway, there's something about being trapped in a car with an angry aggro man that is like the absolute most helpless thing. Dude, I did a guy that would go like 100 miles an hour on the, like we would fight in the car, which was never my decision. Like, it just always, like, happened. Like, we just would, like, fight in the car, and then he'd go, like, 100. And I would, like, literally, like, beg him to slow down. I'd be so scared, and I'd cry, and then he would not slow down until I apologized. Whoa. So then I started driving only. Like, I wouldn't let him drive me anywhere. But then if we'd get in a fight while I was driving, he would, like, pound my ceiling in my glove box.
Ooh,
he would, like,
that's scary.
scream and, like, hit the ceiling and, like, hit the glove box and just, like, scream profanity. And scream, like, he would, like, just call me terrible things while he was doing it. And then I'd pull over and be like, get out of my car, and he'd be like, no. And then I was like, well, okay. Because what am I going to do?
Yeah, what are you
What am I going to do?
Are you insane? Sorry, that I don't know what I was expecting there. That's insanity. That's so wild. Oh, sorry, I dropped something. That's crazy. Just a lack of care, a lack of caring about safety and security when it comes to your partner. You know, it's just, that's also abuse. It's not seen as abuse as often, right? It's like, oh, being like playful, but like you don't necessarily care for their safety. You know, like it's just like, yeah, you get treated as an object. Exact. That's a perfect way to put it, Cheddar. You were treated like an object. You're like literally picked up and thrown around, and it's just like, oh, I dropped you. Oh, sorry, I didn't mean for it to go that far. I meant to just toss you around like an object. That's a fantastic way of putting it. Thank you. Asking for a hug right after is insanity. Yeah, it's a way to be like, you're not going to tell anybody about this, right? Asking for a hug there is a way to be like, you're not going to tell anybody about this, right? We're still cool, you know. Yeah, I just physically harmed you, but like, I still love you. You know, let's hug it out. Textbook love bombing. That's how they try to master violence. Exactly. Asking for a hug is a similar equivalent of you can hit me too, just don't tell mom. Exactly. Here, I want to continue with this. Save your links, chat. Save your links. I do want to look at them a little bit later, but we are literally at the first instance of abuse that Emery was describing. The very first instance of abuse that she's describing. So there's like an hour left. And there's a lot to get through.
I tried to tell him, I was like, bro, you should come back and play. Everyone's having fun. Everyone's like wondering where you are. But yeah, he ended his stream. And then I'm still live, you know, trying to act like nothing's wrong. And in that house, I had a glass door so I could like see this was happening. He was walking behind me, making sure that I knew he was there. And by the way, so there were many ways out of that house if he wanted to leave the house that were closer to his stream room. He intentionally chose the door that was right by my room. I feel like that's pretty apparent, at least to me.
Yeah, no, 100%. 100%. Like that is the 100%. You saw it in the video that we watched. This video, right? You saw him literally walk behind her, right? Just to make sure that she knew that he was there. I'm trying to figure out where it was. Right here. Like him deciding right here to walk past her while she is streaming. It's a power play, right? He wants her to know that he's there. For sure. For sure. Here, I'll be right back.
He starts walking behind my stream and slamming the door so loud that my noise gate can pick it up. So even people on my stream are able to hear this is happening. and he slams it so hard and so many times that the front door literally broke. The lock did not work anymore. It didn't work for months, and it would just make this horrible sound that I would have to hear like every fucking day. But anyway, so I hear him back there doing this, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I tell my stream, I'm like, hey, guys, I'll be right back. I get up and I...
Sorry, I was, wanted to, had to warm up some of my leftovers.
Anyway, horrible sound that I would work anymore. It's the front door. This is happening, and he slams it so hard and so many people in the door. I feel like that's pretty apparent, at least to me. He starts walking behind my stream and slamming the door so loud that my noise gate can pick it up. So even people on my stream are able to hear this is happening. And he slams it so hard and so many times that the front door literally broke. The lock did not work anymore. It didn't work for months, and it would just make this horrible sound that I would have to hear like every fucking day. But anyway, so I hear him back there doing this, and I'm like, what the fuck is going on? So I tell my stream, I'm like, hey, guys, I'll be right back. I get up and I go talk to him, and I'm like, hey, what's going on? And he's like, Emmy, like, I hate all of you guys. Like, all you guys do is just take from me, and like, I'm just done. Like, I'm just done. And I was like, it's just like...
I have to remind you, because we went through a little bit of a rabbit hole of like the other abuse that he did, but I have to remind you that this is over 5,000 viewers. That's how this started. How this started is Emaru had 5,000 more viewers than he did. He had 19 to 20K. She had 25K. That's it. That's it. He had 20,000 people still watching him. But because Emaru had 5,000 more viewers, he was like, this is making me upset. And then she got a raid. Now she's at 10,000 more viewers. And he's like, I'm irrationally angry. And then she got another raid. And then when she was at like 12,000 to 15,000 more viewers, he literally ended stream, right? Literally ended stream and was like, I'm going to go be violent right now. And so what he's talking about now, when he said, I'm done, all you do is take from me, he's just describing Emaru just being slightly more successful on this specific stream. That's what made him so angry.
Really happening because of rush drops, and he was like, I don't know what else to do. He was like going off on me, like basically saying that he hated me. And I was like, well, I don't know what to do now. And he was like, go finish your stream so that people don't know anything's wrong.
Oh, and, that's also abuser, you know, tactics 101. You know, no, just go back out there, go back to the party, so people don't just suspect anything. You know, just act like nothing happened. Just go back to the party and smile and wave. That's it. That's what he's doing. That's literally what he's doing. If this was happening in a movie, people would be like, dog, this is too on the nose. And he's literally doing that. He's like, go back out there and finish what you were doing so people don't realize that I'm being abusive and controlling. That's insane.
I stop in the bathroom outside my stream room, and I'm like, you know, checking my makeup, trying to make sure people can't tell that I was like crying. And I'm only in there for like 30 seconds, and he comes and like looms in the doorway. He's like, what are you doing? And I'm like, oh, I'm just checking my makeup. So I go back and I stream for a couple hours, finish the stream, do my best to just like, you know, carry on the show basically. And yeah, after that, like I said, was when things started to get really fucking bad. It was like something just snapped. For the rest of the week, he streamed the Rust event. He got all the drop viewers. I'm sure he was very happy.
Emoji. I mean, go for it, Katie. Or slow mode or something. Whatever you need to do.
Happy.
The chat doesn't know how to behave.
For him. And during that time, I obviously was like thinking and processing a lot of what happened. But I mean, it was a lot because.
Here, okay. We're gonna pause it. I'm gonna give y'all some time to take a breath, right? Take 2 minutes to go use the bathroom, get some water. I'm gonna go get my food, and we're going to relax. We're going to not attack each other, right? And assume that people in this chat are trying to be bad faith, right? If there are people like that, we'll ban them, right? But like, come at each other with, you know, a little bit of empathy and understanding about this topic, right? Is that cool? Okay. Take your break, go get your water, use your bathrooms, take a breath, take your medicine if you have medicine to take. I got fries. Okay. You can take it off, Katie. Crunchy fries. I put them in the air fryer. All right. We good? I don't even know what y'all are arguing about. Let's focus up.
Person was at the time like, and very happy. I mean, good for him. And during that time, I obviously was like thinking and processing a lot of what happened. But I mean, it was a lot because this person was at the time like kind of it was like my partner and my best friend and like the only person that like I really talked to ever, or like at least off stream. So I mean, it was a lot. But the very next stream, I went live about a week after that, and I announced that I was planning to move because I knew that I would have to move. So I was like, okay, I have to go live and say this so that, you know, kind of force myself to commit to it, right? Does that make sense? Obviously, I didn't move out right away, but after like all of that Rust stuff happened was when the other domestic abuse stuff really started. He would destroy furniture in front of me. He would throw things in front of me and near me. Destroy walls. Again, you can go see this in some of his VODs in his bedroom. The holes in the wall. There would be times where he was upset at me, and I would go to my stream room and literally lock myself in to get away from him, and he would be banging on the door and screaming at me. And at the time, he also would more often do things like going, like if we were driving in the car together, he would be going like 150 miles an hour. And like one time he even said like, well, now we're both gonna die, like threatening to kill both of us.
It's literally the same story. The same exact thing. The throwing things, the car things, the view things, it's the exact same thing. The exact same thing. Bro has one speed. Yeah, abusers usually do. Right? Abusers usually only have one speed. Right? Because if they don't check themselves, they will commit one act of abuse and then they're like, oh shit, I just did an act of abuse. If this comes out, I'm ruined. And then they have to add more acts of abuse to try to keep that act of abuse in line. Does that make sense? It's like, oh shit, I just did something that was abusive. She might tell on me, right? She might say that I'm abusive. That would be bad for me. Let me go do more abuse to try to force her and control her and make sure that she doesn't like expose this. Sounds like a toddler, because it is toddler behavior. Right? It's toddler behavior. It's gross.
And this wasn't like even necessarily because of me or like because of something I did a lot of the time. Like one of the times that it happened, it was because we were just getting food and he was on his phone and he saw that Mr. Beast had put out a video and Mr. Beast had invited another streamer and he was like, oh, Mr. Beast invited this guy to his video, not me. And I was like, oh, well, you know, like, huh, yeah, I guess so. Which led to him going 150 miles per hour in the car and talking about killing himself while doing it. Then at home, other things would happen, like I'd be trying to sleep and he would scream at me and say that it was all my fault that he felt insecure. There was a time that I walked into a room that he was in, and as soon as he saw me there, he threw his phone at the dresser and started yelling because I had posted a YouTube video within the same couple of days as him, and mine was doing better. So basically, I felt like I was kind of stuck in a loop where I felt like I had to constantly perform and like prove my value to not be thrown away. But at the same time, if I ever performed too well, I was gonna be punished for it. And it just felt like a very rough situation to be stuck in because, I mean, streaming is my hobby and my job. Like, it's a huge part of my life, even before, you know, I met him and became like a larger creator.
Like, Mizkiv, like, obviously before this even came out, but like, especially with this new information, just has an unhealthy relationship with creating content, right? And it's important to note that there are a lot of people who have this unhealthy relationship with creating content. Right? It's not about doing something that you enjoy. It's not about serving a wider mission or goal. It's literally just about numbers. And then they view everybody, but specifically the people closest to them, right? They value them based on how many numbers or how high their numbers are, right? But if the numbers are too high, they're like, why is this not me? I'm going to violently lash out because I'm not at that level. Then taking their anger out on those same people in the first place. It's unhealthy. It is an unhealthy relationship. And I don't say this much, but I genuinely think that is a type of person that does not deserve to be at or to be a content creator. Like genuinely, like for their own benefit, like for their own mental health, for their own benefit, and for the benefit of people around them, right? Like it's just it is bad for them and it's bad for the people around them. monetize himself to the point where his emotions are hinged on a couple of thousands of viewers. Yeah. Even when he has like 4 or 5 times that already, like his emotional state is tied to like whether or not the viewership fluctuates between 18,000 and 25,000. If it's at 18,000, then like, you know, he talks about self-harm. And if it's at 25,000, he thinks that he's better than everyone and is at the top of the world and that he owes nobody nothing. And how do you navigate yourself around somebody like that, you know? I don't know. I have no clue.
And I remember thinking all the time how it felt like he hated me, but he still wanted me around for his channel and like his thumbnails and everything. And this is still before I moved out. There was a time where it was the
I said as many of the most popular streamers are just better at hiding it. Not to this level. That's why it's different. Right? I don't disagree, but not to this level. It's one thing to be like, hey, I wish my numbers were higher. Why are my viewers going down? Am I doing something wrong? These are like normal things to think about as a content creator. But not like if it gets to a point where you think about like self-harm because you lose like 2,000 to 3,000 or any number of viewers. It doesn't matter how many viewers it is. If the loss of viewership gets to the point where you are thinking about self-harm, you need to find somebody to talk to. Like, I'm being so serious. You feel me? That is something that you need to find a professional to work through that with. Because it's not just the viewership. That is underlying mental health struggles that you need addressed. You know? Lance got mad at me for being a higher rank than him in League of Legends. You're like, you don't even need to be a streamer to have this insane mindset. Yeah, it's craziness.
The tension in the house was so unbearable that I would sneak out and I would sneak into Esfan's house using my code. And Esfan didn't know why I was doing this. He saw me a couple times. I'd be like, oh, I'm just gonna go take a nap in your guest room. He'd be like, yeah, that's fine. I would sneak into Esfan's house just to have some time of like peace and quiet. But eventually, he figured out where I was going and he would go over to Esfan's house to keep telling me off. And there was, a time that he did it and, I was laying in the guest room bed.
Like that's stalking. Like this, there's no other way to put that other than stalking. That's stalking. Right? That's stalking. That's and it's doing that when you know that Emeru has stalkers. Like, that's disgusting. It's gross.
And one of the roommates in that house had come to see like why I was crying, and they were standing in the corner. And Miz, he came in, and he was very physically aggressive. He was like, Emmy, like, what are you doing? Like, angry. And then as soon as he turned and saw this other person standing there, he instantly, like, deflated and changed his tone. He was like, oh, Emmy, I was wondering where you were. Like, are you coming home? And, that roommate, like, later asked me about it, and they were like, what the fuck was that? Like, are you okay? And I was just like, oh, it's nothing, because I felt like a lot of the reason that I didn't tell the people around me was because I felt like no one would understand, or even if they understood, it would just be a burden to them, because all of our streams and social circles and communities are so intertwined. I was like, maybe it's just better for me to deal with this and like hope things get better, basically.
That's just like that's so sad. I don't. There's not another word for it. That's sad, and I hate that. I do.
I honestly don't even remember what the final straw was that I finally was like, okay, it's time to go. Like, I prepared the house that I lived in before this one, like, pretty much immediately after the, like, breaking the front door thing happened, but I was still, like, scared and unsure. So I don't remember what the final straw was, but I remember the day I took Cheddar to the house, because he just randomly started, like, screaming at Cheddar and was like, get that fucking cat out of my house. So I just grabbed Cheddar and put him in my car and grabbed his litter box and took him there, and I just left him there and never took him back to that house. And then I think, like, within several days after that was when I finally moved out. It was on very short notice. Like I said, I don't even remember what the final straw was because so many things happened, but there was a time when I just knew. I called some movers. I said, hey, can you come tomorrow? And they were like, yeah, and then I literally moved the next day. Moving out into the last house that I lived in was a huge step mentally because, like I said, a big part of why I moved into the first house in Texas in the first place was because I felt like it was the safest option for me because, you know, I am a girl where it's, like, kind of scary for me to be living alone. So it was very hard, and at the time, even though, like, all these other things had already happened, I was very hopeful that me and him could be cordial and, like, eventually, like, things would be fine, at least publicly, like, for stream reasons, that, you know, everyone could just keep streaming like nothing had happened. And, you know, at the time I thought that would be the best thing to do, and I felt like if I, you know, separated myself from him without explaining anything, people that watched us wouldn't understand and would attack me. I was yeah, I mean, it ended up happening.
Yeah, there's a point here about the culture that's on Twitch that a lot of people help cultivate, which is like women are liars, women are you know, secret vixens who are using, you know, the male streamers for their money, and stuff of that nature. Like that is a culture that has been cultivated. I think that's a point of the, like, Emerald's TwitchCon assault, right? This abuse situation, and like why she feels she couldn't have said anything, why she feels you know, she didn't talk about it before. Like, you know what I mean? There's a culture issue, right? As to, like, why in that moment she felt like if I say something, or if I don't say anything, if I, you know, don't, like, defend, like, Miskiff here, people are gonna assume that, like, I'm the problem. You know? People are gonna assume that, like, that I'm the issue. Right? And that's a culture that we need to address.
Happening anyway, so, but yeah, after I moved out, we, like
Also,
I said,
Chatter, just chill out. I'm not saying that. I'm not saying why didn't you speak out earlier. Okay, just relax. You feel me? I'm saying that the reason why she didn't speak out earlier, as he's describing here now, is the fact that, or the reason why she was wary about, you know, even insinuating that there were issues, was because the culture on Twitch would lead to viewers attacking her. Right? Nobody's saying that, like, oh, it didn't happen because she didn't speak out earlier. Right? Like, nobody's chastising Emeru because of that. Does that make sense? No, I'm sorry. No, I want to make sure that you're not misunderstanding what I'm saying. Right? And the point that I'm making.
Still kept in contact. I had hope that somehow things would get
I'm not
better.
trying to attack you for expressing your anger, right, and your own personal feelings about it. But I just want to make sure that you're not like you know what I'm saying. You feel me? That we're on the same page.
He would always beg for me to come back, and he would promise therapy and change and like even talk to other people and like kind of present like, oh, I want to change, I want to be better for Emmy or whatever, you know. There was a short period in October where we had broken up because, I mean, honestly, it doesn't matter now. And when that happened, I honestly felt relieved because I was like, okay, finally, it's like on his terms. So that means he'll be satisfied and he'll be able to say it was his choice and he'll leave me alone. Because whenever I would try to push for it, it just felt like I couldn't like really sever it, if that makes sense. But I mean, obviously, hence me doing this stream, that was not the end of it. A week after this breakup, he asked to come over to my house and talk for closure. He came to my house and I was crying like crazy because the emotions were just very high because I was dealing with a lot of major shifts in my life as a result of me attempting.
You're good, Cheddar. Don't worry about it.
To start to try to distance myself from him.
Also, thank you for the trigger warning. Apparently, there's a sexual assault coming up. So be aware of that if you're sensitive to that.
So yeah, we were just talking and I was crying a lot. He started to try to comfort me by hugging me while I was sitting on the couch and holding me really close to him. And when this was happening, we hadn't talked in quite a while, and I'm usually very uncomfortable with being touched a lot by people that I'm not in a relationship with. But I let him hold me while I was crying. And he started kissing me in my face, and I let him do it. I was still sobbing a lot. And then, suddenly, he tried to climb on top of me and aggressively shoved his hand down my pants. And, I screamed. Yeah. And when I screamed, he jumped off me like a cat, like. And, instead of apologizing or checking if I was okay, he said, I feel weird now. I feel like I did something wrong. I have to go. And he immediately left my house while I was still crying without, checking if I was okay or anything. And at the time, I was still making excuses for him, and I was still afraid of causing trouble for other streamers around us, or like, you know, making things weird for viewers. I know that probably sounds crazy, but like, I just felt this pressure, like I had to try to keep things together, if that makes sense. I felt like I'd cause trouble for so many other people if I ever said anything bad about him, or if I caused rifts in our friend group or streamer group. I tried to stay on good terms with him and hold everything in, and also I still cared about him a lot, and I still at that point had hope that things would get better and that, you know, he would improve. And he'd also always hammer into me how he never physically abused me because he never hit me, and he would coach me and tell me to tell people or other streamers who were asking about it because they were concerned. He would say tell them that I never hit you, make sure that they know that I never hit you.
What the hallmarks of a The hallmarks of a innocent person. Yeah, and totally not the hallmarks of a manipulative abuser. Make sure they know. Make sure they know I never hit you. Yeah, thanks. Thanks, bro. What do you even say? What do you even say to that? It's just like it's craziness.
Around the same time, this was during OnlyFans 2, so I guess like December-ish. He would often message me in the middle of my streams and berate me for things like playing the same class as him in WoW because he thought it would make people think that I was better than him. And again, like I said earlier, I felt like I was stuck in a constant loop where I had to perform well to not be thrown away. But if I performed too well, I was going to be punished. And I actually wanted to show some of those messages. Because obviously a lot of these things, yeah, I'm not gonna fully read these out because I honestly just don't want to read them out, but I feel like I want to show them to like kind of show what I'm saying.
What a baby.
And,
I'm sorry. I was reading some of the messages. What a baby.
I am planning to probably post the VOD of this somewhere, so if, you know, you want to read this later, that's fine, I guess. And again, this was all happening while I was live. You can literally go find the stream and see me trying to deal with this while I'm live in the middle of a dungeon, trying to just play the fucking game. Oh fuck, I think
Have you read all these out? I wanted to get them all open. Is there here? Okay, hold on. She's gonna like yeah.
Tank Emmy, do it. Let me handle all the hate, the criticism, the you're worse than Emmys. The Emmy is so much better. The people saying you're better in every chat. The comparisons says nobody will ever be on my side. Let me deal with it. You have fun. I asked you not to become a tank. You didn't listen. And now it's the classic, what was I supposed to do? I'm not dealing with this. And like I said, you can go find the stream. But for
Right. I don't know how much she's gonna read, but she says, but how do I know it's not just someone who doesn't follow, lol. Yes, I'm still waiting to be DPS, but for dungeons I have to tank, yeah? You really don't, like, you don't. How can I not tank in dungeons? You straight up don't have to because you're a DPS. My group doesn't have enough, have other warriors. Yeah, I know where this is going, but I'm not dealing with it. I asked for a boundary. Stop. He's co-opting therapy speak? He's co-opting therapy speak? No, I asked for a boundary to control what you do. It is literally a Jonah Hill moment. It actually is. Like, he's like, bro, my boundary dictates what you can and cannot do. You must perform in the way that I demand you perform because my boundaries say so. I asked for a boundary and it's always crossed. You don't know boundaries. Question mark. How can I not wait? How can I not take in a dungeon? How can I not take as warrior in dungeons? because you aren't a tank. When I said I don't want to tank, I meant I don't want to tank. I'm in raid, which is still true because I don't know what I'm doing. You don't need to tank in dungeons. So I just, now I'm going to get so much shit nonstop. Don't ever pull aggro. M is better this, M is better that. I can't have anything. I can't have anything, Emmy. You just take. I don't understand what you want me to do. Not tank, just that simple. What does that mean? You already played warrior when I told you we were going to get compared. Don't pull, I'm going to pull aggro because I'm a warrior. No, you're not. Another warrior can tank. This guy 12 years old? I mean, I guess. I guess he is 12 years old. This is literally like 12-year-old mentality. No, you don't get it. You don't get it. You can't play Spider-Man. I play Spider-Man. Right? Because if we both play Spider-Man, people are going to say that you're a better Spider-Man than I'm better Spider-Man. That's it. That's what he's doing. Like it's so crazy. It's so crazy. He's a child. I can't even really read these messages.
For context.
Hold on. I didn't have another warrior in any group today. And no other warriors wanted to join. Couldn't find a warrior. I'm trying to read these between these messages. Something you just wanted to tank. You're doing right now, and I'm not dealing with it. There are no warriors asking to join, and why is it bad for me to pull in dungeons? Because now I'm going to get compared nonstop. Because now people are just going to say you're better. Because I told you when you first told me you wanted to play warrior, it's already happening, and you just don't care about this stuff ever. There's no boundaries with you. There's no boundaries with you. Now we're the same class, same thing, tanks. Dude, don't dude me. I asked for one thing with you. Don't be a tank. And now you're tanking. What can I do? What am I supposed to do? Don't tank. Yep, there it is. I'm playing the game. Don't take Emmy. Take Emmy, do it. Let me handle all the hate, the criticism. You're worse than Emmys. The Emmys is so much better. The people saying you're better in every chat. Comparison, since nobody will be on my side. Let me deal with it. You have fun. I asked you not to become a tank and you didn't listen. And now it's a classic. What am I supposed to do? I'm not dealing with this. Literally just a man-child. Literally a man-child. What do you say to that? Like, genuinely. And then he's spamming her so he knows she saw it.
I'm a tank, you didn't listen. And now it's the classic, what was I supposed to do? I'm not dealing with this. And like I said, you can go find the stream. But for context, I was playing Warrior in World of Warcraft in like a level 24 dungeon. It was like Silverpine. Like, it was just like, it wasn't even like, it was like dog shit gameplay, I'm gonna be honest.
How was it dude at the time? Chat. It was last year. This is not like this was a decade ago. Even if it was, that would still be crazy. This was last year. Eventually got her character killed later. What does that even mean? How does that even happen? See, he's like 29, 30 years old.
Like, so, yeah. Yeah, yeah, you can, read that later, I suppose, if,
Yeah, I know there's permadeath in hardcore, but how did he get her character killed? It's not the most important thing, but like, You know what I mean? Like, what is like? I'm curious. Lured more mobs to her, like on purpose. Yes. Bro, he's insane. Really? You just put her in a risky situation. It didn't look on purpose, if I remember. That's the final straw for me. I will say that is kind of a funny final straw to have. But I guess if you know WoW stuff, then like I guess it would make sense. I just don't know WoW stuff, so that I can't make a judgment on it. You know what I mean? But I will say, if you are a viewer of the stream, you don't know the added context that we just saw for the last 30 minutes. So I can understand if you're like watching that and you're just like, well, that was kind of fucked up. Why did he do that? You know, I will say that. Yeah, I mean, all in the context, he kept definitely trying to sabotage her in a while. It just kept happening. Our character got screwed playing with him.
Yeah, like I said before, hold on. I was constantly trying so hard to compromise with him because I wanted to be cool and I wanted us to be able to coexist in the same streaming sphere. But I felt like I could never win, and he hated my whole existence. Like ever since that one stream where I had like a little bit more viewers than him. And he would say that it was my fault that his stream was dying because most of his viewers liked me, and whenever he hit on another girl, they would be confused or not take it seriously because they knew that me and him were together privately. And he said if he would be able to hit on other girls and convince them that it was real, he would get his career back.
What is wrong with this guy? No, girlfriend of mine, you don't understand. It is imperative for me in my mental health for me to hit on other women. You must allow that to happen because my viewership would go back up and then I would feel better. And you want me to feel better, don't you? Like, what an insane, like, that's, like, what are we talking about? What my ex did to me without viewership?
That was like, started within the last couple of weeks that we spoke to each other. He started saying terrible things to me about other streamers in Austin. In particular, one specific streamer who, I know there's a lot of people that know he has beef with certain streamers. It was not one of those streamers. It was someone who, to this day, has been nothing but nice to him. He would say horrible things about this person, like about them in their stream, and it was very hard to listen to. And just in general, he would say horrible things about other streamers in Austin, like, I quote, "I hate everyone here. You are all useless to me. You're worthless to me because it does nothing for my stream anymore to collab with any of you." And him saying that,
what a great guy this guy is. Man, he's really, you know, what a nice friend. What a great coworker.
Was the final straw for me. The day that he said that to me about other people was the first day that I ever, for the first time, started to ignore his calls and messages. And because of that, he even threatened to come to my house if I didn't answer. But I did end up calling him back, and I spoke to him, and I basically told him that I felt like I could finally see things for what they were. And he started panicking, and he was super apologetic, and he was saying he didn't want to lose me, which wasn't the first time that he like did something like that and was like, you know, basically begging me not to leave.
Controlling behavior.
But that was definitely the most extreme time. And again, like I said, I always had the hope that things would be cordial, or that, you know, we could be fine with each other. So I agreed, and we agreed we were going to talk about all of that. We talked about it about a week later, and instead of apologizing for anything, he basically told me that he realized he needed to go to Japan and LA to get his viewership back up, and he was basically too young to focus on friendships and relationships. And it was
Well, that adds some context to the Hassan Japan stream. Just a little bit of a little bit of context there.
I mean, despite everything, like I said, I still cared about him. So
What do
it
you
was
mean?
still
Mizkiff streamed with Hassan in Japan. Like while Hassan was in Japan, like they streamed together. In LA, I don't know if they I didn't see them stream in LA, but I saw the Japan one. Did they? Yeah. Obviously not connecting the dots. Mizkiff basically was like, let me go I can't clout farm off of the Austin streamers anymore because they were washed in his mind, and so he went to LA to try to collaborate with LA streamers, including like Hassan. That's why I say it adds new context to the Hassan Japan stream. You know? Hassan needs to address this part. I don't think Hassan needs to address this part. It's not like Hassan knew that like Mizkiff was like, dog, I want to use you for views or whatever. Yeah, and still complained about it. Wait, did he? Get to 1805.
Hassan, help! Hassan, help!
Oh right, I remember this.
Let me try. I've never done this before.
This is gonna be good. Yeah.
I almost hit him with my chest. I'm sorry.
I knew
Is that
that.
okay?
I'm gonna keep the tab open.
hard, and I mean, it was like a mix of feelings, you know, like I was devastated, but I was also so relieved. But because of the past incidents during like other fights and times I would try to separate myself from him, past incidents during those times of him manipulating me into staying close with him and giving him more chances, sexually assaulting me, the abuse, and just him generally not being a very nice person. After that, I decided that the only solution and way for me to move forward, I made the hard decision, but I know now for sure the right one, was to finally completely cut contact with him. I knew it'd be very hard because our careers and our communities were so intertwined, but I knew that I had to do it and that there was no other choice. So I have not spoken to him since January of this year. It's been 10 months. But if you think that's the end, it is unfortunately not.
Yeah, there's 30 minutes left, and I can't imagine. I mean, I can try to imagine, but like, what would an abusive manipulator do? Right? Once the subject of their abuse, their victim, right, cuts contact with them. It happens. It happens all the time, and we see them spiral. Right, doubling down on their abusive behavior, escalating. Right, to get that attention. So I'll let her speak to her experience.
I haven't spoken to him since January of this year. It only took a couple of weeks, but soon the messages started. He has attempted to contact me over 40 times individually this year in individual texts, Discord messages, Instagram DMs, and phone calls. And I'm just gonna show those. And at first, it started simple. Be confusing messages or like him expressing he was worried about things. Like, at first it wasn't anything weird.
It just keeps going. This is okay. This is in May. All of these are within 4 to 5 months.
This is not someone who loves or cares about you.
Okay, is this the one people are saying in ChatGPT? Because the M dash. Wait, does it happen again? I think this is the same message. Wait, it happens again. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Are you telling me that like within the same message, he uses an M-3 separate times? And then on Instagram? Oh my goodness. This is stalking behavior.
And keep in mind, this is only things that he sent to me. I can't document all the things that people told me that he was saying. And, it's just kind of a funny side note, I guess. I would like to highlight this message. Because, doesn't really matter, but I ran it through the ChatGPT checker. And, all the highlights, like I said, doesn't really matter. I just thought it was interesting. But,
It wouldn't surprise me.
Yeah, like I said at first, the messages were just simple things, like, him saying he was worried about things, or saying no one was talking to him, which I don't think was even true at the time. I think he was just saying that to try to guilt me into responding to him. I'm not sure about that, of course. This also extended to in-person interactions, because initially I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through private communication, and, you know, we would be fine going to the same events and parties and such. I also had to start Hold on, I'm still fucking sick. I made the mistake of thinking that I only had to cut him off through personal, private communication, but I also had to start avoiding going to the same parties or places I was worried he'd be in person. Because this was after he came back from his first trip to Japan.
So Chatty, we have the statement open. Here.
There was a party that I attended several months after I first went into contact with him. I was aware that he would be there, and I thought it'd be fine. I thought it wouldn't be a big deal. I thought I'll just let him have his space. I'll have my space. You know, it's not a big deal. We're adults, right?
You would think.
During this party, I felt like he was following me around and monitoring me, but I thought that I was just being paranoid. I was like, it's probably just in your head. I was hanging out with Nick and Catchy and a couple other friends. And at some point, Nick was like, it's too fucking loud down here. Let's go upstairs. No one's upstairs. Let's just go, you know, chill in a room and like talk where it's not so loud. And I was like, okay. So they as a group went upstairs first without me, but it took me a bit longer to get up there because someone like stopped me and was talking to me. And I did feel like, I mean, he was like standing pretty close to that person. I felt like he was watching me, but again, I thought I was just being paranoid. But I went upstairs. I was hanging out with Nick and Catchy and, you know, our other friends. And then about 30 minutes later, the room that we're in, the door opens. It's Miz. He opens the door, makes eye contact with me, goes, ooh, and then closes the door and leaves. And I was like, what the fuck? But again, I was still trying my best to, you know, give the benefit of the doubt, like, you know, maybe it's just like an awkward situation or something. But a couple months later, the person that he was hanging out with that night reached out to me privately and was apologizing. And I was like, why? And they're like, I just felt like I had to apologize to you because I felt so bad and so embarrassed of what was going on. Like, yes, he wanted to see what you were doing. He was saying, like, I want to go see what's upstairs, and he was checking every room. And then after he opened the room that you were in with Nick, he closed the door and started laughing, and then he just wanted to talk about, you know, how you guys broke up for the next, like, however many hours of the night. So I was like, wow.
What did I loser, thank you. I could not think of a word that like would have been like TOS for me to say. What loser behavior? Like that's just loser behavior. It is.
Okay, that's good to know, I guess. The next story that I want to tell involves what happened to me, Valkyrie, and Senna earlier this year when we were attacked at the Santa Monica Pier. Because that was obviously... Hold on, let me close all these fucking texts. I don't want to look at them. They're still on my desktop. Where was I? Yeah, so, yeah, it happened March 3rd of this year. A lot of people were talking about it, talking about how me, Ray, and Senna were attacked. Which was not an issue. Like, we had no issue with that. Like, obviously, it's big news. People are gonna talk about it. It should be talked about. We had, like, no issues with anyone talking about it and covering it, and that included him. I was fine with that. He joined in on that whole thing of people going live to talk about it. And again, I'd like to remind people at this point, we were already a couple months into me making no contact with him, making it clear I didn't want anything to do with him. And so during this stream, he was covering what happened to me, Ray, and Senna. He decided that he was going to tell more of my personal stalker stories that I've never personally talked about or shared publicly myself.
Wait. Did we see this? I think it feels like people were telling me. Did you see what we did see this. I remember people came in here was like, did you see Miss Kid talk about Emerald's stalker stories? I remember. Oh, I remember. I didn't know he didn't have license to talk about that stuff.
And one of these stories was one that, like, no one knew at all, and, like, it just felt so shitty, because at the time that those things happened, like, you know, all the people that lived in that area together, we all came together and we all kind of decided, and this was heavily pushed by him, we should never talk about this because, you know, people are gonna be weird. It puts Emmy in more danger, and, you know, gives people ideas, so we're never gonna talk about it. But, you know, of course, as soon as there's some big drama that he's not involved in, and he finds a way to, you know, bring up, oh, I was there for something that happened to Emmy, he does it. He was on a stream talking about these personal stories of mine, and I caught wind of it. And by the way, it was also so frustrating not saying anything at this time, because the way he told those stories, he kind of framed himself as, like, the hero. He was like, oh, I held the stalker at gunpoint. No. The only person who ever came into contact face-to-face with that stalker before the police came was Bonnie. Bonnie is the person who found that guy outside, went inside, told everyone, called the police came. All Miz did was he stood far away from the front door, behind glass and metal, with a gun. Yeah, I mean, I understand, still very scary, but why are you acting like if anyone deserves credit for that, it's Bonnie. Like, it's literally stolen valor. I'm so glad I finally get to say that, because she is the one who, like, kept everyone in those two houses safe, not him. Anyway, back to the original thing, the Ray and Senna stuff. So, I was obviously panicking, like, I just had this horrible thing happen to me the night before. It was, like, huge, like, public, millions of people seeing it, and then my crazy ex-boyfriend is going live talking about more of my personal stuff, and I'm, like, crying, and Senna and Ray are like, what's wrong? And I tell them, and I'm, like, panicking. I'm like, I need to call so-and-so, I need to call so-and-so, I need to call so-and-so, like, these different people that I was like, they can contact him, because I did not want to contact him. So, Ray, Senna, some of me and Miz's mutual business partners, and Asmongold were all messaging him to stop. And by the way, Asmongold told me that he tried to call Miz while he was talking, and it rang 3 times and then hung up, which means that he saw it, and he just wanted to be able to keep talking, because, yeah, anyway, just a little note. I don't know exactly what, like, the other people said to him, but Ray and Senna told me that they were messaging him being like, bro, like, stop, what are you doing? Like, why are you doing this? And
Bro, that's
he was messaging
crazy. Like, I want to see the rest of this.
them, who were also equally as traumatized as me, of course. They had gone through the same thing. Oh, what am I doing wrong? I'm letting people know what, you know, girls go through. Was that your job?
Typical man behavior. Typical man behavior. Co-opting like the horror stories that women experience to make themselves the hero in the story, and then when people are just like, hey, we don't appreciate that very much, you're just like, oh no, you don't understand. I'm doing this for you. I'm doing this for you.
Well, anyway, yeah, that all happened a couple of months into me being no contact with him. And yeah, he was arguing with Ray and Senna while they're trying to be like, bro, like, stop, like, you're making it worse. He finished talking about my stuff and then reacted to Senna and Ray's whole stream where they were crying, addressing their communities, made sure to react to that, and then immediately went offline. So yeah, that was a terrible weekend. I got threatened to be stabbed, and then the next day, my weird ex was going live trying to self-insert so that he could make sure to farm his own clips.
That's craziness.
After that incident, his attempts to talk to me only ramped up, which I showed those texts. We went back to Japan, and during that trip, he was texting, calling me, trying to call me quite a lot, begging me to take him back. And at the same time, I heard that he was reaching out to quite a few other streamers who know both of us. And he was crying to them about how he wanted to get back together and how he thought someday we would reconnect and eventually get married. I don't think he even meant that, but I hope not. But I assume he did that with the hope that they would relay the messages back to me since I wasn't talking to him. And, I mean, some of them did.
He's a loser. He's just a loser. He's a full live, straight up loser. That's it. There's no other way to describe this guy, right? Outside of, abuser, stalker, manipulative, like outside of all that like obvious stuff, like he's just a loser. They would do all this and say they're lonely. Yeah, I mean that's so funny because Mizkif was doing exactly that. Mizkif was literally crying for the last like 6 months, being like, guys, I'm so alone in the streaming space, right? Everybody's abandoned me. Fake friends everywhere. After I started falling off, people have abandoned me. And it's like, no, it's because you were an abuser and a stalker and you're a bad person. That's what I think what it is, personally. I'm sorry. Maybe that's a thing. Maybe don't be such a bad person.
I also had a couple other streamers report to me that he would obsessively watch my stream and not in a like, oh, I wonder what Emmy's doing right now way, or like having my stream open. Like he would be obsessively and attentively hate watching my stream, like watching my stream and just saying horrible things almost every time that I've been live this year.
Honestly, I think part of that could very well be that he's looking for any mention of himself or any mention that Emaru is like breaking like the social contract. You know what I mean? He's watching her and being like, oh, I'm better than her, right, guys? But while like simultaneously being like, abuser. Did you hear? Sorry, I wasn't listening. Did you hear her say abuse? No? Okay. Just making sure. No, for no reason. No reason. I just want to make sure I was hearing it correct. I think that's what he's doing, right? He's listening to make sure that she's not like subtweeting about the abuse and the his stalker behavior that he was exhibiting. He's subconsciously paranoid about it because he's afraid. Yeah.
And they tell me that he would want to discuss how he believed I still wanted him. Interesting, considering I never replied. and he would ask other guys if they thought I had slept with anyone this year. They'd be
What
like,
a loser. I'm sorry. He's just, everything that she says is just like, man, this guy is a loser. Just a straight up loser. He's a loser. Also, he's insecure, but also a loser.
I don't fucking know, man. And then they told me he would say stuff like, no, there's no way she's done that. She's not like that. And she's probably waiting for me. Just really fucking gross stuff like that. And a couple of streamers in LA also told me that he was telling people that me and him still talk all the time, but we simply weren't together anymore because I was too mature and I was not ready. I was too immature.
Too
but yeah,
immature.
you can see from the messages I showed.
Oh, yeah, sure. I don't get it. I just won't say anything.
I'm not sure if, like, I mean, people can go back and read them. He was begging me to take him back for the majority of this year, which was 7 or 8 months total. And like I said, some of those messages were even, I believe, ChatGPT. Not that it really matters. It's just interesting, right? As of today, it's been about 2 months since he has attempted to contact me directly. I think because about 2 months ago is when he started kind of getting scared that I might have been, like, you know, telling people things. Which again,
See? That's abuser playbook 101. Right? Abusers will stalk their victims simultaneously because they want to, like, secretly insert themselves back into their lives. Right? That's part of the reason. Another reason is for control, right? And the other reason is because they want to make sure that nobody is catching on to their abuse, right? So that if somebody is catching on, they can start dropping their own narratives. You feel me? So, like, if Miskiff is watching Emeru's stream and then in the Emeru says, like, abuse, and Miskiff will go on his stream and be like, animal abuse, by the way, that's bad, guys. But wouldn't you hate it if there was animal abuse happening? You know what I mean? They want to control the narrative. They don't want to like start the narrative control because it'll make them look weird. But they want to control the narrative once the narrative starts to be floated. And that's what Miskiff is doing on his stream here, which we'll get to after this.
I wasn't going out of my way to do it, but if anyone ever asked me, I wasn't going to lie to them. I mentioned this at the beginning before I started, like, fully telling the story. I heard from my friends, other streamers, and my employees that he had cooked up a plot that if I ever tried to talk about him, like, about the abuse or anything else, he would try to go live and say that I killed my rabbits. And I was told that he approached several streamers who were around us a lot when we lived together and asked if they would basically back him up, and they refused. Obviously, they're not insane. And
which I'm sure that he didn't do when this information came out, by the way. I'm sure he didn't do that in this stream, specifically indirectly. Probably not. No. Surely.
even something happened this weekend at TwitchCon. One of my employees told me he went up to them and he threatened them, saying, if Emmy ever tries to talk about me, I will destroy her.
That's a TwitchCon ban, in my opinion, by the way. Him doing this at TwitchCon is a TwitchCon ban. $100%. 100%. That's a TwitchCon ban. Should be a site-wide ban, to be honest. Oh no, I agree. TwitchCon bans are site-wide bans. For sure. Yeah, like I 100%. Right? It's I think it's hard for the platform to justify like where the line between like off-site behavior starts and stops, and like, you know, where they should get involved starts and stops. But the fact that he took it in person, stalking at a Twitch event, is a TwitchCon ban and an on-site ban. Like, it's a site-wide ban, in my personal opinion. Jail, in my opinion. To be fair, Twitch doesn't deal with that. Twitch, I can have my own thoughts about where he should go. You know what I mean? But from the Twitch side, I agree with how you're gonna prove it is a problem. No, Twitch doesn't have to prove anything. You don't have there's no, like, you don't have a right to be on the platform. Twitch can ban you for any reason they so choose. There's no proof necessary. If that was the case, then there would be lawsuits, like, you know, lined up for people getting unjustly banned. You know?
Whatever that means. And within the same night, he also texted one of my best friends, and he would have known that I would have been with this girl.
Whereas in Europe, Twitch isn't based in Europe. I mean, their servers operate in Europe, but like, you know, again, I think if an American streamer gets banned in America, I don't think Europe has any jurisdiction over what that can and can't do. You feel me? What they can and can't do, or who they can and can't ban.
He texted her saying, "Hey, worried about her. Hope she's okay." You know, right after he just said to my employee and other people that he was gonna try to destroy my life. Yeah, all in the same night. And, yeah, that was Saturday, so that pretty much leads us to today. I feel like it's clear I've spent the last year of my life cutting him off and building a new life with people that actually care about me, and doing my best to move on peacefully without causing any drama. I did not want to do this. A lot of other creators actually told me that after his other allegations in 2022, if I wasn't the first person to stand up for him and start appearing on his channel again, they do not think that they would have gone back to helping him with his content. So,
Oh, so she feels like responsible. That sucks. That sucks.
So, I always tried to keep things private, always tried to make things better.
Shit. No, I think that's fair for her to, like, I'm not saying that's fair, but like, that's her valid feelings, right? I agree that like she shouldn't like put that on herself, but like I think she's not, I'm not gonna call her invalid for feeling that way, right? It sucks. I hate that she feels that way, you know? It's sad.
Had hope that things would get better, you know, tried to be supportive, and my thanks that I got for all of that was abuse and resentment.
People saying it are victim blaming though. No, I don't. No. I think you're misunderstanding, right? I think you're misunderstanding, right? In that, like, I don't think that people are saying this is your fault, right? He's popular now because it's you collaborated with him, right? I don't think that that's a response to like what she's saying here, and more just in general. Like that's just how the people have been speaking about, like, you know. I don't necessarily like Mizkif or whatever, but I saw Emeru collab with him, so I thought it was cool. Thought she did say that some people told her that. I mean, maybe in reaction to that, if that's the case, then I would agree. Right? I took it more as like that's just how she's felt, right? With Mizkif. She's taking personal ownership in a situation where she's the victim. It's really sad to see that she feels the need to say that, but she's not invalid in feeling that way. Yeah, that's the way I view it. Right? I don't think we're saying like different things. I think we understand that if people are telling her that, Like saying, well, this is your fault because you rehabilitated him. I obviously disagree with that. That's disgusting. You know?
And for all of 2025, all of this year, harassment and hatred from him and his community, while he was the whole time secretly begging for me to take him back behind the scenes. I've taken a lot of steps already. As I said, it's apparent. I've taken a lot of steps to restructure my life and be a lot more careful about who I help and who I invest my time and my care into. And I'm doing a lot better now, but I felt like this was a necessary strain because, like I said at the very beginning, I have heard that he has done things.
I think that she said that some people said if I wouldn't have given him a chance if he didn't collaborate with him, but I don't think they're saying that as putting the onus on her. Yeah. I don't know. It's hard to say without knowing what situation or who was saying it and why. But like, I also don't think people were like directly like blaming her for like being the victim of abuse. That makes sense.
To other people that aligned with some of my own experiences, so I felt like it would be wrong for me to keep holding on to all this information. I know
run this back because this is important as well.
Felt like it would be wrong for me to. I have heard that he has done things to other people that aligned with some of my own experiences, so I felt like it would be wrong for me to keep holding on to all this information. I know I stayed for way too long, and I thought that I could help, and I unfortunately learned that I couldn't, but I worked really hard to have the life that I have now with my friends, my family, my pets, and my community, and I'm so grateful for how things are now. It was very difficult, but I'm very proud of myself for making the choices that I did to end up where I am now. And yeah, that's my story of dealing with abuse, psychological and domestic abuse, sexual assault, and stalking, and being threatened on if, I ever talked about it. And this whole time, it's been kind of hidden in plain sight away from hundreds of thousands of people. And, yeah. I know that me saying all of this probably isn't gonna make him or what's left of his community leave me alone. But sorry, voice crack. I know talking about this probably won't make him or probably won't make him or what remains of his community leave me alone, but I'm at least glad that people will be aware of all of this now and I won't have to feel like I'm hiding a terrible dark secret anymore. And it's all out there now. And I also want to make it clear that not everyone that I interact with or that I'm friends with knew the extent of the things that were happening. And a lot of streamers didn't really know anything at all, but I mean, like I said before, people aren't stupid. I think it's pretty clear that a lot of people knew that things were happening, and like I said, you have to remember, it's not just me. A lot of people have told me that they have their own, grievances with him. But for the people who did know about this, thank you for being there for me through all of this and supporting me and cheering me on. And there were a lot of people as well who, even though they didn't know anything, without asking any questions, they still were very kind and supportive, and I will always remember that for the rest of my life. I also want to say, just so people know, that I'm not just trying to put this out there and then, I am already in the process of filing a restraining order on him in both Texas and California.
I think that's good.
I
hope it
and
comes
I also wanna-
extraordinarily quickly. Genuinely. I hope the no contact order comes immediately. I genuinely. Right.
wanted to say that
I hope it comes that with a provision that he can't talk about her on his stream. Right? Because he likes to do that, as we've seen. And weaponize and utilize her struggles in order to enrich himself and insert himself into her situations. Yeah, like Halle Bailey got, yeah. And I genuinely hope it comes quickly. Yeah, I've done that before. When she is in front of a judge, they'll do it, but it never protects the victim, unfortunately.
I would not be
It's important that people don't judge what she does or doesn't do to protect herself or her peace of mind. Yes. Oh, my mouse died.
surprised if he tries to sue me for the stream that I did today and for coming out about him. Not because he thinks that he would win, but for PR reasons, like a slap lawsuit. It'd be interesting if that happened, and I wouldn't be opposed to people finding out more of the truth and things that I didn't even talk about today, and what else he's been lying about. And I'm sure there's also plenty of things that even I don't know about. And yeah, there's more things that I didn't even talk about today, but I'm hoping that now that I have this out, this is the last time I ever have to talk about it. And I can be like, okay, I got it out there. I'm not withholding this anymore. It's out there. And yeah. I guess that's pretty much it. Definitely not how I would have liked to spend my Saturday. I would have loved to go to karaoke with my friends or something like that instead. A lot of people like karaoke, right, guys? Yeah, I think that's it. I'm probably gonna take some time off. I'm not sure. Like, I genuinely have no idea what the response to this all is gonna be like. I really just wanna, like I said, do my best to move on from this, because I've already been doing that for a year. Like I said, I feel like that's pretty clear.
Referencing something there? I think so. Obviously, I don't think we're gonna know what the reference is, but I think that there's something there that's like, you know, meant for it's a message meant for a specific target. I'll say.
Yeah, that's pretty much it. Thank you guys for today. I asked my editor if he would put this on YouTube for if you guys want to look at, you know, any of the things that I shared today. But like I said, all of the streams that I referred to today are public. You can easily find them. And all the people that I mentioned today gave me permission to mention them. Except I think I mentioned Mr. Beast, oops, but I mean, he's not involved. Yeah. Yeah, I don't know. I never thought that I would be doing this stream, so it feels really weird to have done it, and it's over now. Yeah, well, now you guys know everything. And all the things I've been holding in for the past couple years. So yeah, thank you guys for listening. Hopefully I'll be able to keep giving updates on the TwitchCon stuff, but I'm hoping to put this other chapter behind me. And like I said, I don't know what's gonna happen, but I feel very confident that this was the right thing to do, and I don't regret any of it. Thank you guys. I'm gonna go spend time with my friends, and hopefully I will see you guys all very soon. Thank you for everything. Yep, I guess that's it. See you guys when I see you. Goodbye.
Yep. I think this was very brave of Emeru, especially considering like how large of a community Miskiv has. His response, okay, take a second. Can we not just sit with and acknowledge the bravery of Emeru before we immediately jump into the response? Okay, relax, Jed. Can we just take a second? Just take a second. Just take a second and just acknowledge and give Emeru the credit of speaking out for herself and for others. Because like I think people might have missed that, but like Emeru decided to speak out not just for herself or not just for her own sake, but for the sake of other women that Miskiv has abused or engaged with horribly, and women in the future as well. You know? So I think that's very brave, and I want to give credit where credit's due. Is what my comment was. I was saying basically, she had to go above and beyond in order to make this valid for the worst people's eyes. She's the best, yeah. Yeah, she has to be. How thorough she has to be to express her own experience. It's pretty gross that this level of attention and care is required for women to speak out against their abusers, and even still, she'll 100% get backlash from people. Yeah, right. She qualified like 7 different times about like why she stayed and how she thinks that like she could have done things better and what she could have seen the red flags of. And even then, people are going to be like, well, why didn't you say this? Why did you say this earlier? Why did you wait until now? Right? It's going to be the case. But from what I've seen, like there are a lot of, good, supportive responses to this. It's really sad how much she blamed herself. I agree. I think that's the hardest part, or how much she blames herself for Ms. Kip's continued like behavior, right? Even though it's not her fault. Like it really helps that Asmongold is her friend. I think that's true. There's truth to that. The rest clip, yes, we've seen the rest clip. Did he sue? This just came out, so I don't believe so. Can we skip the misstatement? We're probably gonna look at it. We're probably gonna look at it. Also, we have the Kuko statement. It's open. Or at least we'll look at some of it. Right? Oh, you're right. This is a statement from 2023. That's saying stuff. What rest clip are y'all talking about? It's the clip of like Miskiff getting angry that like Miskiff getting angry that Emeru has more viewers during Rust Kingdoms than he does, and then ending stream and then start slamming doors. It's that clip. But yeah, I want to show you just the way that he's acting now, because I saw the first 5 seconds of this and I was just like, this guy's gross. This guy is disgusting. I want to just show y'all a little bit of it just so you know that he's not taking it seriously. And he's immediately doing exactly what she said he would do. You know?
Hello. Hello? Yo.
I will also say, like, even if you are fully correct in your position or in your response, you should never do a response immediately. Genuinely. You should not. Even if you, and he's not correct. I want to make that very clear. But even if you are fully correct, you should never do a response immediately because there's no way that you can genuinely respond to what people have said, right? Without taking time to internalize that. But Mizkif going live while she's live, like Mizkif being live right here is like at the tail end of her stream. Her stream is ending and winding down. And he's like, go live immediately. So let's see. Let's see what he has to say.
Yo. 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 What's up?
I hate him so much.
Yo. Hey. Yo. Call Bean, he can fix this? No, it's okay. Yo.
Yo, can someone ask Jason to get that script that he used to ban all the Asmongold subs? And so I can use it to ban every Mizkif sub from my chat. Oh, sorry, Sneak Out. It was Sneak Out. Thank you. It would be a good housekeeping before we even get that far. You got me? So what I want to see what this link was.
Yo. What up, chat?
Trying to unfazed bit. Yeah, he's trying to be like, yeah, he's unbothered. Yeah, I'm ready to respond already. That's right. I'm unbothered. Like he's.
Yo.
Also, I will say before he responds, and it makes us all very angry because we know it will. Because we know it will. Did y'all remember when I was at TwitchCon? I don't know if I said this on stream or if I said it to myself. I talk to myself sometimes. But I passed Mizkif in the partner lounge. What about Yellow Chatter? Oh, this guy or girl. I recognize them. Why do I recognize them? Because that's the chatter we talked about yesterday. Literally yesterday. Yeah, down the purge, but I would wait a couple of months because Emmy's community is integrated with Miz's. Like you're also banning all Emmy subs. I was mostly memeing. I'm not actually gonna ban all Mizkif subs. I will ban people who are like defending him in this chat though. So if I see like members of the community like of my chat that are like defending Mizkif in this stream, I will ban them. Right, but I'm not gonna like ban all subs for that reason. I think only he has just been to you today. Well, welcome in. Hello. One more time. Yeah, before we start, just to get us prepared.
Let me try. I've never done this before.
This is gonna be good. Yeah.
All right, I'm ready.
Yo. Is this goodbye? No.
It's not goodbye. Not at all. Yo. Yo. Explain yourself. I will. Promise you. We're not playing Marvel Rivals today. Tom, think of this up. Appreciate it.
Yo.
Stop. That is completely unsurprising. This is the most unsurprising thing that I've seen so far. That is the most unsurprising thing that I've seen so far. This isn't even, chat, this isn't even a resub message. This is not even a resub message. This person went in there for the first time, saw Mizkif being outed as an abuser, and it was like, yes, please. Do we know the chatter? You do. You may not know you know the chatter, but you do. You do. He's also a streamer who streams with people like Destiny and Dan Saltman and those people. I recognize the name because I blocked them on Twitter. Yeah, these people. One of the people who have been harassing me, and the rest of my friends. So he's the guy with the ugly little. Here, you would know the face. Hold on. Yep, he's been blocked. This guy. Are you bro. I can call them from a mile away. Has drama streamer in the bio? Yeah. Yeah. So these are the type of people who've now who've are like cozying up to Mizkif. By the way. So if you see Mizkif do like a right-wing heel turn and start associating with people like Destiny and Dan Saltman and then the rest of that those drama streamers, just know that like they are trying to gear up for that by doing stuff like this. You know what I mean? Did this give an apolitical guy already? Yes. Right, but like, you know what I mean?
New viewer here. Why is everyone?
What up, walnuts?
Yo, Miz.
Are you starting your right-wing grift? It's getting close. Yo. What up?
Yo.
Yo, what up? Thank you for the sub. Hey, yo, what up, sheep?
46 months.
Yo.
Crazy year.
Yo, Fulton, thank you for the sub.
This
Expose everything, bro. It's time to go full demon time. It's clearly obvious at this point. It's full demon time.
Oh, yes. I love responding to serious accusations of abuse, sexual assault, and stalking with being like, I'm going to go demon time. This really shows that Mizkif is taking this seriously. You know?
Why not? It is time to go full demon time. Just letting you know. There is no holding back. Who cares anymore? I will expose everything about every person that you've ever known. And it is time to go full demon time.
Then do it. You know what I mean? Like, genuinely, I hope on Mizkif's way out, when he inevitably exits the space, I hope he does, like, you know, call people out for how bad they genuinely are. Like, I'm not saying you shouldn't do that. Why? I don't care. Right? It's not going to make you look better because you've held on to this information, but like, yeah, okay. Nobody's been telling you not to do this.
Yo. POS,
Why not?
Don't tell me I've subbed this long for nothing.
Let's watch the world burn. Here, I'm taking out a sub-only mode. There you go. What's up, chat? Let's watch the world fucking burn. If people want to act like this, you know, I see some people saying some very obtuse things. We can watch the world burn.
Everybody tried to use screenshot it from Hassan's chat, gonna make an appearance in chat. We already saw it. I'm just telling you, my barometer on these things is kind of crazy.
Burn.
Okay, it's been like 2 minutes. Is he going to get to the response part of this response?
Fuck it. Obtuse. Yes. There's some people that are saying some pretty crazy things that I was seeing. I haven't even gone on Twitter. I saw other things and I'm like, damn. But I've been around for 10 years now. A lot of you guys know. I am pretty far away from this stuff at this point. But
I wonder why.
I am totally okay with exposing a lot of things and saying things. At this point, I think it's pretty obvious I will not be friends with any of these people after this. Ludwig was right. I am going to completely separate myself from these people in this community, which is fine, and I've already been doing it. But I have hundreds of messages and DMs from people, things that people probably would never want to get released that are very interesting for everyone, and I will be releasing it as time goes on, because why not? Go crazy.
Bro, he's like he's throwing a tantrum. What if he's a Mizkif writer and it's crazy? No, that's not what he's saying, Chad. That's not what he's saying. You're falling for literally what he's doing right now. You're falling for the bait. Right? He's trying to distract you from like the fact that he is an abuser and a stalker and a sexual assaulter. Like, that's what he's trying to do by just throwing names out there. I was joking, but like, yeah, do it. But like, that's what his goal is. His goal is to like throw names out there, right? So that you are distracted. What does he mean by Ludwig is right? Ludwig said that he's not friends with some people in the space, right? They're just streamer friends. They're not real friends. That's what he means. That's what he's talking about. He's saying, you know, I'm going to pull a Ludwig and none of these people are actually my friends. That's what he's talking about. Yes, streamers aren't your friends. Exactly. Ludwig was defending him a few days ago. Yeah, but not okay. Chat. I don't think Ludwig was defending Mizkif because he thought that Mizkif was going to be exposed for being a stalker, sexual assaulter, and abuser. Like, honestly, it's a perfect example of like Ludwig just having very shitty timing. You know what I mean? It is a perfect example for Ludwig just having extraordinarily shitty timing. Like, that's just it.
Who cares? No. Who fucking cares? But before that, I would like to address everything that was said today. Okay? Let's get some yos in chat first. Maybe some tryhards. It's perfectly fine. Go ahead. You're a disgusting piece of shit. Absolutely. Been that for years. It's pretty fucking par for the course. What are we going to pretend that I'm not a piece of shit? We've all known this. All right? Calm down. Is this anything new? No. I'm a piece of shit. Why the fuck is Caroline Burton chat? That's probably the most crazy thing I've ever seen in my life. But I'm going to defend myself on a lot of things that were said about me. I am going to defend myself on what was said with Emmy. I see a lot of people saying other things that really upset me, but the Emmy one is a serious thing that I want to take serious, and we will be discussing that, okay?
Thank you, chatters.
I wrote this myself, so I don't know if it's even good. I am not the best writer, as a lot of you know. I have half my screen right now is red. Because I can't write for shit. It's not through ChatGPT. Shut up. Not through ChatGPT. It's not through ChatGPT. Shut up. It's not, bro. Shut up. It's not through Chat. You really think in a serious situation like this, I put ChatGPT and I'm writing something out because it's like, oh, hold on. Like, bro, shut up. No. Yes, really.
Really? No, it's Sora AI. I have an entire video made. What is wrong with you, chat? What is wrong with you? I wish I could show you how much red is in this to show you that each other is spaced. It's so stupid. I'm not a good writer, bro. I'm not a good writer. So, okay. Let's get to this, shall we? No stalling.
Before I say anything, is Skalooey in here? I just opened up my Twitter notifications. Why are you arguing with why are you arguing with people? I saw like there's like 6 notifications of you just like going back and forth with like random people. With the random people. And I was bored. And then you went private. Sorry, that's not at all. That is not at all relevant to the discussion. I just thought that was so funny. Anyway, sorry. Let's continue. Can you skip to the part where he speaks instead of just saying yo yo yo? Cutie tweet got traction, so I went private. Oh, what did you say about cute? Okay, now I'm curious. Hold on.
I'm taking out of sub only mode. I don't.
Oh yeah, you got 5K. Yeah, you're cooked. Go ahead and wrap that one up. Go ahead and wrap that up. It's over for you. It's over. You are done.
Really care. I know that there's a lot of people that want to speak, and they can. I have no problem with that. This is a very serious situation that I was told. I know a lot of other people are saying things about me as well on top of this, but this is the thing I want to talk about. So let's talk about it, shall we? And then we can go into it. Okay. So, this is April of 2021, okay? I'm going to write everything down. Everyone just chill and let me hear this out, okay? We met online when we were playing AT&T Annihilator Cup. This is me and Emmy. I was introduced to her through it, and my chat started to like us hanging out. I didn't have feelings for her or anything, but I thought we could start hanging out more and be friends. So we met through the Annihilator Cup. A lot of you guys know this. I was playing with her. My chat liked her a lot. She was fun to hang out with. So we started hanging out. We started to play games with each other on stream, and we started to grow closer together. We started calling each other, and we were flirting. We didn't do anything, but it was pretty obvious that Emaru had feelings for me as well as I had for her. But we couldn't really do anything because at the time, she was dating a girl named Bonnie, another cosplayer from another state, and I was dating Maya.
Wait, okay. So let me get this straight. So he starts off his defense from being called an abuser and stalker and sexual assaulter by admitting to cheating. That was also false. Bonnie and Marie were not dating. There's serious grooming allegations with that, but he's trying to bring that up. How much you want to bet he used AI for this response? Oh, I will bet my entire life savings. Bonnie herself says it wasn't Emaru. But I never expect anything different from an abuser. Yeah, but that's such a crazy thing to do in your like defense video. Like it doesn't make you seem like a loving partner if you start off your defense video by being like, yeah, I'm being accused of abuse in this relationship, but it started on the false pretense of me like emotionally cheating on my last partner. You know what I mean? Like, even his chat's like, bro, what are you talking about? What are you talking about? You are insane. Why are you saying this thing? Right? And I think, okay, this is what I think. Misk's reputation is already in the garbage from this, right? Misk's reputation is already in the garbage for this. I think he's trying to pull Emeru down with him, right? And that's why he admits to being a cheater, right? But also is like, Emeru's also a cheater, so we're the same. And so he's trying to, like, you know, drag her into the mud and, like, tarnish her reputation by doing that. I think he also knows his social circle is 0 now. Yeah. Like, he's cooked. Moved to LA, nobody fucks with them. Left Austin. He's cooked. Yeah. I mean, he moved to LA, in my opinion, to get away from this in the first place. And even then, nobody was real. Like, he moved to LA, did no collabs. Genuinely, he moved to LA, did 0 collabs. Did none. Right, so people already weren't rocking with him when he was living in LA. You feel me? He collabed with Austin, I think like once. But like, not really. Not like he wasn't like doing things to that extent. He was kind of already washed at that point. Anyway.
Me and Maya broke up. I broke up with her because the relationship felt stagnant, and Maya's sanctuary started to take over a lot of her life, and we hardly had time to hang out with each other. Since Maya moved out, I knew I wanted a streamer to move into the house, preferably a girl to farm content with, but I didn't want it to happen so fast. I didn't know if I wanted to be Emmy, but she told me about a stalker that came to her house with a bat, and she didn't live at her house anymore. I'm telling you everything, chat, okay? Come on. I'm telling you the whole story. Sit down and relax. All right? Take a seat. I told her to come move in with me in Austin because she had a stalker, and we want to make content, and the guy will probably be scared since there's a bunch of people around instead of her in her Kansas home by herself.
Okay, so even if I were to take what he's saying at face value, which I don't, but even if I were to do that, you're expecting me to believe that you emotionally cheating on your girlfriend, breaking up with her leaving the house, you wanting to bring in somebody else to farm, like another girl to farm content with, and somebody that you were, you know, doing the cheating with, right, the emotional cheating with, who had stalkers in fear for her safety, and you used that as a pretense to get her into your house to farm content with her and potentially start a relationship with her. And that's supposed to make him look better. That is his defense. This is his defense stream, chat. This is how he's defending himself. You feel me? There's more Kayo Shibuya. Is that different than Kaho? So I see people saying both. Receive harassing messages from Miskif. I can only find the LSF thread. Makes Emeru, Fuko, and now it's Kaho. Then why do people, what is it? Okay, I think it's just this chatter. I think it's literally just this chatter. Cause I've seen, like, now I need to know. No, it's not. It's not this chatter. It's other chatters. Then now I'm confused. Where does that even come from? Sorry, it's not particularly important. Was there a post? It's Kaho. That's what I thought, because I know who Kaho is. Did the LSF post say KO? And that's why people are saying it? I don't know. Sorry, let's just focus. I think so. Okay, that makes sense.
Told her to come move in with me in Austin because she had a stalker, and we want to make content, and the guy will probably be scared since there's a bunch of people around instead of her in her Kansas home by herself.
I can't believe people are gifting and subbing on the day this comes out. I mean, that's not that surprising.
From there, our relationship started growing very fast. Within just weeks of moving in, she would sit in my room with me late at night, and I would watch Pokemon over and over again, season 1. I loved it because she made me feel like because it felt like my childhood and a place of calmness. She would fall asleep in my bed. With some nights, we would touch our backs or legs together. We knew we liked each other. We just knew it was a bad idea. Talks of her joining OTK happened fast as well, and I knew that if we were potentially going to date, we'd have to keep it a secret. Nobody was allowed to know. Streamers as well were already starting to resent me, saying that it was a shitty thing that I moved Emmy in so fast and replaced Maya so quickly. If people found out we were dating, I could be hated by my peers and lose what I created in OTK. I didn't know if we were going to date, and I knew if we were going to make it happen, it was going to be very stressful. But I had no idea what was going to come. It was the beginning of January of 2022. Emmy just had her huge party in an arcade celebrating her birthday on stream. Everyone from Austin was there, and as we were celebrating her joining OTK, there was a huge scare. Someone outside in the parking lot rammed into my Audi R8 and drove off. And while we were outside thinking it was a schizo viewer, we were told that the person who just hit my car was now inside holding a gun. This scared us to no end. Me and Connery's pants ran inside in fear to get everyone out and make sure everything is okay. My first concern was Emmy. I wanted her to be safe. The cops came.
I don't know how this is particularly relevant. Yeah, even his chatters are like random story. Like, I don't know how this is particularly relevant, but I do think it could be a situation where he's just trying to name drop people to pull them in. Because Connor was in Emiru's chat in the VOD that we watched. Right? Connor was in Emiru's chat showing support. And so it may be a Connery's pants. You got good eyes? Yeah. I mean, I saw whenever I see people, this is when you're a streamer, you see like badges. Whenever I see a badge like fly past the screen, I read the name because I'm curious. Right. But I saw Connery's pants in the chat. So I think he might be trying to like, make Connor like pick a side, maybe. That kind of thing. I don't know. It's weird. The GBC prompt, hey, write an apology letter that mentions the following streamers while making me look cool. Maybe like he's trying to drive people in and filibustering to see his chat turn on him. I know, it's weird.
Drunk driver did have a gun and was sentenced to 3 to 5 years in prison. Me and Emmy were terrified that night. And on the way home, I grabbed her hand and she grabbed mine. And we knew we were trauma bonded and we didn't want to let go.
I'm sorry, he said the phrase trauma bonded in his apology video? Is anybody else confused? Show of hands? Cause what are we talking about? I'm confused.
We would wake up together, stream together, and hang out with each other all night.
So is he doing the like, how could I have possibly have abused her? We loved each other so much. Look at how much we loved each other. Is that what he's doing?
Night. She quickly became my best friend and someone that I felt for the first time I was in love with. We hung out all day, every day.
That's what my dad tried to do. Say in court also was name dropping random people. Nothing confusing here is the third abuser creator I've seen make a video like this year. This is identical. Well, I'm still confused as to like what his goal is. Like, how is this a defense? How is he defending himself? I don't know. I need to see more. I'm genuinely confused.
We were always so happy with each other. Playing games until the night, loving every moment we were with each other. It felt poor. Jack, relax. I remember one day I left my house. She called me just so we can be on the phone together, as we always did. And we were playing a song called Falling in Love with You with Elvis came on, and I felt that love, first time I felt love for a girl, and I thought I'd want it to never let it go. The first year of our relationship.
What does this have to do with the abuse? What does this have to do with him being abusive to her? Also, chat, don't stop harping on the oh well, he didn't love Maya. Stop. It's just what are we doing? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? Please, can we focus?
Relationship, we almost had no fights. We started to date officially in January of 2022, and up until my cancellation, everything was perfect. She brushed over that I threw water bottles or my phone near her, but that wasn't during fights. I want to make that very clear. It would be.
Well, she didn't say that it was. She just said that you were doing things that made her uncomfortable. That she asked you to stop and that you didn't. He's doing the, listen guys, she's trying to say that I was a emotional abuser. But what you don't understand is that, like, I wasn't doing it out of emotion. I was doing it just because I wanted to, I guess. Like, I don't know how he thinks this is a defense. It just doesn't make sense.
Me throwing my phone on my bed when I brushed my teeth. She did tell me she got a bruise from it, and I stopped. That's all that happened. I will throw you and show you an example, chat. I'm brushing my teeth. Right here. Look at me. I would throw my phone on the bed. I would just lob it over.
Even if I were to take him seriously at face value, that doesn't make it okay. Oh, I'm sorry. I just accidentally bruised you by throwing something in your general direction. On multiple occasions. Like, that does not make it okay. It doesn't. Like, she was there. Yeah, she was there. Right? And so what he's doing is he's stopping just short of calling her a liar. Right? He's like, oh, maybe she's like misremembering and like she's saying these things, but like this is what actually happened. Right? But he's stopping just short from calling her a liar.
Because I was going to bed, so I would just throw the phone. That's it. And when that's the whole thing. I didn't throw it at her. I want to make that very clear. I never threw it at her.
Oh yeah, I threw it and it hit her and gave her a black eye. Oh no, I'm so sorry for doing that thing that like she definitely just described. He's like, no, I just threw it in her general direction with some amount of force, and it accidentally hit her and gave her a black eye. Oh, so yeah, he is on stream throwing shit at Maya directly, right? Like we looked at that. So
I never hit her, and she even said in her situation that she bruises easily. She brushed over that I threw water bottles with her on my phone near her, but that wasn't during our fights. It would be throwing my phone on my bed when I brushed my teeth. She did tell me she got bruises from it, and I stopped. That's all that happened. That's it.
I'm sorry. Those are like, in my opinion, those are, what's the word? Contradictory statements. Exactly, chatter. He said bruises plural. So it happened more than once. So he didn't just stop. You know what I mean? It wasn't just like, oh, it happened one time. She said, don't do it. And then, you know, he just stopped. It happened multiple times, essentially. right?
I did feel a lot of stress over the time of our relationship up until this point from her stalkers. From the ones that would show up at her.
Okay, stop. He's not going to turn the fact that she has stalkers into a reason for why he's abusive. He's like, listen, dog, I was super stressed by all of your stalkers, so I had to throw my phone at you. What are we talking about? Yeah, so he's the real victim to her stalkers. He's the victim. Okay, sure.
Her old house, and also stalkers that just had from her TikTok postings. We found after being with each other that her stalkers had a lot from would come to her a lot from her short form content. These people were schizophrenic and would think that she is talking to them.
What I don't understand how that's relevant. Like, does it matter where the stalkers are coming from? Why I'm confused. I don't understand why he brought that part up. That is a weird point to bring up. He's like, guys, we found out the stalkers were coming from TikTok. Like, what does that have to do with this conversation?
Whether it was songs she played, the way she looked at the screen, or just the titles of the videos, these people started to feel she was talking to them and come to our house to stalk her. These people thought in their heads they were dating her. They were out of their mind and dangerous. I told her,
okay, what does this have to do with the abuse?
If we're going to be serious about this relationship, I need her to stop posting as much.
Are we serious, bro? Are we serious? Are we serious right now? He did not. No, he didn't. He did not. I don't believe it. 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 I do not believe that he just said what he said here. Are you serious? No, I must have misheard him. I'm running that entire minute back. I must have misheard him. I do not believe. Do not believe that he just did. Okay.
And also stalkers that just had from her TikTok postings. We found after being with each other that her stalkers had a lot from would come to her a lot from her short form content. These people were schizophrenic and would think that she is talking to them. Whether it was songs she played, the way she looked at the screen, or just the titles of the videos, these people started to feel she was talking to them and come to our house to stalk her. These people thought in their heads they were dating her. They were out of their mind and dangerous. I told her, if we're going to be serious about this relationship, I need her to stop posting as much and to not farm these people.
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. In his defense, for abusive and controlling behavior, he admits, yeah, I was abusive and controlling. He not only blamed her for having stalkers, he said that if you're going to live in this house and we are going to be in a relationship, right, you need to not post on TikTok. That I don't have any words. Like, I don't even know what you say to this. Like, that's crazy.
She agreed and understood that it was a safety concern for not only me, but the house. Russell, Simply, Corey, or anyone that was in my house or anyone that was near us. She agreed that she wouldn't want to hurt anyone else. And
I want you to remember, he invited her to stay. He invited her to stay. He invited her to stay because of the stalkers.
and knew that posting these types of TikToks and posts can mess with us and is something I'm not comfortable with as a guy.
Bro, he's literally doing the, well, what was she wearing? Well, what was she wearing? Maybe if she wasn't wearing those skimpy outfits, right? He's literally doing that as his defense. As his defense against abusive and controlling behavior. I don't know what I expected him to be saying here as his defense, but this is legitimately worse. This is legitimately worse than anything I would have possibly ever expected. We just chat his comments, they don't believe him. I mean, I know, I'm reading the comments. Right? Yeah, people are like, and herself, right? Which he also didn't bring up. As you said, his only defense is pulling her down with him. Yeah. Right? Now he's insinuating that, like, Emaru is farming parasocial, like, he's doing the exact same thing that contributes to this culture of women being unsafe on the platform. Like, Pokimane is farming tier 3 by the way she stands up in her content, right? Like, he's literally doing that. He's doing that for his, like, ex-girlfriend. But at the time, current girlfriend. Literally for his current girlfriend at the time, he was doing, listen, you're farming the tier 3s too much. It's making me unsafe and uncomfortable. Insanity. It's crazy. That's craziness.
So she would tell me that if I had a problem to let her know. And at first it was minor things here and there, but over time it got harder and harder to deal with. There were more stress on top of this. We both had to hide the relationship from everyone. If anyone found out or was known, I could get in a ton of trouble with OTK and cause a ton of problems.
Me, I. It's only about how this affects Mizkif. That is it. That is all he cares about. It's never, hey, is Emaru safe? Hey, is Emaru happy? Hey, what can we do to send her Emaru? It's, well, we need to keep this relationship secret because me and OTK and how I interact with OTK and me and I and me and more and me. And that's it. What about me? How does this affect me? How does this make me feel? That's it. That's all he ever talks about. That's all he talks about.
Would you guys stop spamming never sub, never donated? Okay, relax. I told her if we were going to be serious
I did not see a single one of those messages. I'm being entirely real. So I think he may be just hallucinating. I think he's just making that up.
About this relationship, I need to stop posting as much and to not farm these people. And then there was more stress on top of this. We both had to hide the relationship from everyone. If anyone found out or was known, I can get in a ton of trouble with OTK and can cause a ton of problems in my life. So I lied to all of my old friends, S-Fan included, who lived just next door to me, and everyone in OTK. And that was very hard for me to do.
Stay strong.
Me. I had to lie to all of my friends because I made a decision as an adult to get into a relationship after I made a decision to reach out to Emaru and invite her to live in my house because I wanted to farm girl content. Woe is me. I'm Mizkif. What are we talking about? What are we talking about? I didn't mean you guys were dating, Miz. No, but you don't understand. You don't understand, Chatter. It's woe is him. He had to lie to all of his bestest friends. And it was really hard on him. It was really hard on him to lie to all of his bestest friends. And it's really sad. And you should feel sorry for him. And you should realize that anybody who's being mean to Widow being Mizkif is actually super mean and unfair. Woe with him, he's Small Bean. That is literally what he's describing here. Emer was like, yo, this guy was abusive to me. This guy is stalking me currently, right? He's messaged me 40 times. He's talking behind my back, right? He sexually assaulted me. And Mizkif is like, she made me lie to all of my friends. She made me lie to all of my friends. And she has stalkers and she keeps posting on TikTok. You know what I mean? You know the take that's like, some men are just like, they think they want a baddie, but they're just not, they can't handle a baddie. They're like, yeah, no man, you're not leaving, like, if you're my girl, you're not leaving the house like that. You're not leaving the house like that. You're gonna be wearing a long flowy sundress and that's it. No man gonna be looking at my girl like that. Like, dog, you're dating a baddie. Like you're dating somebody who attracts the attention of men, and you literally cannot handle that. So you're like, no, I must impose my will and control over what this person is doing, right? You can't post on Instagram, no bikini pics, only one-piece bathing suits. Like, you signed up for this. You literally signed up for this. You signed up for this. And then you're mad because you don't feel confident in your ability to keep all that. That's it. It's literally the Jonah Hill situation all over again. I see it all the time from insecure men on Twitter. Like, you do not have confidence in your ability to maintain, right, this relationship with this conventionally attractive person. And so you need to go out of your way to like exert your will, right, over her in order to try to force her to stay. Because it's about control. They want the social status of a hot girl while not having to deal with her actual hot girl shit. Exactly. And now he's making it the entire world's problem, right? He made that her problem by essentially blaming her for being attractive and saying that you must actually, like, not like, post your regular content because you're too attractive online, and it makes me uncomfortable with people like that are calling you attractive and like the stalkers you get. So not that like, hey, I'm gonna protect you as your partner, right? Who it literally invited you to this house to protect you, right? I'm not gonna do that. You just need to stop posting that content, actually. Like, I can't believe it. That's insanity. That's insanity.
If anyone found out or was known, I can get in a ton of trouble with OTK and can cause a ton of problems in my life. So I lied to all of my old friends, S-Fan included, who lived just next door to me, and everyone in OTK. And that was very hard for me to do.
Stay strong, Miz. This will pass.
We had a doggy door between our rooms just so we can hide it from everyone else, including my roommates. We would lock...
Wait, what? What?
The doors to avoid our roommates finding out. As time went on, they found out, but to most of our friends in the Austin circle, they never officially knew.
What? What are we talking about? What does this have to do with anything? What does the doggy door mean? Like, I'm just confused. The doggy door connect to each other so they can see each other in secret. But like, I don't understand how this is supposed to be a defense. You see what I'm saying? Like, what is he what is he like? What narrative is he combating? You know what I mean? I don't understand that.
That stress alone would drive anyone mad, but our love for each other was strong and we knew we could handle it. So in September in 2022, a lot of you guys know, I was canceled by Trainwrecks and others trying to claim I covered up sexual assault.
Name drop, by the way. Just point that out there.
It was proven wrong, but that destroyed my mental health. I felt like my brain cracked, and I was never the same since. I was suicidal, depressed, and I didn't know what to do with my own life. Every day felt like an absolute nightmare. I was losing OTK, my mental health, and all my friends. Emaru was one of the only people that were there for me. She ditched sponsors to go with me to Japan.
I've been able to tell how horribly ChatGPT written this is, by the way.
And
dry our lips.
She went with me anywhere I needed because she wanted me to be happy. And she knew sometimes I freaked out. I lashed out. But she loved me and she knew I was in a terrible mental place. It got so bad that stress and constant talking about
why is he talking to us like Emaru is not talking about her own experiences? You know what I mean? He's like, we were so much in love. We were in love a lot. We were in so much in love, and she loved me and I loved her, and she really loved me and I really loved her. Like she's literally speaking for herself. We literally just watched it. Right? It was like an hour and 30 minutes of her talking about you being a shitty person. And his response is like, but she loved me, y'all. You don't understand. She loved me and I loved her. And she really loved me and I really loved her. And that's
same things over and over, and no sleep and depression, that most of my hair started to fall out, and Emaru started to hurt herself while we were in Japan.
Fuck you! What are we talking about? What are you talking about? Yes, Chad, you literally correct. She literally mentioned on her own stream how he outed her personal information, and here he is doing it again. Exactly. It's so disgusting. Right? to weaponize and utilize her self-harm, right? Against her, because that's what he's doing, against her. In his defense against abusive behavior. Like it's so gross. It's so gross. I hate that. I hate that.
As this time happened, I was a massive wreck. I couldn't think straight, and being that Emeru hung out with me all day, she too started to become high-strung. Ugh. We would yell at each other, fight.
Oh, okay. No, it was mutual abuse. Okay, yeah, sure. Yeah, so now it's like, oh no, guys, you don't understand. It was mutual. Again, literally what he's doing is trying to drag her down, right, to his level. To be like, no, guys, you don't understand. You don't get it. Like, it was hard on both of us. It was hard on both of us, and like she yelled at me and I yelled at her, but I never yelled at her. But like, you know, she got a huge temper with me, and you know, like that's literally what he's doing here.
And argue all the time. Things we never once did. I felt this relationship was taking a huge strain, but I thought it could be fixed over time since things were just so amazing that first year. But I'm so gay. But as we stayed,
okay, yeah, okay, sure. Sure. In his apology video, just like, you know, just like you're just dropping like homophobia in the apology video, or in the defense video, excuse me. Okay, I don't know. That okay, I don't know. I don't have any words. We're not even halfway through. I don't have any words. I am confused.
Around longer, I started resenting her a lot more. You can take it out of remote only mode. But as we stayed around longer, I started resenting her a lot more. I never want to talk about this. Emeru has a lot of rabbits. It was her call.
Okay, stop. Now he's like, okay, animal abuse. He literally probably has a section in his title be like animal abuse, because it literally doesn't even connect to anything that he's talking about here. You know what I mean? It doesn't even like connect to anything he's talking about here. He's just like, okay, I have one thing, I need to build up the animal abuse, and then boom, drop it.
Calling when she first moved in. These were a big part of her life. But as those rabbits moved out of her room and into the living room, they started to see disgusting neglect. No food, no water, sometimes not having clean bedding for weeks. I, along with many others who would come over, would give them what they needed, and I would tell her all the time to take care of them, but to no avail. She completely neglected those rabbits, so much that many of them...
I'm sorry, I literally cannot take it seriously when he has just TTS just blasting for $5. I literally cannot take this man seriously. Just imagine, I want you to take this straight, right? And compare this to what we saw in Emeru's stream. I just want you to look at the two of them and compare them. You know what I mean? Night and day. Night and day. But here, let's see. Okay, rabbits. Yes, rabbits neglected. Sure.
of them just died over 1 year of being around in my house. My cleaning ladies would clean them just because they felt terrible. And my brother once came over and said, and I quote, "If you ever marry this woman, I'll never forgive you." I didn't even know there was TTS going on.
It kind of betrays the tone he's going for. With like levying serious allegations of animal abuse, which even if I were to take him completely in the best faith, which I obviously don't, he still hasn't addressed his abuse. The abuse, the sexual assault, the stalking, the harassment, the blackmail. Like, you can't just say, no, you, and then be like, boom, okay, that's all I needed.
Hold on one sec.
Okay, let me get this, please.
Here is a video up close of Emeru's rabbits.
What does this have to do with the abuse? Okay, you know what this feels like, chat? It feels like when you're doing like your senior exit project or your capstone project, and the person before you has like beautiful slides, and you're like, damn, I didn't make any slides. And so you immediately open up Google Slides, right? And you just like keep dragging random pictures to be like, see, I have slides too, guys. See, I have slides too. Listen, look, I did the thing. I did the work. Like, what does this have to do with the abuse? He's like, guys, I hear you. People are calling me an abuser, but have you considered rabbits?
These are small little mites that are inside the rabbit cage, and she didn't care. She completely neglected these animals, and I'm not going to sit around and let people say that she didn't. People who came to...
Like, what is he talking about? He's like, I'm not going to allow people to let Emeru get away with this. What are we talking about?
My house knew that they were neglected. This is an up-close view of the rabbit cage being completely disgusting and neglected. She left them to die, and I'm not going to sit here and have her pretend she didn't. It's fucking disgusting.
I don't know if this does what do you think it does to defend himself? You know what I mean? Also, you sat on that until like she called you out. It also still doesn't make you look like a good person. Even if I were to take it in full sincerity, like you were sitting on this, so it wasn't that big of a deal to you. So you know about this for years and then suddenly drop this? Yeah, like you obviously don't care. So I'm gonna care as much as Missive cares. Which means in 3 years I'll talk about it. You know, in 3 years I'll what was that? That was so weird. My OBS just pinged weirdly. Not OBS, my Discord.
This is a video from my own brother. I didn't record this.
What does this have to do with the
These
abuse?
are mites all around her cage.
Sun notification with Halloween sounds probably. Oh, okay. That would, yeah, that's what it was. I was like, what is that?
Okay. I would tell her to take care of them all the time, but to no avail. She completely neglected those rabbits, so much that many died just over a year or two of being around in my house.
Okay, even if this is the case, why did you want to get back together with her? Why were you begging her to talk? Why were you begging her to get back together? Why were you stalking her? Why would you following her at parties? You didn't really care about the rabbits. That wasn't a deal breaker for you. You feel me? Until now, where she's calling you out for abuse. Now it's well, oh no, listen, let me, you feel me? Let me use this to justify my own defense.
My cleaning ladies would clean them just because they felt bad, and my brother once came over and said that if I marry her, he'll never forgive me. In fact, when Maya came over during my cancellation, she actually commented on Emeru's rabbits and said, "These rabbits are completely neglected, and this is disgusting."
Name drop, by the way. That's name drop number 3. Name drop number 3.
Emeru wouldn't clean the cages, and the smell became so bad that we started to have the rabbits just be outside. I told her if that's the case, she's got to make sure she's giving them water, because they are her responsibility. Instead, these rabbits were left outside in 100-degree heat with no food or water or anything.
Wait, does that mean that Miskip also just let them to die? Even in his recollection of the events, even in his recollection of events, he recognized the problem as the rabbits not getting water, and he was like, "Well, another day with the rabbits not getting any water." You know what I mean? Came back again. Well, still not any more water. Well, not my responsibility. It's not his responsibility. Okay, well, like, he still let them die. He did. He can't then claim to care about the animals. He can't sit there and act like he's like the like Dr. Doolittle, the animal whisperer. Right? It is his house. Like, it would genuinely, it would make him look a little bit better if he was actually taking care of them. It's not fair to say he doesn't care. It's not his responsibility. No, it is 100% fair. It is 100% fair to say that he didn't care because he didn't feed them. He didn't give them water. Right? If Miskiff said, I was taking care of the animals when it wasn't my responsibility, right? It would not absolve him from the abuse. But that would be a line that he could try to run, right? To be like, oh, she's not responsible. But he didn't. Objectively. He didn't do that. He let the animals suffer, right? And then he hoarded the evidence of the animals suffering, right? To then weaponize against her in the future. Like, I'm sorry. You don't win any good person points for doing that, in my personal opinion. There are no good person points to be won by doing that.
Most of the time being in cages with no bedding besides poop all over the place. Emmy didn't care. She would sit inside and play League of Legends all day. And what this showed me is that I don't want her to be my children's mother. And I couldn't see myself marrying her.
That's not what people were saying. I'm just saying that runs contrary. That runs contrary to you know, the information that Emeru provided. That's all I'm saying.
The fights from these times started to get worse. I would constantly want to be farther and farther from her. I would use her for content, but after stream would want to be alone. I didn't know how to break up with her or end things. She was a co-owner of my...
I'm sorry. Run that by me one more time.
Farther and farther, and I couldn't see myself marrying her. The fights from these times started to get worse. I would constantly want to be farther and farther from her. I would use...
You also realize how he doesn't describe what the fights look like? Emeru did. Emeru talked about the fights that happened in the car and that he would drive 125 miles per hour. Right? Talking about we're both going to die. Why is he not talking about what the fights looked like? 150? Sorry, 150. You know, how much difference that makes in like how bad that is up for debate, but yes, 150 miles per hour.
Use her for content, but after stream would want to be alone. I didn't know how to break up with her or end things. She was a co-owner of my org, the only person I knew, and the strain of the relationship and hiding the relationship was really taking a toll on me. On top of that, the stalkers were getting worse. One stalker came to my house, and I had to point a gun at him for 30 minutes until the cops came.
That's a different story than the story that Emeru told, just saying. So I don't know if he watched the stream, because that's just not what was said.
These stalkers are no joke, and the pressure from the relationship, the anger I felt, and the stalkers.
I love that, like, the stalkers are not there for him. They're there for Emeru. You know what I mean? And he's like, bro, they're making me feel sad. Not even centering how she feels by getting the stalkers in the first place. But the problem is that he thinks that she deserves it. That's the issue. He thinks that she deserves the stalkers because of the content that she posts. He doesn't think that he deserves the stalkers. He doesn't think that his housemates and his roommates deserve the stalkers. He thinks that she deserves the stalkers because of the content that she posts. That's it. Right? All right, chatter, just chill on the link, okay? We're gonna get through this first. Then we'll look at the links. You're good. I just want to get through this without getting distracted. Right, but that's what he's saying. That's what he said. Just to get any action against Mizkiv now.
And the stalkers as a whole really made us lash out at each other. She would tell me that she doesn't realize what she's doing, that she didn't understand what she was doing wrong. But I would constantly tell her, on and off stream, that she needs to do more because these stalkers are getting worse.
You gotta be joking, bro. You got, like, she's like, I'm just a human being. I'm just posting content like everybody else. Why am I getting these stalkers? And I, as a man, sat her down and I was like, listen, woman, you need to be doing more to stop these stalkers. You hear me? Right? It's probably all them skimpy outfits you be wearing. It's them skimpy outfits. It's them eyes you be making. I see them eyes you be making on your TikTok videos. It's them skimpy outfits. It's them eyes you be making. It's them captions. Right? It's all that. Right? It's the title of your streams. Right? It's the way you set your camera up. It's all of that. You need to stop all that. You need to wear long dresses. You need to wear no makeup, and you need to put on a deep man voice. And if you don't do that, it's your fault we get stalkers. Like, that's what he's saying. That is literally what he's saying. He's like, I don't want to see no shoulders. I don't want to see no elbows. I don't want to see nothing below the knees. He's acting like he's like a freaking a Mormon school with a dress code. He's giving his like girlfriend a dress code for what she can and cannot do. And it's like, this is for your own benefit, sweetie. This is for your own benefit, so that we don't get any stalkers. Like, that's craziness. That's insanity.
I know I wasn't perfect with my language or tone throughout this entire relationship. I know I wasn't. And I was aggressive at times. In regards to being controlling, I told her many things. I told her to dress older, to stop wearing pajamas, to stop talking about.
Are you serious? Are you serious? He literally gave her a dress code. He literally gave her a dress code. He is hitting her with a public school dress code. No pajamas, no hoodies on inside. No hoodies on inside. Right? Skirts have to go below the knees. No exposed shoulders. No makeup. No wigs. Yeah, fingertip leak only. Shorts no shorter than 4 inches above the knee. That was a real rule, by the way. That was a real rule at my high school. You couldn't wear shorts that were shorter than 4 inches above the knee. Mine was 2 inches. Mine was 5 inches. See, that's craziness, right? That's insanity. Let me wear my 5-inch inseams. Let me wear my 5-inch inseams. There's nothing wrong with that. Yeah. Can't show your ankles, Missy? Yeah. Mine was your arm length plus thumb length. What insane rules. $1 bill width from the top of the kneecap. It's kind of crazy that we all have these same rules. You know what I mean? Like it literally, like all have the same rules. No head coverings, except for religious purposes. But like, they'll still make you take it off anyway, because like that's just how schools were. You know, spaghetti straps. Like, I don't recall any dress code from my high school. Oh, I've been traumatized by it. I've been traumatized by it. Anyway, let's but like that's literally what he's doing here. That is literally what he's doing here. And it's absolute insanity. No belly buttons was a thing as well.
Because these stalkers are getting worse. I know I wasn't perfect with my language or tone throughout this entire relationship. I know I wasn't. And I was aggressive at times. In regards to being controlling, I told her many things. I told her to dress older, to stop wearing pajamas, to stop talking about stalkers and schizos as a whole, stop talking about past relationships, and yes, I didn't want her to travel without me.
He's saying this like he was completely valid in doing so. He's saying this like he was completely valid in doing this. He's like, in the thoughts of being controlling, right? People say I was controlling for doing all of these things. And yes, I did all of these things, but I don't think it's controlling. It's also the best way that he can spend this. Yeah. His shut in sub only mode, and half of them are still on his ass because he doesn't come to that realization because it's just all bad. No. You don't understand, chat. He knows he's coming across as bad. Right? He knows the chat is not messing with what he's saying. That's why one of the mods put it on sub only mode and he told them to take it off. Because he's a clout demon. Right? He knows that if he's just talking in an emote only chat, nobody's gonna come in and see what he has to say. Right? Because people want to come in and yell at him. So he wants people to come in and yell at him so that they stay, so that he gets paid because he wants a big viewership number. He's farming it. Yeah.
Also said that I didn't want her to hang out with specific people. This is because I didn't want her to get hurt. I didn't want Emmy to get assaulted.
Oh, sure. You were doing this for her.
I didn't want some man to do something to her when I'm not there, and I wanted to keep her safe.
This
And
is
I know
literally like
how my
the controlling abuser playbook 101, by the way. This is what all abusive people say.
My mental was and who I was back then, that I didn't do everything right. I know I could have done better, and I'm sorry. I know I was controlling, and I should have just ended the fucking relationship, but I was so confused as a person. And I'm sorry I did it. I'm sorry things got to this fucking point, man.
Is it bad if I say I don't necessarily believe his emotion here?
The last 9 months of this relationship, things got extremely fucking toxic. I told her to move out. She didn't move out on her own. I told her to move out because I wanted space, but she still wanted me around at all times. She would get upset if we didn't sleep together or if we weren't around. She always wanted me to drive over to her house, but I never wanted to because I wanted to be alone. And that increased our fights. But the stalkers continued, and I got even more stressed. They started to take pictures of me whenever I would drive to her house. Sorry. They knew my every movement. I couldn't take it. Between the rabbits, the stalkers, and the overall ability to handle situations with each other, I knew this wouldn't last. But I didn't know how to get out of the relationship. She did not want to move out. As for me telling Cheddar to leave my house, he was swatting at Chompy constantly and making him bleed. I not only was the one that wanted her to move out first, I was the one that wanted the cat out of the house because he was attacking my cat. Every month went by the last year, and our fights started to get louder. We were breaking up with each other almost.
Also, I don't like how he says my house, especially when he literally like invited her to come and live with him so that he could farm content. You know what I mean? Just
Weekly. Fights were getting more aggressive and shouting began to increase. I was not perfect, and I reflect on those situations with poor taste to myself. I'm ashamed that the situations got so bad, but Emmy was also violent. She would throw clothes or plushies at me, and I punched holes in the walls or slammed doors in aggression.
I'm sorry. I don't know how he's like, even taking him at face value, which I don't know if I fully believe him, right? He's comparing his like bouts of anger that makes her like flinch and gives her black eyes to like getting hit with plushies, right? Like him throwing water bottles at her and throwing phones at her and giving her black eyes and slamming doors to the point of breaking them and punching holes in the wall are equivalent to like clothes and plushies. Yeah, calling her violent, but not himself.
I one time did say I was going to kill myself during an argument, but Emmy did this as well numerous times. She would constantly say she's going to kill herself in arguments, and I have a picture where while I had a gun pointed at one of her stalkers who came to my house while she was in Kansas, she told me she was going to kill herself out of aggression of the situation while it was happening.
Like, this is also so gross because he's equating like her talking about self-harm when like people are literally coming to her house to stalk her, right? Potentially assault her or whatever, to like him saying that when talking about viewership. He's comparing him like talking about like self-harm because she has 5,000 more viewers than him to her talking about self-harm when she's being directly stalked and harassed. What a crazy person. Like, what an insane things to say. I don't know how much more of this I can watch, chat. Genuinely.
I'm just going to leak everything because I don't really care.
Thank you,
this
chatter.
is the situation. I told her that a stalker's at the house. I'm freaking out. What is happening? Can you call me? I'll call you. I literally want to kill myself. I can't take this anymore. I feel so alone and like a problem. So just want to show this. She was also using the I want to kill myself a lot in our situation and relationship.
That's not an argument, though. What a false equivalency. He's like, no, see, when I weaponize, like, wanting to commit suicide in our arguments to manipulate her, well, she also does it when she's, like, actually being directly harmed and targeted, right? You feel me? So therefore, it's the same. That's insane.
This is while I had a gun pointed at one of her stalkers. This stalker who was at my house, his background picture was Emaru, and when he talked to the cops, he was in love with her and thought that she was talking to him. It is disgusting what these stalkers can do. I will say this. The fact that this guy came to my house and the result of it was a cop brought him down the street to a QT, which is a 7-Eleven, 15 minutes away, and that's all they did, is terrifying for these girls and terrifying for the situation in general.
Also notice he said these girls, but not Emaru. You know what I mean? It's almost like he doesn't want to humanize her at all.
Sorry. I knew that the relationship wasn't healthy at this point. I knew we had to end it and soon. One day, Emmy posted a very provocative picture, one that she knew I would hate, and she posted it to make me upset.
What are we talking about? What are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about, bro? What are we talking about? What are you, a Puritan? What are we doing? She posted a bikini picture that she knew that I would hate.
She admitted that she made me upset with it, and we got into a heated argument, and I broke up with her. We broke up for about a month, then got back together because we thought we can make it work. We went to get food at BJ's, a common place where we would get food, and then we went back to her house. We cuddled for about 30 minutes and started to kiss. She said that she was okay with this on her stream, and I started to advance.
Whoa, okay. Hold on. This is an entirely different characterization of the situation. An entirely different characterization of the situation. Entirely different. He said they got back together. She didn't say that. Right? He said that he didn't mention the fact that she was sobbing or crying. Right? Like, just completely left that part of it out. You feel me? Like, it's just, yeah, him, we were cuddling. She said, like, I was crying and he was touching me. Yeah. Because, yes, he's about to talk about what you think he's going to talk about. Yeah, I can tell.
To the next stage because I thought that's what she wanted.
Oh, okay.
She yelped.
Yeah, true. Yeah, that's... Yeah, that's literally what they all say. There's no other way to describe it as, like, literally that is what they all say. That is quite literally what they all say. Every single, like, assaulter says, "Well, I thought she wanted that. I thought she wanted that." So maybe he didn't see that she was crying. Maybe that he had rose-tinted glasses on and his eyes were closed and didn't see that she was literally sobbing, right? Maybe he just had a different recollection of the event than she did. But I'm sorry, I don't trust his recollection of the event. I don't believe him. He has not shown himself to be very trustworthy when it came to describing what's happening here.
And I immediately sprung up and was scared if I did anything wrong or did wrong in general. I got scared and left the house. I apologize if that made Emmy uncomfortable for me not saying sorry, and I wish I said sorry back then. But we got back together soon afterwards. And during those last few months where we were fighting, we were still fighting, but it did feel like the relationship had good progress. And we were both agreed we need to talk about our future. Since it's been 3 years, we should see what we want. And Emmy had an idea to write down everything we wanted on paper. I'm going to let everyone know that what I'm about to say is very true. This is exactly...
I'm sorry, when people qualify things like this is the truth, by the way, I'm like, okay, was everything else you saying not true? You know, what about the other stuff you were talking about? Was that also not very true? Was it only like slightly true? Was it only a little bit true? Was it only like half true? Like I'm curious. Like what did you need to qualify this as being very true? So now I'm confused. Now I'm at a crossroads. It's either what came before this was the fake stuff and what you're going to say now is true, or what you were saying before is true, and now you're saying something false, but you're trying to get me to believe it's true. Those are the only two options. There is not a situation where like both of these things are true. You know what I mean?
Exactly what happened, and she cannot argue this. One day, after staying over Emiru's house, Emiru made me breakfast, and she wrote down everything she wanted. She wrote she wants me to move closer to her. She wrote that she wants me to marry her, and she wants kids with me in the next 5 years. And I just looked at this letter that was staring in front of me, and I just handed her back the paper. She began to cry, and I told her, I'm sorry, I just can't do this anymore. I knew we were just beyond the point of toxicity in the relationship, that our trust had completely died, and that we had so many issues that I couldn't deal with it, and I was not mentally well. I walked away. I went to her door.
I'm sorry. I usually don't read the chat, but like, what? What are we talking about? What are we talking about? The one above it says, my SAH your girlfriend? Stop. Did I miss that one? Let's just continue.
Door, and as I opened it, the last words I ever heard her say is, "Don't go. I love you."
Even if I was to take what he's saying here at face value, which I obviously don't, how does he explain the messages? Genuinely curious. Genuinely curious. How does he explain the messages? Because in his story, it doesn't make sense. In his story, he's the one that's done. He's the one who called it off multiple times. He realized he didn't want anything to do with her. But he sent her 40 different messages over the course of 2025 with no response. And we're being hung up on Miz is such an obvious wishful thinking fantasy. Like, really? You expect me to buy that on you?
That week, I made flights to Japan because I didn't want to sit around and wait to possibly get back together again.
Sure. Okay, and you're expecting me to believe that that's the reason why you went to Japan instead of clout chasing? I'm sorry, Emeru's story just it fits way better. It does. Miss Kim is a known cloud chaser. I believe that way more. Like, no, he didn't want to sit around and think about going back together with Emeru because he might go into a moment of weakness and fall back into the arms of the damsel in distress who's in love with him or whatever. Yeah, sure, bro. Yeah, sure. No, yeah, okay. Yeah, no, that's definitely believable. I definitely believe you. I definitely believe you. Uh-huh.
I have never talked to her in person since. I have messaged her numerous times wondering why I have been removed from OTK, Discords, and I was very scared.
Wait, why are you asking her that? Also, that's not what messages say. The messages were not like, why was I removed from the OTK Discord? It was like, please talk to me. Please talk to me. Please, I beg of you. Why are you not talking to me? Can we meet? Please, I want to meet with you. Why are you not talking to me? Please, can you respond to my messages? Please, I beg of you. Technically, she's a co-owner. Yeah, but she's your ex-girlfriend who you apparently had to break up with because she was so madly in love with you. Like, I'm sorry if I don't buy the fact that you just had to message her 50 different times for OTK stuff. You know what I mean? Like, I just, it doesn't compute in my mind.
Because I didn't know what was going on. Nobody was talking to me or contacting me, and I have had so much regret. Times where I wanted to go back. Times where I've drunk messaged her love letters, as you saw on stream.
Oh. So it wasn't a situation where you were like, I was done and I moved on. Because she didn't message you back. So what was that about? So I like he just added that in there because he has to try to explain it, but he doesn't talk about the fact that she literally never messaged him. But again, in his story, she is in love with him. In his story, she is madly in love with him, and he had to break up. He had to take it on the initiative to break up with her because it was too hard and tough because she would just not leave him alone. Yeah, in his story, she was obsessed with him. But all the messages show that he's just like, please take me back. I want to be with you. And she just doesn't respond. I legitimately think that he's delusional. He's living in his delusions of what he thought. No, Dragon, I think for the 20 gifted. That's crazy. Much appreciated.
But after 10 months, I know we're much better off without each other.
Oh, really?
I did see her at a party once at Simply's house. The house was very small.
Name drop, by the way.
And I opened the door. I said, whoops, and proceeded to talk in the other room about what I possibly did wrong and began to bawl out and be depressed because I just saw my ex-girlfriend. I want to make it very clear. I was not following her, nor lingering around her. I was with others the entire night. The house is about 2,000 square feet with about 50 people there. I, of course, was near her, but I was never following her. This year has been very hard for me, and I'm sure for her. I even went to Japan and drank every single night just to sleep. Going from being with each other for 3 years straight and trauma bonding to be completely alone is such a difficult thing for both of us. I began therapy in February of this year with EMDR therapy, something she recommended me when we were dating.
Name drop again, apparently. Like, why was that necessary?
I'm very happy to say that I feel better than ever, and I've gotten a lot of the stress I've had away. I've also moved from Austin myself, and I've had a lot of trauma lingering from there as a whole, and I feel a lot better from
a
that.
sponsor.
I truly hope nothing but the best for Emmy. I know she said a lot of these things today, and I do believe a lot of them were false, but I do hope nothing but the best for her, and I'm sorry that any of this happened. I hate that we're in this situation, and I hope that she can move on. We were in a toxic relationship. I saw that. I've realized over the years of 2 relationships now online.
I wonder if he's going to address the fact that he apparently was abusive to somebody in Los Angeles.
That I'm a horrible boyfriend and I have a lot to work on.
EMDR is a therapy modality, not a place. That's what he wants you to think, Chatter. You're falling for his technology right now.
For myself. I've been single for the past 10 months and I plan to stay that way. I'm continuing to go to therapy and work on myself, not just for me, but for the people around me. Okay. That's it. If you're wondering if it's scripted, the answer is, of course it is. I wrote it out because I cannot freeball this. This is a very serious situation.
Yeah. Oh no, I saw this.
I want to make this real.
Wait, no, I saw a different Livegard tweet. Wait, how does he talk for 10 more minutes? What does he say? I saw the one that actually I probably can't share because it's a little bit spicy. You have to understand that streamers have a fundamentally warped, constant brain perception of harm, and that he thought this was a good response. Yeah. Oh, another one you mean? I see how. You're just gonna have to take my word for it. It was a interesting tweet that I disavow, obviously. I, of course, disavow said tweet. It would never condemn or would never condone. I would never condone said things. Oh, what more is there to say?
And that's it. Okay? I am going to stand up for myself.
Yeah, absolutely.
The next, I do believe getting ready to go after her and that I was going to use her fucking buck wild. But I want to make it very clear. When it comes to Emaru, when she says that I was getting ready to go after her and that I was going to use her rabbits against her, that was never the plan.
But you did that. That's exactly what you did. And you did that after she called you out on it. So, is she just a psychic? You literally just did that. That's like kind of the biggest thing you did in this video.
Plan for myself was very simple. If Emmy were to say something about me, I would say something back. That's it. I never had a plan in my life to go after her or do anything. It was if she...
Wait, that's a plan though. Also, I don't believe him. That's still like, yeah, that's still like retaliation. He's like, yo, if you say something about me, I'll say something back. Mutually assured destruction.
If she ever said anything, I would say something as well. And that's completely...
And he thinks this is a good response, by the way. It's still up.
Understandable. Can you clarify what, if anything, was said to her team at TwitchCon? I said that if she goes after me, then I will go nuclear.
At this point, he's cooperating. Literally, at this point, he is cooperating. He's just corroborating everything that she said. Just admit everything line of defense, yeah.
And that is exactly what I said.
Yeah, that's a bad thing, Biskiv. That's not good.
And that is what's going to happen. because you can't mess with me anymore. I don't have anything to lose. I'm sorry I don't. Go after me all you want. I have nothing to lose. And I will say this proudly. Emeru abused those rabbits. She did. And if you're in Austin, Texas, and you want to say that she didn't abuse those rabbits at my house, you're lying. You know she did. She abused those rabbits and she let them outside. And it's disgusting. And I didn't want to bring this up ever. This was not something I planned on bringing up in my life. But it's something that she claims that she didn't do, and people are trying to defend her from that, like Asmongold, where he says that one of her rabbits she took and brought around. What about the other 6 rabbits that died? As for what happened with me and Emeru...
Wait, isn't that what this entire thing is about?
It is I mentally have been fucked up for years, and I'm very proud of myself for working on myself, and I think leaving Austin was the best thing. Not
Chatter, I appreciate you. I am not reading a law blog right now. I will take your word for it. But I'm like 6 hours deep, and I'm trying to get through this. I'm struggling. I'm struggling right now. I am trying my hardest.
Not just for me, but for everyone around me. I do believe that.
Please, can you just
I fucked up a lot. And I'm never going to not admit that.
Bro, there's like 8 minutes left. Why? Okay, we're 2 times beating it. I'm tired of this.
And I realized I need to be alone. I never got kicked out of Austin, Texas. I left myself.
Yeah, sure. Okay.
You're still mentally fucked? I am. I'm absolutely mentally fucked. I have been slowly working on it. I do feel like I've been getting better. I feel like I'm very calm right now. I don't feel stressed. I don't even feel angry. I feel that every day I'm trying to learn more and more and do better. But I'm going to stand up for myself in a lot of these situations because a lot of it was not true. And I don't like that she was portraying that it was just me who was at fault. It was a toxic relationship, and that's what it was. Why was viewership so important? I will bluntly say this, and I'm very honest. I was, and I still am, but I very much was someone that was massively obsessed with streaming and viewership. And when my cancellation happened, even before it, I mean, something you guys know, I've been massively obsessed with streaming and viewership over the years, and it's just...
Okay, we're done. He's not, like, defending himself in any, like, way. He's just calling her a liar or just agreeing with what she's saying, but, like, saying it's not a bad thing. You know? And that's kind of sort of it. Mm-hmm. But yeah. Oh, the fan tweets are deleted. I think, or unblocked. Let me see. I am not blocked. The tweets are deleted. They're deleted. Yeah, I should take bets on that. Just the Gaza ones. Yeah. Well, this is what I'm gonna call it. This is where I'm gonna call it. Any final thoughts, chat? Oh, what a crazy stream. I am not clicking on an Oct2K Yeet link. I'm so sorry, chatters. Archie clip was cathartic. Okay, send me the Archie clip. We'll watch that. We'll end it off on that. I looked over. I saw my monitor, and it scared the mess out of me because it was so large. Watch Archie clip is actually beautiful. Well, then send it to me. Send me a link to it. Where's that chatter who kept spamming it? Suffering from success? Indeed. I'm going to end stream, and then I'm going to go, and I'm going to eat something. I promised the streamer that the chatter I would watch this. Asmund said the version coming out of Misgiven in the coming days. That's not surprising.
You used to live with Emerald, and then all of a sudden you wanted to use Emerald to become bigger, and you couldn't. So then she broke up with you.
Emerald. Oh my god. Yo, wait. Yo, why? Yo,
he said that's a little bit too on the nail.
Yo, wait, hold
he
on.
Said, wait, Yugi, did you get the script?
Yo, wait. Wait, what the fuck? You fried my demon.
It's been like having way more fun and doing way more cooler things.
What even are you spinning?
Dude, Emerald used to always be in her room. Now she's like going IRL and having fun and doing a lot of cooler stuff now.
Good thing she disconnected from you because
Thank them. Thank
Oh my god. Oh my god. Yo. No. What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? What the fuck? Yo.
That's so funny.
Yo, what the fuck? I read his ass like a book.
Gang, he said, it's great she disconnected from you.
That's that's funny.
One of my favorite collabs was Emerald, bro.
Oh my god, Emerald was so cool.
I'm gonna keep it a buck.
Dude, everyone was like so cool.
Emerald, bro, I didn't think Emerald was gonna tap in with us. That's the thing. Because we were with Cinna and Bonnie, but it's just the thing that Emerald, when she popped
So
up, I was
cool.
like, dude, Emerald was like
I'm not gonna lie, everyone's been so cool so far except for like,
I feel like there has to be like a cancer. Like there has to be like a reason people like, you know what I'm saying? It's always gotta be that one thing. But definitely like Emerald was definitely probably one of the best.
You think that phases me at all?
What do you mean? What do you mean?
What do you mean? That like none of this like I don't think you understand. Bro, you can't hurt me. There's nothing you can do.
What are you talking about?
No, I'm not talking about anything.
We collabed with Cinna, Bonnie, and Emerald the other day.
That's great. That's fine. Enjoy yourselves, brothers.
Whoa, bro, you okay?
Bro, we did the same thing. Bro, me and Yuki did the exact same thing. The exact the exact same thing. You're just like, what does he mean by that? What does he mean by that? What do you mean by that? Bro, the hard B brothers.
Whoa, bro, you
okay?
Are you good?
Are you good? Yeah, I'm good. I just gotta go to the bathroom. Like, give me a minute.
Dude,
no, I'm fine.
it's okay.
I know it's okay.
Dude, wait, what's wrong?
Are we in therapy or something, bro?
Wait,
This
what
is
did I
fine.
say?
You said nothing. You said you did a collab. That's cool.
Yeah,
It's fine. I have no problem with that. I told you there's no issue.
You used to live with Emerald, and then all of a sudden you wanted to use Emerald to become bigger, and you couldn't. So then she broke up with you.
And everyone's been like having way more fun and doing way more cooler things.
What even are you spinning?
Dude, Emerald used to always be in her room. Now she's like going IRL and having fun and doing a lot of cooler stuff now.
It's a good thing she disconnected from you because
Thank the Lord. Thank the Lord.
You would have brought down the vibe for Emerald, dude.
Yeah.
Facts.
Wait, Emerald was actually having so much more fun. Like she's IRL, she was grilling, doing all type of stuff.
That's crazy.
Right now.
That's crazy.
Bro, dude, that's where I'm chopped.
We weren't even dating, dumbass.
Well, of course, bro. Queen Emerald was not dating someone like you.
By the fucking God.
Oh.
Hell
God,
no.
you should be
Fuck
lucky she
no.
sees you.
God no.
She looked,
Jesus no. Hell no, bro. Don't even say that word.
How do you come back from this? You don't. You don't. Here, I'll end it off on this one more time.
Let me try. I've never done this before.
This is gonna be good. Yeah.
I almost
Next time without the padding. Who's with me? One's in the chat if you're with me. Next time, no padding. That's all I'm saying. Okay, chat, save this link for tomorrow. I'm not watching XQC. Oh, and save this one. Quick reacts now. The stream is ending. I want to talk about Nina Lynn and Zoe Spencer and what happened there. The only last reacts we're going to do is react to people putting me in Rising Star for Streamer Awards. That's right. Shonda Black for Rising Star, 30 out of 35. Go to streamerawards.com/nominations and nominate Shonda Black for Rising Star. And for the rest of them, I don't know, you can put whoever you want to. Right, I'll give you a few options, maybe tomorrow, for who you can pick. He's gonna be real mad about this now. He will be insanely upset. And that's what makes it funny. You know what I mean? He will be insanely upset, and that is what makes it funny. Let's think about that. But yeah. Any final thoughts, chat? That monitor is so freaking long. It's insane. Because if that's it, and that's all, I use your video on a quantification in the back of the name for university project. Oh, that's cool. I appreciate that. I worked on it for a little bit long time. Thank you, chatter. Final thoughts. Fuck Biscuit indeed. Watch it after you log off? No. Yeah. All right. That's it, and that's all. I'll catch you on the flip side. Yeah. Yeah. Oh, wait, how do I do this? Oh, this. All right, goodbye. Ahead of me. True. Before I go, I forgot to thank the subs. Quartz of the Dark, thank you for the tier 1. Your big bro Lou, thank you for the 21 months. Squidlin, thank you for the prime. Rad Sad Dad, thank you for the prime. Marty, thank you for the 2 months. Drayden loves you, thank you for the prime. Sage Eric, thank you for the 2 months. Selective Mute, thank you for the 9 months. Dana, thank you for the 11 months. Ronan, thank you for the prime. Voice, thank you for the live, thank you for the prime. 1337, thank you for the prime. Spirited Away, thank you for the 3 months. Into Quote, thank you for the 2 months. Risk in Universe, Risk Inverse, thank you for the 3 months, I think. I don't know. I can't read that. Dragon Llama, thank you for the 20 gifted subs. Your big red Lou, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Throughout, thank you for the 5 gifted. And Zebra, thank you for the gifted subs. Okay, goodbye. Adios.